the Mercury Theater on the air. The Columbia Broadcasting System takes pleasure tonight in bringing you the first of a new series of weekly broadcasts by Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air. 2 months ago, this brilliant Broadway company came to radio as the first complete theatrical producing unit ever to take the air. Hailed by stage critics as the brightest moon to rise during recent years over New York's legitimate theater, the name of Orson Welles has become a byword to the greater Broadway of the country as a whole. After 9 weeks, this is what the radio critics say.
Radio dial declares everything was well-nigh perfect. A feather in the cap of the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Bill Bird and the Pasadena, California Independent Unit, the program sparkle with originality, cleverness, and skilled acting. The series suggests new avenues of approach in the development of radio drama.
Says the St. Louis Democrat, a master of the theater, be it stage or radio, Mr. Wells' choice of classics is a master strike.
A must for any listener, declares the Camden, New Jersey Post.
And finally, the Cleveland Plain Dealer asserts there was nothing in the production the ear could not see. It's now a habit for Orson Welles to produce his radio show.
And so tonight, by overwhelming popular demand, Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air open a new cycle of broadcast dramas with a radio production of their greatest stage success to date, Shakespeare's Caesar. And here is Orson Welles himself to tell you about it. The director of the Mercury Theater, the star and producer of these programs, Orson Welles.
Good evening. Julius Caesar was done by the Mercury Theater without benefit of toga. It was as timely last October as it was 1,650 years after Caesar's murder when Shakespeare wrote it. And it is as timely today. A glance at your newspaper headlines and you will understand why tonight we could wish for the extra dimension of television. Shakespeare's great political tragedy about the death of a dictator, which is also the personal tragedy of a great liberal, exists in all times without identification or special reference to its time. Its story is real Roman history, and its source is the Roman historian Plutarch. From the Plutarch text for the medium of radio broadcast, we have arranged a running commentary on the action of the play. No voice is better known, and none could be more suitable than that of radio's outstanding news commentator, Mr. H.V. Kaltenborn.
And so tonight, the Columbia Broadcasting System begins the new series of the Mercury Theater on the air with Orson Welles' world-famous production of Julius Caesar, starring the original New York cast, Orson Welles as Brutus, Martin Gable as Cassius, George Coulouris as Antony, and Joseph Holland as Caesar, with music by the celebrated American composer Mark Blitzstein and H.V. Kaltenborn as the narrator.
This is the history of a political assassination, the killing of a man who tried to make himself king. It is an account of how the murder was prepared, how it was carried out, and what happened later to the men who took part in it. When the Civil War was ended, Caesar was 55. By Pompey's death, he had made himself the most powerful man in the empire. His countrymen, in the hope that the government of a single person would give them time to breathe after so many civil wars and calamities, now made him dictator for life. Honors were conferred upon him which seemed to exceed the limits of ordinary human ambition. This gave offense to those who looked with an evil eye on his position and felt oppressed by his power. The conspiracy was formed against him, headed by Cassius, one of Pompey's generals, whom Caesar had pardoned after the Civil War. But what gave the common people their first quarrel with him was their growing suspicion that he aspired to be king. The 15th of February was a national holiday, and there was a huge gathering of the people. As Caesar went through the streets, a strange voice was heard in the crowd, warning him to prepare for some great danger on the Ides of March.
Beware the Ides of March! Did every noise be still? No.
Caesar paused for a moment, and then, as the voice was still, marched on between the rows of soldiers who guarded him.
See them all. Their tongues shriller than all the music cry Caesar.
Who for? Speak! Caesar is turned to hear. Beware the Ides of March! What sayest thou to me? Speak once again.
A soothsayer bids you beware the Ides of March.
Let him before me. Let me see his face.
Come from the throng. Look upon Caesar.
He is a dreamer. Let us leave him.
In the forum, high above the heads of the people,
Don't look at me. Go ahead.
a golden throne had been set for Caesar. Mark Antony, his friend, was consul at the time. When he came into the forum, the people made way for him. He went up and reached to Caesar a crown wreathed with laurel. Upon this there was a shout, but only a small one, made by the few who were planted there for that purpose. And when Caesar refused the crown, there was universal applause. Later, Caesar's statues were found with royal diadems on their heads. Marullus and Flavius, two tribunes of the people, went presently and pulled them off. For this Caesar had them arrested. This was the day on which Cassius, the leader of the conspiracy, first came to Brutus, the most honored man in Rome, and tried to enlist his aid.
Louder.
Can you see your face?
No, Cassius, for the eye sees not itself, but by reflection, by some other thing.
It is just quiet. And it is very much lamented, Brutus, that you have no such mirrors as will turn your hidden worthiness into your eye, that you might see your shadow. I have heard where many of the best respect in Rome, except immortal Caesar, speaking of Brutus, and groaning underneath this age's yoke, have wished that noble Brutus had his eyes.
Into what dangers would you lead me, Cassius? That you would have me seek into myself for that which is not in me.
Therefore, good Brutus, be prepared to hear. And since you know you cannot see yourself so well as by reflection, I, your glass, will modestly discover to yourself that of yourself which you yet know not of.
What means this shouting? I do fear the people choose Caesar for their king, don't you people?
Then must I think you would not have it so?
I would not, Cassius, yet I love him well. But wherefore do you hold me here so long? What is it you would impart to me?
I cannot tell what you or other men may think of this life. But for my single self, I had as lief not be as live to be in awe of such a thing as I myself. I was born free as Caesar, so were you. We both have said as well. We can both endure the winter's cold as well as he, for once. Up on a raw and gusty day, the troubled Tiber chafing with her shores. Caesar said to me, darest thou, Cassius, now leap in with me into this angry flood and swim to yonder point? Nothing a word. Accoutred as I was, I plunged in and bade him follow. And we did. The torrent roared, and we did buffet it with lusty sinews, throwing it aside and stemming it with hearts of controversy. But ere we could arrive the point proposed, Caesar cried, help me, Cassius, or I sink. I, as Aeneas, our great ancestor, did from the flames of Troy upon his shoulder the old Anchises bear, so from the waves of Tiber did I, the tired Caesar. And this man has now become a god. And we, petty men, walk under his huge legs and peep about to find ourselves dishonorable graves. Then at some time, are masters of their fate. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves that we are underlings.
Will you cue people? I'm not running this show.
Captain,
I have no such instinct.
Captain, speak with me. I can.
Why, there was a crown offered to me. And being offered him, he put it by with the back of his hand, thus. And then the people fell a shouting.
Who offered the crown?
Why, Antony.
What is the manner of it?
I can as well be hanged to tell the manner of it. I saw Mark Antony offer him a crown. It was not a crown, neither. It was one of these coronets. And as I told you, he put it by once. But for all that, to my thinking, he would fain have had it. Then he offered it to him again. Then he put it by again. But to my thinking, he was very loath to lay his fingers on it. And then he offered it the third time. He put it the third time by. And still as he refused it, the rabblemen hooted and clapped their chopped hands, and offered such a deal of stinking breath because Caesar refused the crown that it had almost choked Caesar. But he swooned it and fell down at it. And for mine own part, I durst not laugh, for fear of opening my lips and receiving the bad air.
What said he when he came unto himself?
He said if he had done or said anything amiss, he desired their worships to think it was his infirmity. 3 or 4 wenches where I stood cried, alas, good soul, and forgave him with all their hearts. There's no heed to be taken of them. If Caesar had stabbed their mothers, they would have done no less.
His words vanity?
Aye, he spoke Greek.
To what effect?
Those that understood him smiled at one another and shook their heads. For mine own part, it was Greek to me. I could tell you more news, too. Marollus and Flavius were pulling scarves off Caesar's images are put to silence. There was more foolery yet, if I could remember it.
And so it is. For this time I will leave you. What you have said I will consider. What you have to say I will with patience hear. And find a time both meet to hear and answer such high things. Till then, my noble friend, chew upon this. Brutus had rather be a villager than to repute himself a son of Rome under these hard conditions that this time is like to lay upon us. There was the book.
Well, Brutus, thou art noble. Yet I see thy honorable metal may be rough, and that is disposed.
Therefore it is meet that noble minds keep ever with their like. For who so firm that cannot be seduced?
If I were Brutus now, and he were Cassius, he should not humor me. I will this night, in several hands, in at his windows throw, as if they came from several citizens' writings, all tending to the great opinion that Rome holds of his name, wherein obscurely Caesar's ambition shall be glanced at. And after this, let Caesar seat him sure, or we will shake him, or worse days endure.
It is probable that Caesar was not unaware of the conspiracy, For when it was reported to him about that time that Dolabella was in a plot against him, he said he did not fear such fat, luxurious men, but rather the pale, lean fellows, meaning Cassius.
Mark Antony. Caesar.
Let me have men about me that are fat, sleek-headed men, such as sleep o' night. Yon Cassius has a lean and hungry look. Such men as he are never at heart's ease while they behold a greater than themselves. And therefore are they very dangerous. Fear him not, Caesar. He is not dangerous. I rather tell thee what is to be feared than what I fear. For always, I am Caesar.
No production.
The week before the murder, many strange prodigies and apparitions were observed. As to the lights in the heavens, the noises heard in the night, and the wild birds which perched on the housetops, these are not perhaps worth taking notice of in so great a case as this. But a number of men were seen in the forum looking as though they were heated through with fire, fighting with each other. A quantity of flame issued from the hand of a soldier's servant, so that they who saw it thought he must be burned, but he had not been hurt. There were fearful storms over the city. The conspiracy continued to spread.
Who's there? Catch us by your voice.
Your ears.
Brought you Caesar home? What night is this? Very pleasing night to honest men. Are not you moved when all the sway of earth shakes like a thing in turn? Oh, Cassius, I have seen tempests when a scolding wind have rived the knotty oaks. And I have seen the ambitious ocean swell and rage and foam to be exalted with the threatening clouds. But never till tonight, never till now, did I go through a tempest with dropping fire. Saw you anything more wonderful? Oh, they were drawn upon a heap 100 ghastly women, transformed with their fear, who swore they saw men all in fire walk up and down the streets. Yesterday the bird of night even at noonday upon the marketplace, hooting and shrieking. When these prodigies do so conjointly meet, let not men say these are their reasons, they are natural. These are strange supposed times. Whoever knew the heavens? None of so. Those that have known the earth so full of faults. Now could I send a name to the man most likely this dreadful night? A man no mightier than myself. Or me. Caesar that you mean. It is not Cassius. These, they say, the senators tomorrow mean to establish Caesar as a king. And he shall wear his crown by sea and land in every place, save here in Italy. I know what I will wear this dagger then. Hold my hand. And I will set this foot of mine as far as Rubo's stops. There's a bargain made. Come, Senator. You and I will yet ere day see Brutus at his house. 3 parts of him is ours already. And the man entire from the next encounter yields him out.
Still Brutus hesitated, and still the conspirators tried to win him to their cause. Letters were placed where he would find them. You are asleep, Brutus. You are no longer Brutus.
Brutus, thou sleepst. Awake and see thyself. Shall roam. Speak, strike, regress. Brutus, thou sleepst. Awake. Such instigations have been often dropped by Septimus. Shall roam. Thus as I piece it out, shall Rome stand under one man's fall. What? Rome? My ancestors did from the streets of Rome the Tarquin drive, when he was called a king. It must be by his. And for my part, I know no personal cause to spurn at him, but for the general, he would be crowned. Now that might change his nature. There's the question. It is the bright day that brings forth the adder that craves wary walking. crowning. That. And then I grant we put a sting in him that at his will he may do danger with. The abuse of greatness is when it disjoins remorse from power. And to speak truth of Caesar, I have not known when his affection swayed more than his reason. But 'tis a common proof that lowliness is young ambition's ladder, whereto the climber upward turns his face. But when he once attains the upmost round, he then unto the ladder turns his back, looks in the clouds, scorning the base degrees by which he did ascend. So Caesar may, then, lest he may, prevent.
In the end, Brutus agreed to meet the conspirators in the garden of his house. The men who came that night were Cassius, Casca, Cinna, Trebonius, and Decius Brutus. It was decided that Caesar should be killed in the Senate on the 15th of March, the day on which the crown would again be offered to him.
I think it is not meet Mark Antony, so well beloved of Caesar, should outlive him. We shall find him a shrewd contriver, and you know his means, if he improve them, may well stretch so far as to annoy us all, which to prevent. Let Antony and Caesar fall together.
Our course will seem too bloody, Caius Cassius, to cut the head off and then hack the limbs. For Antony is but a limb of Caesar. Let us be sacrifices, but not butchers, Caius. We all stand up against the spirit of Caesar, and in the spirit of men there is no blood. Oh, if we could come by Caesar's spirit and not dismember Caesar. But alas, Caesar must be hurt. Quiet in the studio. Gentle friends, let's carve a dish fit for the gods. Not hew him with a carcass fit for hounds.
Count the clock. The morning comes upon us. We leave you, Brutus.
Give me our hands all over one by one.
Let us swear our resolution.
No, not an oath, is not the faith of men, the sufferance of our souls, but time's abuse. If these be motives weak, break off betimes, and every man hence to his idle bed. So let high-sighted tyranny range on, till each man drop by lottery. If these, as I'm sure they do, bear fire enough to kindle cowards and to steal with valor the melting spirits of women, then, countrymen, what need we any spur, but our own cause to prick us to redress? What other bond than secret Romans that have spoke the word, and will not falter? And what other oath than honesty to honesty engaged? But this shall be, or we will fall for it.
On the 14th of March, the day before the assassination, Caesar supped with Marcus Lepidus, and as he was signing some letters, and according to his custom, as he sat at table, there arose a question of what sort of death was the best, at which he immediately, before anyone could speak, said, "A sudden one." After this, as he was in bed with his wife, all the doors and windows of the house flew open together. He was startled at the noise, and the light which broke into the room, and sat up in his bed, where, by moonlight, he perceived his wife fast asleep, but heard her utter in her dream some indistinct words and inarticulate groans. She fancied at that time she was weeping over Caesar, and holding him butchered in her arms. When it was day, she begged Caesar not to leave the house, but to adjourn the Senate to another time. Caesar laughed at her fears, and when the time was come, he started for the capital. On his way, he was handed a paper in which the whole plot was disclosed with the names of the conspirators. after his death, it was found still unopened. When Caesar entered, the Senate stood up to show their respect for him. Of the conspirators, some came about his chair and stood behind it, and others stood in front of him and talked to him. Then Tilius, laying hold of Caesar's cloak with both hands, pulled it down from his neck, which was the signal for the assault. Casca, that stood behind him, gave him the first wound in the neck. It was not mortal, and Caesar turned and put his hand on the dagger and kept hold of it. The conspirators closed around him with their naked knives in their hands. Which way soever he turned, he was met with blows and saw their blades leveled at his face and eyes. For it had been agreed that they should each of them make a thrust at him and flesh themselves with his blood, for which reason Brutus also gave him one stab in the groin. Some say that he fought and resisted all the rest.
Pleasure. Live 1,000 years, I shall not find myself so apt to die as here by Caesar, and by you cut off, the choice and master spirits of his age.
Oh, Antony, beg not your death.
What compact mean you to have with us? Will you be pricked in the number of our friends?
Friends, am I? With you all, and love you all, upon this hope that you shall give me reasons why and wherein Caesar was dangerous.
Our reasons are so full of good regard that were you Antony, the son of Caesar, you should be satisfied.
That's all I seek. And am moreover tutor, that I may produce his body in the marketplace, and in the pulpit, as becomes a friend, speak in the order of his funeral.
You shall, Mark Antony.
Caesar, a word with you.
You know not what you do. Do not consent that Antony speak in his funeral.
Know you how much the people may be moved by that which you will utter? By your pardon. I will myself into the pulpit first. Mark Antony, here take you Caesar's body. You shall not in your funeral speech blame us, but speak all good you can devise of Caesar and say you do it by our permission. Else shall you not have any hand at all about his funeral. You shall speak in the same pulpit whereto I am going, after my speech is ended.
So, I do desire no more.
Prepare the body then. Follow us.
Then Antony was let go in the body of the man he loved best and admired most in the world.
O mighty Caesar, dost thou lie so low? Are all thy conquests, glories, triumphs, spoils, front to this little measure? That I did love thee, Caesar, O 'tis true. If then thy spirit look upon us now, shall it not grieve thee dearer than thy death to see thy Antony making his peace, shaking the bloody fingers of thy foes? Most noble, in the presence of thy corse, had I as many eyes as thou hast wounds, weeping as fast as they stream forth thy blood, it would become me better than to close in terms of friendship with thine enemies. Oh, pardon me, thou bleeding piece of earth, that I am meek and gentle with these butchers. Thou art the ruins of the noblest man that ever lived in the tide of times. Woe to the hand that shed this costly blood. Over thy wounds now do I prophesy, which like dumb mouths droop their ruby lips to beg the voice and utterance of my tongue. A curse shall light upon the limbs of men. Domestic fury and fierce civil strife shall cumber all the parts of Italy. Blood and destruction shall be so in use, and dreadful objects so familiar, that mothers shall but smile when they behold their infants ordered with the hands of war, and see the spirit ranging for revenge. With Ate by his side, come hot from hell, shall in these confines with a monarch's voice cry havoc and escape the dogs of war. I will hear Brutus, I will hear Cassius, and compare their
down from the Capitol among the crowd and made a speech to the people who listened without expressing either pleasure or resentment, but showed by their silence that they pitied Caesar and respected Brutus.
Be patient. Be patient till the last. Romans, countrymen, lovers, hear me for my cause and be silent that you may hear. Believe me for mine honor. Have respect to mine honor that you may believe. Censure me in your wisdom and awake your senses that you may the better judge. If there be any in this assembly, any dear friend of Caesar's, to him I say that Brutus's love to Caesar was no less than his. If then that friend demands why Brutus rose against Caesar, this is my answer. Not that I love Caesar less, but I love Rome more. Had you rather Caesar were living and die all slaves than that Caesar were dead, to live all free men? As Caesar loved me, I weep for him. As he was fortunate, I rejoice in him. As he was valiant, I honor him. As he was ambitious, I slew him. With tears for his love, joy for his fortune, honor for his valor, and death for his ambition. Who is here so base that would be a bondman? If any speak for him, who is here so rude that would not be a Roman? If any speak for him have I offended. Who is here so vile that would not love his country? If any speak for him have I offended. I pause for a reply. And none have I offended. I've done no more to Caesar than you will do to Brutus. Here comes his body, mourned by Mark Antony. Though he had no hand in his death, shall receive the benefit of his dying. A place in the Commonwealth, as which of you shall not. Good countrymen, let me depart alone. And for my sake, stay here with Antony. Do grace to Caesar's corpse. And grace his speech, tending to Caesar's glories, which Mark Antony, by our permission, is allowed to make. I do entreat you, not a man depart, save I alone, till Antony have spoke. With this I depart, as I slew my best lover for the good of Rome. I had the same dagger for myself when it shall please my country to need life. You are listening?
You are listening to the CBS presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in the first of a new series of Sunday night dramatic productions. The performance of Caesar will continue in just a moment. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in Caesar, presented with the original Mercury Theater cast and with Orson Welles in the role of Brutus.
When Brutus was gone, the body of Caesar was brought out into the forum, all mangled with wounds. And Antony made a funeral oration to the people in praise of Caesar, and finding them moved by his speech, he unfolded the bloody garment of Caesar and showed them in how many places it was pierced, and the number of his wounds. He also told them at this time of Caesar's will, in which it was found that he had left a considerable legacy of money to each one of the Roman citizens.
For Brutus' sake, I am beholding to you.
Does he say of Brutus? As for Brutus' sake, he finds himself beholding to us all.
Speak no harm of Brutus here. Caesar was a tyrant.
Let the throne was rid of him.
Gentle Romans. Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears.
Let us see what Antony can do.
say?
I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. The evil that men do lives after them. The good is oft interred with their bones. So let it be with Caesar. The noble Brutus has told you Caesar was ambitious. And it was so. It was a grievous fault. And grievously hath Caesar answered it. Here, under leave of Brutus and the rest, for Brutus is an honorable man. So are they all honorable men. Come I to speak in Caesar's funeral. He was my friend, faithful and just to me. But Brutus says he was ambitious, and Brutus is an honorable man. He hath brought many captives home to Rome, whose ransoms did the general coffers fill. Did this in Caesar seem ambitious? When that the poor have cried, Caesar hath wept. Ambition should be made of sterner stuff. Yet Brutus says he was ambitious, and Brutus is an honorable man. You all did see that on the Lupercal I thrice presented him a kingly crown, which he did thrice refuse. Was this ambition? Yet Brutus says he was ambitious, and sure, he is an honorable man. I speak not to disprove what Brutus spoke, but here I am to say what I do know. You all did love him once, not without cause. What cause withholds you then to mourn for him? O judgment, thou hast fled to brutish beasts, and men have lost their reason. Bear with me. My heart is in the coffin there with Caesar, and I must pause till it come back.
He thinks there is much reason in his saying.
Now, to the right of the matter, Caesar has had great wrong.
I hear there was a word coming his way.
Mark his word, he would not take the crown.
He would not take the crown.
Therefore, it certainly was not ambitious. If he found so stumbled to revive.
Poor Antony, over that Rome, and today I was weak. But yesterday, the word of Caesar might have stood against the world. Now lies he there, and none so poor to do him reverence. O master, if I were disposed to stir your hearts and minds to mutiny and rage, I should do Brutus wrong and Cassius wrong, who, you all know, are honorable men. I will not do them wrong. I rather choose to wrong the dead, to wrong myself and you, than I will wrong such honorable men. But here's a parchment with the seal of Caesar. I found it in his closet. It is his will. Let but the commons hear this testament, which, pardon me, I do not mean to read, and they would go and kiss dead Caesar's wounds, and dip their napkins in his sacred blood, yea, beg a hair of him for memory, and dying mention it within their wills, bequeathing it as a rich legacy unto their issue. I must not read it. It is not meet you know how Caesar loved you. You're not wood, you're not stones, but men. And being men, hearing the will of Caesar, it will inflame you, it will make you mad. Yes, it is good, you know not that you are his heirs. Or if you should, or what would come of it? Let's give a will. A will. You be patient. Will you stay a while? I have all taught myself to tell you of it. Here I wrong the honorable men whose daggers have stabbed Caesar, and you fear it! That's the will! You will compel me then to read the will. Then make a ring about the corpse of Caesar, and let me show you him that made the will. Shall I descend? And will you give me leave? Come down. You shall have leave. Oh, noble Silence!
Ring. Stand down.
Stand back.
Room for Anthony. Stand back.
If you have tears, prepare to shed them now.
You all know this mantle. I remember the first time ever Caesar put it on. It was on a summer's evening in his tent. That day he overcame the Nervii. Look, in this place ran Cassius' dagger through. See what a rent the envious Casca made. Through this, the well-beloved Brutus stabbed, and as he plucked his cursed steel away, mark how the blood of Caesar followed it as rushing out of doors to be resolved if Brutus so unkindly knocked or no. For Brutus, as you know, was Caesar's angel. Judge, O ye gods, how dearly Caesar loved him. For when the noble Caesar saw him stab, ingratitude, more strong than traitor's arms, quite vanquished him. Then burst his mighty heart, and in his mantle muffling up his face, even at the base of Pompey's statue, which all the while ran blood, great Caesar fell. Oh, what a fall was there, my countrymen. Then I, and you, and all of us fell down, whilst bloody treason flourished over us. Now you weep, and I perceive you feel the dint of pity. These are gracious gods, kind souls. What, weep you when you but behold our Caesar's vesture wounded? Look you here. Here is himself! What as you see with traitors! Here's the noble Antony.
We'll hear him.
We'll follow him.
We'll die with him.
Good friend, sweet friend, let me not stir you up to such a sudden flood of mutiny. They that have done this deed are honorable. What private griefs they have, alas, I know not that made them do it, but they are wise and honorable, and will no doubt, with reason, answer you. I come not, friends, to steal away your hearts. I am no orator, as Brutus is, but as you know me all, a plain-blood man that's not my friend, and that they know full well that gave me public leave to speak of him, for I've neither wit, nor words, nor worth, action, nor utterance, nor the powers of speech to stir men's blood. I only speak right on, tell you that which you yourselves do know. Show you sweet Caesar's wounds, poor dumb mouths, and bid them speak for me. But were I Brutus, and Brutus Antony, there where an Antony would ruffle up your spirits and put a tongue in every wound of Caesar that should move the stones of Rome to rise and mutiny.
We'll mutiny.
My friend, you go to do you know not what? Wherein hath Caesar deserved your love, alas you know not. I will tell you that. You have forgot the will I told you of.
Caesar's will?
His will? Under Caesar's seal, he gives to every Roman citizen, to every several man, 75 drachmae. He has accorded walks his private arbors and new planted orchards on this bright fiber. He has left them you and your heirs forever. Common pleasures to walk abroad and recreate yourselves. Here was a Caesar. When comes such another? Now let it work. Mischief thou art afoot. Take thou what course thou wilt.
In the streets there was nothing to be seen but confusion. Some cried out to kill the murderers. Others tore away the benches and tables out of the shops round about, and heaping them all together built a great funeral fire. On this they set the corpse of Caesar and set fire to it. Then they took brands from the fire. Some of them ran to the houses of the conspirators. Others ran up and down the streets, to find out the men who had killed Caesar and tear them to pieces. That night Brutus, having said farewell to Portia his wife, left the city with Cassius and their friends. Soon after, there arrived in Rome young Octavius, Caesar's adopted son, who was immediately elected consul. As his first act, he ordered a judicial process to be issued against Brutus and Cassius for having murdered a principal man of the state, holding the highest magistracies of Rome without being heard or condemned. No one appearing for the accusation, the judges were forced to pass sentence and condemn them both. It is reported that when the crier of the tribunal, as the custom was, with a loud voice cried Brutus to appear, the people groaned audibly, and many of the nobler citizens hung down their heads for grief. After this, Antony and Octavius made up a list for proscription, in which were set those of their enemies that were designed for the slaughter, amounting to over 200 persons. In the months that followed, the empire was divided into two factions, some going over to Brutus and Cassius, others to Antony and Octavius. 2 years after Caesar's murder, the armies of the two factions came face to face on the plains of Philippi. That night, Brutus sent for Cassius to come to his tent. There had been dissension between them lately. There was talk of corruption in Cassius' army, and Cassius himself was not above suspicion.
Brother, you've done me wrong.
Wrong I mine enemies, but if not so, how should I wrong a brother?
That you grant me that appear in this. You have condemned a noted Lucius Feller for taking bribes here of the sergeant, wherein my letters praying on his side because I knew the man was fighted up.
You wronged yourself to write in such a case.
Such a time as this, it is not meet that every nice offense should bear its comment.
Let me tell you, Cassius, you yourself are much condemned to have an itching palm, to sell and march your officers for gold to undeserved.
Aye, an itching palm. You know that your Brutus that speaks this, or by the gods this speaks, or else your last.
The name of Cassius honors this corruption and chastisement that ever hide its head.
Chastisement?
Remember March. The Ides of March, remember. The great Julius plead for justice' sake. What villain touched his body that did stab? Not for justice. Shall one of us that struck the foremost man of all this world but the supporting robbers, shall we now contaminate our fingers with base bribes and sell the mighty space of our large honors for so much trash that may be grasped thus? I'd rather be a dog and bathe a moon than such a Roman.
Bait not me, I'll not endure it. You forget yourself to head me in. I am a soldier, older in practice, abler than yourself to make conditions.
Go to, you're not, Cassius.
I am.
I say you are not.
Urge me no more, I shall forget myself. Tempt me no farther.
No ways, like man.
This possible must I endure all this?
Oh, this! I more. Break till your proud heart break. Must I observe you? Must I stand and crouch under your testy humor? By the gods, you should digest the venom of your spleen, though it do split you. From this day forth I'll use you for my mirth, yea, for my laughter when you are waspish. You say you are a better soldier. Let it appear so. Make your vaunting true, and it shall please me well. For mine own part, I should be glad to learn so.
You run every way. You run. I said an elder soldier, not a better. Did I say better?
You did, I can.
When Caesar lived, he durst not thus have moved me. I durst
No.
What durst not tempt him.
Your life you durst not.
Do not presume too much upon my love. I may do that I shall be sorry for.
You have done that you should be sorry for. There is no terror, Cassius, in your threats. For I am armed so strong in honesty that they pass me by as the idle wind, which I respect not. I did send you for certain sums of gold which you denied me. For I can raise no money by vile means. By heaven, I'd rather coin my heart and drop my blood for drachmas than to wring from the hard hands of peasants their vile trash by any indirection. I did send you for gold to pay my allegiance, but you denied me. Was that done like Cassius?
I denied you nothing.
You did.
I did not. You were a fool that brought my answer back. Brutus had rived my heart. A friend should bear his friend's infirmities. But Brutus makes mine greater than they are.
I do not till you practice them on me.
You love me not.
I do not like your faults.
A friendly eye could never see such faults.
Flatterers would not, though he do appear as huge as high Olympus.
Come, Antony and young Octavius, come. Revenge yourselves alone on Cassius, for Cassius is a weird of the world. Hated by one he loved. Braved by his brother, checked like a bondman. All his faults observed. Set in a notebook, learned and conned by rote to cast into my teeth. What could weep my spirit from mine eyes? There's my dagger. I that denied thee gold will give my heart. Strike as thou didst at Caesar! For I know when thou didst hate him worse, thou lovest him better than ever thou lovest Cassius.
Be angry when you will. It shall have scope. Do what you will. Dishonor shall be human.
Cassius lived with mirth and laughter to his good. And grief and blood ill-tempered vexed him.
I was ill-tempered too.
That's so much.
And my heart too.
You could have been so angry.
Oh, Cassius. I'm sick of many griefs.
Of your philosophy, you make no use. Give praise to
Portia, dead.
Portia.
Dead. Mark Antony made himself so strong. With her death, that tidings came. But this she fell distracted.
And died.
Even so. The evil night has crept upon our talk. No more to say.
No more. Good night. Early tomorrow we'll be right.
Noble, noble Cassius. Good night. And good repose. Lucius.
Here, my good lord.
What, thou speakst drowsily. Poor knave, I blame thee not, thou art all watched. Look, Lucius, here's the book I sought for thee.
I was sure your lordship did not give it me.
There would be, good boy. Much forgetful. Thou hold up thy heavy eyes a while and touch thy instrument a strain or two?
I, my lord, and please you.
Does that way. Trouble thee too much, that's good.
It is my duty, sir.
Not urge thy duty past thy might. I know young bloods look for time of rest.
I have slept already.
Well done. Sleep again, and hold thee long. If I do live, I will be good to thee.
Orpheus with his lute made trees and mountain tops that breathe. Bow themselves when he did sing. Da dum dee dee dum. To his music, plants and flowers ever sprang as sun and showers. There had made a lasting spring. Da dum dee dee dum. Every
everything that heard him play, even the billows of the sea, hung their heads and then lay by. In sweet music is such art, healing care and grief of heart. Fall asleep or hearing die. Dee-dee-dum, dum-dee-dee-dum.
The advice of Cassius, Brutus resolved to meet the enemy on the plain of Philippi. Never had two such large Roman armies come together to engage each other. That of Brutus was somewhat less in number than that of Antony, but in the splendor of the men's arms and the richness of their equipage wonderfully exceeded, for most of their arms were of gold and silver, which Brutus had lavishly bestowed upon them. There is a story that immediately before the battle, two eagles falling upon each other caught in the space between the two armies, that the whole field kept incredible silence, and all were intent upon the spectacle, until at last that which was on Brutus' side yielded and fled. As soon as it was morning, the signal of battle, the scarlet coat, was sent out in Brutus and Cassius' camps, and the two friends met for the last time in the middle space between their two armies.
Now, most noble Brutus, if we do lose this battle, then is this the very last time that we shall speak again? You are contented to be led in triumph through the streets of Rome?
No, Cassius, no. Think not, thou noble Roman, that ever Brutus will go bound to Rome. He bears too great a mind. But this same day must end that work the Ides of March begun. Whether we shall meet again, I know not. Therefore our everlasting farewell take. Come home! Away!
The tide of battle was with Brutus. The right wing which he commanded drove back their opponents with great slaughter. Then they fell upon that part of Octavius' army which was exposed and separated, and pursued them toward the sea. During this time, however, Cassius, with the main body of the army, was retreating before the attack of Antony. Expecting Brutus to come to his aid, and acting by delay and expectation, rather than boldly and with a clear purpose, soon Cassius saw his whole army begin to give way. He did as much as ever he could to hinder their flight and bring them back, and snatching a flag out of the hand of one that fled, he stuck it at his feet and begged them to stand with him and fight. When he found that he could not even keep his own personal guard together, Cassius retired to an empty tent, taking along with him only Pindarus, one of his freemen, and pulling his cloak over his head, he made his neck bare and held it forth to Pindarus, commanding him to strike. Cassius' head was found severed from his body, and beside it was found the same knife with which he had stabbed Caesar in the Senate house.
gave the word too early. Having some advantage on our cases, took it too eagerly. It goes itself spoiled, whilst we by Anthony are all enclosed.
This day I agree with Chris. Time has come round. And where I did begin, there's my end. My life is run its course. Come hither, Sirrah. And with its good sword that ran through Caesar's bowels, search this bosom, stand up to it. Here, it's on it. And when my face is covered, guide my ship. God revenged. Even with a sword that killed.
Some time later, Brutus, returning from the pursuit, wondered that he could not see Cassius' tent afar off, standing high as it was wont, and appearing above the rest of the camp. Then, for the first time, he suspected the defeat of Cassius and made haste to him. He heard nothing of his death until he came to the camp.
Where? Where must Oliver's body lie?
Lo, yonder, he is slain.
The last of all the Romans. There he will. It is impossible that ever Rome should breed thy fellow. Friends, I owe more tears to this dead man than you should see me pay. I should find time, Cassius. I should find time. Oh, Julius Caesar, thou art mighty yet. Thy spirit walks abroad and turns our swords in our own proper entrails.
Sicilius showed the torchlight, but the Lord, he came not back. He's ordained or slain.
Slaying is the word. Deed in fashion. Hither, good Volumnius. That's the word.
What says my lord?
Why this, Volumnius? The ghost of Caesar has appeared to me. Two several times by night. At Sardis once. And this last night here in Philippi Fields. I know my hour has come.
Not so,
Nay, actually. Thou knowest that we two went to school together. Even for that our love of old, I pray thee, hold thou my sword hilt, whilst I run on it.
That's not an office for a friend, my lord. Fly, my lord, there's no carrying here.
Farewell to you, and you, and you, Volumnius. Strato, thou hast been all this while asleep. Farewell to thee too, Strato. Countrymen, my heart of joy that yet in all my life I found no man but he was true to me. I shall have glory by this losing day, more than Octavius and Mark Antony by this vile conquest shall attain unto. So fare you well at once, for Brutus' tongue hath almost ended his life's history. Night hangs upon mine eyes, my bones would rest that have but labored to attain this hour.
Fly, my lord, fly.
Hence I will follow. For Christ's sake, I prithee, Strato, hold thy lord. Thou art a fellow of good respect. Thou like to have some snatch of honor in it. Hold then my sword. Turn away thy face. You run on it. Now, Strato. Farewell. Farewell, good Strato. Caesar, now be still. I kill not thee with half so.
Brutus' dead body was found by Antony, who commanded the richest purple mantle that he had to be thrown over it. Then, before the assembled armies, he spoke over the body of his enemy.
So Brutus should be found. This was the noblest Roman of them all. All the conspirators, save only he, did that they did in envy of great Caesar. He, only on a general honest thought and common good to all, made one of them. His life was gentle, and the elements so mixing him that nature might stand up and say to all the world, this was a man.
Tonight, Orson Welles and the original Mercury Theater cast have produced Caesar, the hit of last year's theatrical season on Broadway, as the first in a new series of weekly hours which the Columbia Broadcasting System will present during the coming months. In response to the tremendous enthusiasm evoked by these programs from all parts of the country, CBS has made the Mercury Theater on the Air a regular feature of its Sunday night schedule. The drama was adapted from the play of Shakespeare, and the narration was taken from Plutarch's Lives. Orson Welles directed the entire production. H.D. Calvinborn was the narrator, and the cast included as later. The original music was composed for the Mercury Theater by Mark Blitzstein. Davidson Taylor supervised the production for CBS and Seymour Stevens.
The following transcribed program is rebroadcast by the Armed Forces Radio Service to our fighting men overseas. Goodyear presents The Roy Rogers Show. Friends, tonight as usual, Goodyear brings you Roy Rogers. But because of the great news we've all been hearing, we want you to know that we will interrupt this program instantly for any late news flashes. Meanwhile, you'll hear Bob Nolan and the Sons of the Pioneers, Pat Friday, the Farr Brothers, Harry Botkin's Orchestra. Goodyear's guest tonight, motion picture villain Porter Hall. And now, the greatest name in rubber, Goodyear, invites you to meet America's greatest Western star, Roy Rogers.
I've got a locket in my pocket, a plain golden locket. Got a locket in my pocket, right next to my heart. I've got a picture in this locket, the locket in my pocket. Got a picture in this locket, with which I'll never part. The face in the picture is beautiful to see, and the girl that the face belongs to, she belongs to me. I've got a locket in my pocket, my sweetheart's in that locket. Got my sweetheart in my pocket, right next to my heart. In the picture is beautiful to see, and the girl that the face belongs to, she belongs to me. I've got a locket in my pocket, my sweetheart's in that locket. Got my sweetheart in my pocket, right next to my heart, right next to my heart. Howdy, folks, and welcome from me and the gang to tonight's Goodyear get-together. We've rounded up a few new and some old songs for the occasion, and one of the West's most amazing legendary stories. But right now, it's time for you to meet our guest for this evening, one of the swellest actors who ever foreclosed a mortgage on ordinary man, Mr. Porter Hall. Hi, Porter.
Roy, that's a nice welcome after last. Get-together.
Well, shucks, don't mind the folks, Porter. They've seen you as a villain in so many pictures, they just can't keep from doing it.
Well, I'm so misunderstood, Roy. To everyone who's ever seen me in pictures, I'm a no-good, low-down, unprincipled crook. No, honest, Roy, you know I'm not that way at all. Much.
Porter, I'm surprised at you. Well, I think I'd much rather play your part than my own. To have you in the picture, oh, well, he always gets his own way, and you get most of the close-up. You know, where he is here and twirl your mustache to make everyone in the audience hiss at you.
Well, that's the real trouble, Roy. I never know if they're hissing the character or the actor playing the part.
Well, when Porter Hall is playing the part as a villain, it isn't the actor they're hissing, you can believe me. But just to give you a break, Porter, we've got a sketch for you to play in tonight about one of the West's most amazing characters. And just to prove that you're the star and the hero, I'm not even going to play. How's that?
Well, that's what I call really being a hero. Giving a whole story to a screen bad man. But what are you going to do, Roy?
Well, first of all, Porter, I'm going to keep an eye on you and make sure you don't forget yourself and steal the ranch. Then I'm going to just sort of keep the get-together moving, like now when I call on the Sons of the Pioneers to dedicate a song to you.
We always sing, dragging me to the candlelight swing, back and forward in the saddle on a horse. That syncopated gait and such a fun to meet to the roar of his feet or how to run. When they hear the fellas gun, thought the western folks all know. He's a highfalutin, scoot-shooting son of a gun from Arizona, ragtime cowboy Joe.
Out in Arizona where the bad men are, the only thing to guide you is an evening star. The roughest, toughest, and by far was ragtime Porter Hall.
He always sings ragging music to the candlelight swing, back and forward in the saddle on a horse. That syncopated gated and such a fun to meet to the roar of his feet and how they run. When they hear the fellas gun, cause the western folks all know. He's a highfalutin, scoot-shooting son of a gun from Arizona, ragtime Porter, ride 'em Porter, ragtime Porter Hall.
Today, when congratulations are being offered all over the world to the millions who worked and fought for victory in Europe, Goodyear would also like to propose a toast of its own and to its own. A toast to the 24,783 of its men and women in the armed forces. It's well done to those in Europe. It's good luck to those in the Pacific. And here's a toast, too, to the 100,000 Goodyear employees at home who, with their war work, have contributed and are continuing to contribute to final victory. To them, good work, and let's keep punching hard till the Japs get theirs.
It's the Farr Brothers' Furious Fiddle and Galloping Guitar in Cajun Stone.
I am now fabulously wealthy, and I intend to buy you the finest ranch in the West.
But I already have a ranch.
Oh, you have? But you deserve a much bigger one. Now, if you just give me that piece of paper, which I assume is your present property.
What?
My proud beauty. Now I have my power.
Doggone you, Porter Hall. Unhand that girl and give her back that deed.
Aw, shucks, Roy. That isn't the deed to my ranch. The song I'm going to sing tonight.
Curse, spoil.
Not exactly, Porter, because if Pat'll forgive you and sing the song right now, you'll get the treat of your life. Folks, Miss Pat Friday's singing Close This Fate to the Foot. Packing loads twice their own weight. They're grubby prospectors who work tirelessly in the desert center. You'll find them high up in the mountains where a less sure-footed animal plunges right at 5,000 feet down the sheer drop. Or maybe their voices aren't as musical as the cowhand's song as he sings and quiets his herd, but I've yet to see the true Westerner who didn't custom and love them. The gentle, sure-footed, little braying bird.
Wanderers of the way.
King of the Cowboys in a new Western ballad, Don't Blame It All on Me.
If our love should fade like a cold winter's day, don't blame it all on me. Their true love has flown, might have known, friends will say, don't blame it all on me. There was a time, dear, when we were so gay. I heard you say, I love only you. Someday with the dawn, all our fights may be gone. But don't blame it all on me. For after all, dear, I do have a heart. You have it now, don't break it apart. Someday our romance may break just by chance. But don't blame it all on me.
Say, Roy, you've got both Pat and me busting with curiosity about the yarn you and Porter Hall are going to tell. What's so different about it?
Come on, Roy, don't stand there with that twinkle in your eye.
Well, kids, tonight's story is about the greatest cowboy who ever rode a bronc, shot a 6-gun, or roped a steer. As a matter of fact, he's the man who taught broncos to buck, who invented the 6-shooter and considered the lariat one of his unimportant inventions.
Oh, no. Wait a minute, Roy.
Now, you wait a minute, miss. Accuse Roy here of exaggerating. But, Roy, anybody knows the 6-gun was invented by Samuel Colt.
That, Vern, is just a rumor. The 6-gun was definitely invented by Pecos Bill.
Pecos Bill? Never heard of it.
Female tenderfoot. Bah. But who was Pecos Bill, Roy? He sounds as fantastic as this whole character here.
He's much more so, Vern. Pecos Bill is the most fantastic character the imaginations of thousands of cowboys ever dreamed up. And if you'll all just make yourselves comfortable, Porter Hall and I will tell you plenty about it. Now, I'm not saying that Pecos Bill is dead even today. To be honest, I don't know if Bill was ever born. They say he was born in Texas. He was quite a baby, weighed 73 pounds, and stood more than 4 feet tall. He got lost out on the prairie one day and didn't have anybody to play with, so Bill wound up living and playing with the coyotes. Well, just about Bill's 9th birthday, the cowboy who'd wandered off the trail came upon Bill just as big as having.
Hey there, son. What you doing? Playing, Carnation. Don't you use your eyes. Can't you see them rattling? Now, hold on. That ain't fair. One younger like you get only 2 pairs? Let up on this thing.
Well, I don't like to be picking on somebody who ain't inside, but shucks, there ain't more than 2 pairs left around these parts. Get the blade too rough. Most of them die of busted neck.
Well, what God bless you doing out here in these hills anyhow? Running around shameless like that with clothes on your body.
Oh, don't you know us coyotes don't wear no clothes?
You been chewing loco weed, youngster? You ain't no coyote. You're a human being.
I ain't no human being. I'm a regular natural-born coyote. Don't I live with them varmints? Don't I talk to them? Don't I howl like them? Ain't I got fleas?
Now, looky here, Button. There ain't no proof you're a varmint. Why, sakes alive. Ain't a human being in these parts that don't howl and ain't got feet.
Well, don't you call me no human being.
Well, that's what you are. Look, ain't every varmint you ever seen got a tail?
Why, sure, all varmints got tails. That's natural.
Down shooting it is. Then if you're a varmint, where's your tail? Well,
God bless it, you're right. You're right. I ain't got no tail.
Of course you ain't. You're not a varmint at all. You're a human being.
I don't want to be no human being. I don't want to be no human being.
Now, looky here, fella. You is a human being. And it's my duty as another human being to take you back to civilization.
Well, that's just about the time that Texas started to make its place in the world. Just when pigs Bill was dragged back to civilization. What with eating regular, Bill started to grow. And inside of a year, Bill was more than 8 feet tall and weighed better than a half a ton. Bill was lazy and hated to work.
Oh, what kind of work did Texas Bill do?
Almost any kind of ranching, Pat. Open, branding, and, well, you know, when he'd do the branding, he'd do it with his bare hand. He'd just grab a yearling, tuck it under his arm, and stuff his ears up so he wouldn't hear the cat's fall. You know, Bill was kind of soft-hearted.
You mean he wasn't tough, Roy? He wasn't a bad man?
A bad man? Pat Texas Bill was so bad that he killed off everybody in his part of Texas that had enough spunk to stand up to him. Then he got so tired of the peace and quiet that he finally started heading west. Well, he finally run into an old fella and stopped him.
Howdy, stranger. Hey, can you direct me to some place where I might find myself a real man? You know, the kind what takes a real joy in a killing. Well, just keep hitting up the champion about 200 miles. Find the right enough. Yes, sir, you sure will. Oh, thanks, old-timer. Bakersfield is much obliged. Yes, sir, you did. Bakersfield's my name. Easy, right? Come get out of here. Get it there. He's really in a hurry. I wonder what took the old goat so long.
All right, for goodness sakes, don't stop there. What did Texas Bill do? Did he go to 200 miles of
Well, yes and no, Pat. You see, old Bill turned his horse and started, but after riding only about 20 miles, the doggone horse stubbed his toe on a cottonwood tree and busted his leg. Well, all Bill could do was follow the toe to the wind. Covered his eyes with one hand and pulled out his rifle, which he used as a pistol, aimed at the
hauled up my catamount and walked over to the cook bar.
nothing but 6 quarts left. Well, I'll start on those. Well, ain't so bad, but they make me thirsty. Give me that coffee pot.
Look out, stranger. That pot is a boiling.
Shut up! There. Now, someone hand me that porcupine to wipe my mouth on and we get down to business.
What is your business, partner?
Who's boss of this gang? That's what I want to know. Who's boss around here?
Stranger I was, but you be.
Later, someone bet him he couldn't ride a cyclone. Well, Bill was the kind of fella no one was there, so he went back to Kansas and waited for a twister, and when one came along, why, he climbed the boat.
And was he killed, Roy? I mean, did the cyclone throw him?
A legendary character like that, why, not at all, Vern. By the time that twister crossed Colorado, he had it as tame as a lamb. But then he got a little bit overconfident. He put himself a cigarette, and when he couldn't find any matches, he reached up and grabbed a piece of pork and lighted it.
Oh, I see, Roy. And the lightning electrocuted him?
Shucks, no, Pat, but it tickled him and got him to laughing so much he didn't look where he was going, so he stepped off the cyclone and dropped 97 miles to earth.
Oh, Roy, that doesn't seem possible.
But it happened, Vern. Where Bill landed, he went so much and fell so far that he knocked the earth 150 feet below sea level. Folks called the place where he landed Death Valley, because they figured he'd never survive such a bump. Fact is, I was surprised as you were when Pecos Bill walked in here tonight.
It's the whole Goodyear gang, led by Roy Rogers, the king of the cowboys, in Skies Are Bluer.
Skies are bluer in Oklahoma, Oklahoma, where my heart lies. Songs are newer in Oklahoma, Oklahoma, as the crow flies.
That's where the yellow corn is brighter and cotton's whiter than snow.
Just listen to the feet a-swaying, it sounds like it's saying hello. Bells are ringing and boys are singing, oil is gushing and the folks are rushing out to Oklahoma, USA. Skies are bluer in Oklahoma, Oklahoma, where my heart lies. Skies are bluer in Oklahoma, Oklahoma, as the crow flies. That's where the yellow corn is brighter and cotton's whiter than snow. Just listen to the sweetest swaying, it sounds like it's saying hello. Bells are ringing and boys are singing, oil is gushing and the folks are rushing out to Oklahoma, USA. Well, it looks as if our time for tonight is like the water in a stream in the middle of the summer. It's all run out. But we've got more time again next week, and we'd like you all to be back sitting with us at our Goodyear get-together. We have some songs and music, and a little chatter, Western style, and a rip-roaring story about the old days that should please everybody. So till next Tuesday, this is Roy Rogers thanking Porter Hall for appearing with us tonight and saying for the whole gang, goodbye, good luck, and may the good Lord take a liking to you. Don't forget, smiles are made out of the sunshine and the frown from the rain.
Now, this is Vern Smith saying good night for Goodyear, the greatest name in rubber. If you like the songs and stories of the West, don't miss tuning in next Tuesday. Same station you're tuned to now, same time of the day on your clock, when Goodyear will bring you another get-together with Bob Nolan and the Sons of the Pioneers, Pat Friday, Bar Brothers, Harry Botkin and his orchestra, and starring the king of the cowboys, Roy Rogers.
Rogers' program was transcribed. This is VE Day. Don't forget to buy another bond. A war half won is a job half done. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Welcome to this Walden Tapes program, part of a series of classic and contemporary science fiction and fantasy adapted on cassette. In Arthur C. Clarke's well-known story Rendezvous with Rama, an immense UFO is propelled through outer space towards Earth. When a team of astronauts contacts the intruder, which is codenamed Rama, they discover that it is an ancient, self-contained world.
By the year 2130, the Mars-based radars were discovering new asteroids at the rate of a dozen a day. The Space Guard computers automatically calculated their orbits and stored the information in their own enormous memories. The object, first catalogued as 31/439, according to the year and the order of its discovery, was detected while it was still outside the orbit of Jupiter. There was nothing unusual about its location, but a first radar contact at such a distance was unprecedented. Clearly, 31/439 must be of exceptional size. From the strength of the echo, the computers deduced a diameter of at least 40 kilometers. It was not traveling on a normal asteroidal path, along an ellipse which it retraced with clockwork precision every few years. It was a lonely wanderer among the stars, making its first and last visit to the solar system, for it was moving so swiftly that the gravitational field of the sun could never capture it. It would flash inward past the orbits of Jupiter, Mars, Earth, Venus, and Mercury, gaining speed as it did so, until it rounded the sun and headed out once again into the unknown. It was at this point that the computers started flashing their "we have something interesting" sign, and for the first time, 31/439 came to the attention of human beings. There was a brief flurry of excitement at Space Guard headquarters, and the interstellar vagabond was quickly dignified by a name instead of a mere number. Long ago, the astronomers had exhausted Greek and Roman mythology. Now they were working through the Hindu pantheon, and so 31/439 was christened Rama. For a few days, the news media made a fuss over the visitor, but because only two facts were known about it, its unusual orbit and its approximate size, the world soon forgot about Rama. But the astronomers did not. Their excitement grew with the passing months as the new asteroid presented them with more and more puzzles. First of all, there was the problem of Rama's light curve. All known asteroids showed a variation in their brilliance, waxing and waning in a period of a few hours, an inevitable result of their spin and their irregular shape. Rama showed no such changes. Either it was not spinning at all, or it was perfectly symmetrical. Both explanations seemed unlikely. There the matter rested for several months. An astronomer with access to the far side 200-meter reflector made the discovery. The sunlight reflected from Rama showed a very small variation. Rama was spinning. But whereas the normal day for an asteroid was several hours, Rama's was only 4 minutes. At its equator, this tiny world must be spinning at more than 1,000 kilometers an hour. An object 40 kilometers across, with a rotation period of only 4 minutes. Where did that fit into the astronomical scheme of things? Perhaps Rama was a dead sun, a collapsed star, a madly spinning sphere of neutronium, every cubic centimeter weighing billions of tons. But Rama could not possibly be made of condensed matter. No star-sized mass could penetrate so deeply into the solar system without producing disturbances that would have betrayed it long ago. No, it was utterly impossible for an object as massive as a dead sun to sneak up unobserved. In a way, it was a pity. An encounter with a dark star would have been quite exciting. while it lasted. The extraordinary meeting of the Space Advisory Council was brief and stormy. The question before the Council was straightforward enough. There was no doubt that Rama was an unusual object, but was it an important one? In a few months it would be gone forever, so there was little time in which to act. A space probe soon to be launched from Mars to go beyond Neptune could be modified and set on a high-speed trajectory to meet Rama. There was no hope of a rendezvous, for the two bodies would pass each other at 200,000 kilometers an hour. Rama would be observed intensively for only a few minutes, and in real close-up for less than a second. But with the right instrumentation, that would be long enough to settle many questions. 3 months later, the space probe was launched from Phobos, the inner moon of Mars. The first images from 10,000 kilometers away brought to a halt the activities of all mankind. No one could pretend any longer that Rama was a natural object. Its body was a cylinder, geometrically perfect and 50 kilometers long. The two ends were quite flat, apart from some small structures at the center of one face, and were 20 kilometers across. Rama looked almost comically like an ordinary domestic boiler, dull, drab-gray, and completely devoid of markings. The images from the other cameras added nothing new. However, the trajectories their pods traced through Rama's minute gravitational field gave one other vital piece of information: the mass of the cylinder. It was far too light to be a solid body. To nobody's great surprise, it was clear that Rama must be hollow. The long-hoped-for, long-feared encounter had come at last. Mankind was about to receive the first visitor from the stars. Commander Norton remembered those first TV transmissions, which he'd replayed so many times during the final minutes of the rendezvous. But there was one thing no electronic image could possibly convey, and that was Rama's overwhelming size. He'd never received such an impression when landing on a natural body like the Moon or Mars. Those were worlds, and one expected them to be big. His judgment was wholly altered by the fact that this was an artifact, millions of times heavier than anything that man had ever put into space. Norton had looked long and hard at the northern face of Rama in choosing the point of touchdown. After much thought, he decided to avoid the clearly marked circular disc that was centered on the pole. He had a strong suspicion that this must be the outer seal of an enormous airlock. It was the logical place for the main entrance, and he thought it might be unwise to block the front door with his own vessel. But if Endeavour touched down even a few meters from the axis, Rama's rapid spin would start his ship slithering across the polar plane, gaining speed at 1,000 kilometers an hour. Fortunately, Rama's designers had provided an answer. Equally spaced around the polar axis were 3 low pillbox-shaped structures, about 10 meters in diameter. If Endeavour touched down between any two of these, the centrifugal drift would fetch her up against them, and she would be held firmly in place.
Contact in 15 seconds,
said Calvin. The gray pillboxes drifted slowly upward outside the control port. Commander Norton had wondered what he would say at this moment. But now that it was upon him, history chose his words, and he spoke almost automatically.
Rama base. Endeavour has landed.
Endeavour and Rama were heading sunward like a single body. In 40 days, they would reach perihelion and pass within 20 million kilometers of the sun. That was too close for comfort. Long before then, Endeavour would have to use her remaining fuel to nudge herself into a safer orbit. The crew would have perhaps 3 weeks of exploring time before they parted from Rama forever. Rama was silent as a tomb. No electrical currents, no radioactivity. It was almost ominously quiet. One might have expected that even an asteroid would be noisier. On the first EVA, Norton took only one companion, Lieutenant Commander Carl Mercer, his tough and resourceful life support officer. The nearest pillbox was only 10 meters from the airlock, and Norton's first concern was to check the circular structure to determine its purpose. He traveled only a few meters when he came across an interruption in the smooth, apparently metallic wall. 6 radial grooves, or sluts, were deeply recessed in the metal, and lying in them were 6 crossed bars, like the spokes of a rimless wheel. He noticed that there were deeper recesses at the ends of the spokes, nicely shaped to accept a clutching hand. Claw? Tentacle? He took hold and pulled. Smooth as silk, the wheel slid out of the wall. He grasped 2 opposing spokes of the windlass and braced his feet against the ground. There was no resistance. The wheel rotated almost effortlessly to a full circle. Then, half a meter away, the curving wall of the pillbox started to move, like a slowly opening clamshell. A few particles of dust, driven by wisps of escaping air, streamed outward like dazzling diamonds as the brilliant sunlight caught them. The road to Rama lay open. The Rama Committee met at the United Planet headquarters on the Moon. 7 colleagues, each representing one of the members of the United Planets, were all present, as were specialists who had been co-opted to the committee. Dr. Bose had been born on Earth and had not emigrated to Mars until he was 30, so he felt that he could view the political situation fairly dispassionately. Professor Davidson was an old acquaintance. The exobiologist, Carlisle Pereira, was another obvious choice. So was Dennis Solomons, the science historian. Bose was slightly less happy about the presence of Conrad Taylor, the celebrated anthropologist who had made his reputation by uniquely combining scholarship and eroticism in his study of puberty rights in late 20th century Beverly Hills. No one, however, could possibly have disputed the right of Sir Lewis Sands to be on the committee. A man whose knowledge was matched only by his urbanity, Sir Lewis was reputed to lose his composure only when called the Arnold Toynbee of his age. Dr. Bose, His Excellency the Ambassador from Mars to the United Planets, called his wandering thoughts to order and said,
Gentlemen, the committee is now assembled to deal with a unique situation. The directive that the Secretary General has given us is to evaluate that situation and to advise Commander Norton when necessary.
This Commander Norton, said Sir Robert McKay, the ambassador from Earth, has a tremendous responsibility. What sort of person is he? I can answer that, said Professor Davidson. His fingers flew over the keyboard of his memory pad. He frowned at the screenful of information and started to make an instant synopsis. William Singh Norton, born 2077, Brisbane, Oceania. Educated Sydney, Bombay, Houston. Then 5 years at Astrograd, specializing in propulsion. Commissioned in 2102, rose through usual ranks, lieutenant on the 3rd Persephone expedition. Distinguished himself during 15th attempt to establish base on Venus. Exemplary record. Dual citizenship, Earth and Mars. Wife and 1 child in Brisbane. Wife and 2 in Port Lowell, with option on 3rd. Wife? Asked Taylor innocently. No, child, of course, snapped the professor before he caught the grin on the other's face. Appointed commanding officer, Solar Survey Research Vessel, Endeavour. First voyage to retrograde satellites of Jupiter. Now that was a tricky one. The record proves only that he is competent, objected the ambassador from Mercury. How will he react in a novel situation like this? The historian, Sir Lewis Sands, cleared his throat. If Rama is dead, or unoccupied, and so far all the evidence suggests that it is, Norton is in the position of an archaeologist discovering the ruins of an extinct culture. The danger is minimal. Sir Robert interjected. We still have the possibility of an active, inhabited Rama. An encounter between 2 cultures is almost invariably disastrous for one or for both parties. The argument had reached the takeoff point and was now self-sustaining. Bose sat back in his chair, said little, and waited for a consensus to emerge. It was just as he had predicted. Everyone agreed that once he had opened the first door, it was inconceivable that Commander Norton should not open the second. if his wives ever compared his videograms. Commander Norton thought with more amusement than concern. It would involve him in a lot of extra work. Sorry, I'm a day late with his transmission, said Norton. But I've been away from the ship for the last 30 hours, believe it or not. Don't be alarmed. Everything's going perfectly. It's taken us 2 days, but we're almost through the airlock complex. We could have done it in a couple of hours if we'd known what we do now, but we took no chances. Sent remote cameras ahead and cycled all the locks a dozen times to make sure they wouldn't seize up behind us after we'd gone through. The Ramans really made sure of things. There are 3 of these cylinder locks, one after the other, just inside the outer hull and below the entry pillbox. And that's only the beginning. The final lock opens into a straight corridor, almost half a kilometer long. It looks clean and tidy like everything else we've seen. These people seem to have done everything in 3s. We're in the final lock chamber now, waiting for the okay from Earth before we go through. The interior of Rama is only a few meters away. I'll be a lot happier when the suspense is over. You know, back at the beginning of the 20th century, an archaeologist found the tomb of an Egyptian king, the first one that hadn't been looted by robbers. I feel a bit like he must have. Perhaps this place is also a tomb. It seems more and more likely. Even now, there's still not the slightest sign or hint of any activity. Well, tomorrow we should know. Norton switched the recorder to hold. By the time they saw these images and heard these words, he would be inside Rama, for better or for worse. No one had spoken over the radio circuits for at least 5 minutes. Mercer had simply given the OK sign and had waved him toward the open tunnel. Norton flicked on the beam of his flashlight, triggered his jets, and drifted slowly down the short corridor, trailing his safety line behind him. Only seconds later, he was inside. Inside what? All before him was total darkness. Not a glimmer of light was reflected back from the beam. He drifted slowly through the darkness until the momentum dampened at the end of the safety line braked him gently to a halt. He swept the beam of the flashlight down from the nothingness ahead to examine the surface from which he had emerged. He might have been hovering over the center of a small crater. On either side rose a complex of terraces and ramps, all geometrically precise and obviously artificial. About 100 meters away, he could see the exits of the other 2 airlock systems, identical to this one. And that was all. There was nothing particularly exotic or alien about the scene. In fact, it bore a considerable resemblance to an abandoned mine. He reported to his anxiously waiting companions.
I'm sending out the flare. 2-minute delay.
Even the millions of candle power of the flare could not light up the whole of this enormous cavity. He was at one end of a hollow cylinder at least 10 kilometers wide. From his viewpoint at the central axis, he could see a mass of detail on the curving walls surrounding him. All around him, the terrace slopes of crater rose up until they merged into the solid wall that rimmed the sky. Oh, that impression was false. He must discard the instincts both of Earth and of space and reorientate himself to a new system of coordinates. He was not at the lowest point of this strange inside-out world, but the highest. From here, all directions were down, not up. If he moved away from the central axis, toward the curving wall, gravity would steadily increase. When he reached the inside surface of the cylinder, he could stand upright on it at any point, feet toward the stars, and head toward the center of the spinning drum. The concept was familiar enough. Since the earliest dawn of spaceflight, centrifugal force had been used to simulate gravity. It was only the scale of this application that was so overwhelming. The tube of landscape that enclosed it was modeled with areas of light and shade that could have been forests, fields, frozen lakes, or towns. The distance and the fading illumination of the flare made identification impossible. Narrow lines that could be highways, canals, or well-trained rivers formed a faintly visible geometric network. And far along the cylinder, at the very limit of vision, was a band of deeper darkness. It formed a complete circle, ringing the interior of this world, and Norton suddenly recalled the myth of Oceanus, the sea that the ancients believed surrounded the earth. Here, perhaps, was an even stranger sea, not circular, but cylindrical. Before it became frozen in the interstellar night, did it have waves and tides and currents? And fish. The flare died. The moment of revelation was over. On Moon, the members of the Rama Committee relaxed, then started to examine the maps and photographs spread in front of them. Commander Norton's voice added a dimension no pictures could convey.
We have now launched 5 long delay flares down the axis of the cylinder, and so have a good photo coverage of its full length. All the main features are mapped. We've given them provisional names. The interior cavity is 50 kilometers long and 16 wide. The two ends are bowl-shaped with rather complicated geometrics. We've called ours the Northern Hemisphere and are establishing our first base here at the axis. Radiating from the central hub, 3 ladders almost a kilometer long all lead to a ring-shaped plateau. From that, 3 enormous stairways go all the way down to the plane. If you imagine an umbrella with only 3 ribs equally spaced, I have a good idea of this endorama. The stairways, we call them alpha, beta, gamma, aren't continuous but break in 5 more circular terraces. We estimate there must be between 20 and 30,000 steps. The southern hemisphere looks quite different. It has no stairways and no flat central hub. Instead, there's a huge spike, kilometers long, jutting along the axis with 6 smaller ones around it. The cylindrical section between the 2 bowls we call the central plane. It may seem crazy to use the word plane to describe something so obviously curved, but it will appear flat to us when we get down there. The most striking feature of the central plane is the 10-kilometer wide dark band running completely around it at the halfway line. It looks like ice, so we've christened it the cylindrical sea. Right out in the middle, there's a large oval island, about 10 kilometers long and 3 wide, and covered with tall structures. Because it reminds us of old Manhattan, we call it New York. Yet I don't think it's a city. It seems more like an enormous factory or chemical processing plant. But there are some cities, at least 6 of them. If they were built for human beings, they could each hold about 50,000 people. We call them Rome, Peking, Paris, Moscow, London, Tokyo. We've 4,000 square kilometers to explore and only a few weeks to do it. I wonder if we'll ever learn the answer to the 2 mysteries that have been haunting me ever since we got inside. Who were they? And what went wrong?
Mr. Ambassador, Dr. Carlisle Pereira began, I think what we have here is a space ark. It is an old idea in the field of exobiology. Some writers suggested that these space arcs should be built in the form of concentric spheres. Others proposed hollow spinning cylinders so that centrifugal force would provide artificial gravity, exactly what we found in Rama. We now have a very precise determination of its orbit and its velocity. We expected that it would be coming from the direction of a nearby star, but that isn't the case at all. It's more than 200,000 years since Rama passed any star. If our present theories of stellar evolution are correct, this star could never have had life-bearing planets. So Rama has been cruising through space for at least 200,000 years, and perhaps for more than 1 million. Now it's cold and dark and apparently dead, and I think I know why. No closed ecology can be 100% efficient. There is always waste, loss, some degradation of the environment and buildup of pollutants. It may take billions of years to poison and wear out the planet, but it will happen in the end. Rama is a ship that exhausted its provisions before it reached its goal. Well, I don't pretend to understand what form of automatic guidance is still operating, steering Rama ages after its builders die. And they are dead. Must take my reputation on that. All the samples we've taken from the interior are absolutely sterile. For my part, I'm sorry. It would have been wonderful to have met another intelligent species. But at least we have answered one ancient question. We are not alone. The stars will never again be the same to us. Commander Norton was sorely tempted. But as captain, his first duty was to his ship. His second officer, Lieutenant Commander Mercer, was the obvious choice to head the initial probe. The authority on life support systems, Carl Mercer had written some of the standard textbooks on the subject. Given Mercer, that automatically selected the next man, his inseparable companion, Lieutenant Joe Calvert. Years ago, Mercer and Calvert had established an apparently stable liaison, so much so that they'd shared a wife back on Earth who had borne each of them a child. 2 men were not enough for an exploring team. Long ago, it had been found that 3 was the optimum, for if 1 man was lost, 2 might still escape, or a single survivor would be doomed. After a good deal of thought, Norton had chosen Technical Sergeant Willard Myron, a mechanical genius who could make anything work. They drifted through the last airlock and floated out along the weightless axis of Rama. There was no reason to choose one ladder rather than another. That nearest to airlock Alpha had been selected purely as a matter of convenience. Mercer grasped the first rung and gently propelled himself along the ladder. Movement was as easy as swimming along the seabed. Easy, in fact, for there was no backward drag of water. In his earphones, he could hear the regular breathing of his 2 companions. It did not take Mercer long to discover that it was impossible at this 1/20th of the gravity level to walk down the stairway in the normal manner. The only practical way was to ignore the steps and to use the handrail to pull oneself downward. None of them would admit it, but they all felt like boys again, sliding down the banisters. Mercer glanced up toward the hub of Rama, almost 2 kilometers above him. The little glow of light and the tiny figures silhouetted against it seemed horribly far away.
There's no change of temperature,
he reported to Norton.
still just below freezing, but the air pressure is up. Even with this low oxygen content, it's almost breathable. Farther down, there'll be no problems at all. In fact, I'm going to take a sniff.
Mercer equalized pressure, unlatched the securing clip of his helmet, and opened it a crack. The air of Rama was dead and musty, as if from a tomb so ancient that the last trace of physical corruption had disappeared ages ago. Mercer could detect no recognizable odors. He sealed the helmet again. Even a mountaineer acclimatized to the summit of Everest would die quickly here. But a few kilometers farther down, it would be a different matter.
We're coming back, Skipper.
He reported.
There's no reason to go farther until we're ready to go all the way.
Some women, Commander Norton had decided long ago, should not be allowed aboard ship. Weightlessness did things to their breasts that were too damn distracting. It was bad enough when they were motionless, but when they started to move and sympathetic vibrations set in, it was more than any warm-blooded male should be asked to take. He was quite sure that at least one serious space accident had been caused by acute crew distraction after the transit of an unholstered lady officer through the control cabin. He once mentioned this theory to Surgeon Commander Laura Ernst, without revealing who had inspired his particular train of thought. There was no need. They knew each other much too well. On Earth, years ago, in a moment of mutual loneliness, they'd once made love. Probably they would never repeat the experience, but could one ever be quite sure of that? Yet whenever the well-built surgeon oscillated into the commander's cabin, he felt a fleeting echo of the old passion. She knew that he felt it, and both were happy. "Bill," she began, "I've checked our mountaineers, and here's my verdict. They're in good shape. Based on the assumption that we can dispense with breathing gear below the second level, we need to supply only food and water and thermosuits, and we're in business. Going down will be easy. That should take about an hour. Climbing up is harder to estimate. I'd like to allow 6 hours, including 2 one-hour periods. What about psychological factors? Hard to assess in such a novel environment. Darkness may be the biggest problem." "Thanks, Laura," said Norton. "And that's all I want to know." In the clear, cold atmosphere of Rama, the beam of the searchlight was completely invisible. 3 kilometers down from the central hub, the 100-meter-wide oval of light lay across a section of that colossal stairway. A brilliant oasis in the surrounding darkness, it was sweeping slowly toward the curved plain, still 5 kilometers below. It had been a completely uneventful descent. They had paused briefly at the second level. Here, they had discarded their oxygen gear and reveled in the strange luxury of being able to breathe without mechanical aids. There was only one more section to go. Gravity had reached almost half its terrestrial value. Rama's centrifugal spin was at last exerting its real strength. Normal walking was now acceptable. Norton had once visited the ruins of an Aztec temple, and the feelings he had then experienced now came echoing back to him, amplified 100 times. Here was the same sense of awe and mystery, and the sadness of the irrevocably vanished past. Yet the scale here was so much greater, and of course Rama was hundreds of times older than any structure that had survived on Earth. Yet everything looked absolutely new. There was no sign of wear and tear. Norton looked back along the beam, toward its source up on the axis, more than 8 kilometers away. He knew that the crew at the hub would be watching through the telescope.
"Captain here,"
he reported over the radio.
"Everyone in fine shape. No problems. Proceeding as planned. It's still very cold, below freezing, and quiet. Quieter than anything I've ever known on Earth or in space. Here every sound is swallowed up. The space around us is so enormous that there aren't any echoes. It's weird, but I hope we'll get used to it."
After those interminable stairs, it was a strange luxury to walk once more on a horizontal surface. They might have been walking along a very wide, shallow valley. It was quite impossible to believe that they were really crawling along the inside of a huge cylinder, and that beyond this little oasis of light, the land rose up to meet, no, to become the sky. Though they all felt a sense of confidence and subdued excitement, after a while the almost palpable silence of Rama began to weigh heavily upon them. Every footstep, every word, vanished instantly into the unreverberant void. Their first destination on this initial traverse was a very prominent and rather mysterious feature, which had been christened the Straight Valley. It was a long groove or trench, 40 meters deep and 100 wide, with gently sloping sides. It had been provisionally identified as an irrigation ditch or canal. Like the stairway, it had 2 similar counterparts, equally spaced on the curve of Rama. The 3 valleys were almost 10 kilometers long, and they stopped abruptly just before they reached the sea, which was strange if they were intended to carry water. And on the other side of the sea, the pattern was repeated. 3 more 10-kilometer trenches continued on to the region of the South Pole. Filling the bottom of each was a sheet of flat white material that looked much like ice. With Calvert and Rodrigo acting as anchors and playing out a safety rope, Norton rappelled slowly down the steep incline. When he reached the bottom, he found that this material was some kind of glass or transparent crystal. When he touched it with his fingertips, it was cold hard and unyielding. Norton tried to peer into the crystalline depths, as one might attempt to gaze through the ice of a frozen lake, but he could see nothing. This stuff was translucent, but not transparent. It now seemed most unlikely that this was a canal. It was simply a peculiar trench that stopped and started abruptly, but led nowhere. And if at any time it had carried liquid, where were the stains, the incrustations of dried-up sediment that one would expect? Everything was bright and clean, as if the builders had left only yesterday. Once again, he was face to face with the fundamental mystery of Rama. There was something very odd indeed about a place that was simultaneously brand new and 1,000,000 years old.
What is it, Skipper?
Called Rodrigo.
Have you found something? No.
Norton answered.
There's nothing down here. Haul me up.
I've called this meeting of the committee,
said His Excellency the Ambassador from Mars to the United Planets,
because Dr. Pereira has something important to tell us. He insists that we get in touch with Commander Norton right away.
According to our latest information, Pereira began, one party is now on its way to the cylindrical sea, while Commander Norton has another group setting up a supply base at the foot of Stairway Alpha. I would advise an immediate alert and a preparation for total withdrawal at 12 hours' notice. Let me explain. Rama is now well inside the orbit of Venus, yet the interior is still frozen. The reason, of course, is that Rama has not had time to warm up. It must have cooled down to near absolute zero while it was in interstellar space. Now, as it approaches the sun, the outer hull is already as hot as molten lead. But the inside will stay cold until the heat works its way through that kilometer of rock. There's some kind of a fancy dessert with a hot exterior and ice cream in the middle. I don't remember what it's called.
Baked Alaska. It's a favorite of UP banquets, unfortunately.
Thank you, Sir Robert. That's the situation in Rama at the moment, but it won't last. All these weeks, the solar heat has been working its way through, and we can expect a sharp temperature rise to begin in a few hours. That's not the problem, however.
Then what's the difficulty?
No, I can answer in one word, Mr. Ambassador. Hurricanes. There were now more than 20 men and women inside Rama, 6 of them down on the plane, the rest ferrying equipment and expendables through the airlock system and down the stairway. The ship itself was almost deserted. The first party to head for the cylindrical sea was led by Surgeon Commander Laura Ernst, with backup members Boris Rodrigo and Sergeant Peter Rousseau. At last, far ahead, at the limits of the now weakening beam, they could see that the plane in which they were walking came to an abrupt stop. They were nearing the edge of the sea. From the level of the plane to that of the sea, if it was a sea, was a sheer straight drop of 50 meters. But for what conceivable reason was the cliff on the southern shore 500 meters high, instead of the 50 here? From their vantage point, it was possible for the first time to appreciate the curvature of Rama. But no one had ever seen a frozen lake bent upward into a cylindrical surface. That was distinctively unsettling. And out there, beyond their distorted shadows and the outer limit of the beam, lay the idol that dominated the cylindrical sea.
Hub control.
Prince Radio.
Please speak to New York.
The night of Rama fell suddenly upon them as the oval of light went sliding out to sea and the towers of New York sprang into view. The resemblance to old-time Manhattan was only superficial. The real New York, like all of man's habitations, had never been finished, still less had it been designed. This place, however, had an overall symmetry and pattern. It had been conceived by some controlling intelligence, and then it had been completed, like a machine devised for some specific purpose. The beam of the searchlight slowly tracked along those distant towers and domes and interlocked spheres and crisscrossed tubes. But there was nothing that they could see here that was not already shown in greater detail on photographs taken from the hub. After a few minutes, they called for the light to return to them and began to walk eastward along the edge of the cliff towards a flight of steps leading down to the sea. Dr. Ernst got Commander Norton's permission to descend. A minute later, she was cautiously testing the surface of the sea. Her foot slithered almost frictionlessly back and forth. The material felt exactly like ice. It was ice. When she struck it with her hammer, a familiar pattern of cracks radiated from the impact point, and she had no difficulty in collecting as many pieces as she wished. Some had already melted when she held up the sample holder to the light. She took a cautious sniff. It's water, but I wouldn't care to drink it. It smells like an algae culture that's gone bad. I can hardly wait to get it to the lab. Dr. Ernst held up the small sample bottle and tried it. Let's head for home. They turned toward the distant lights of the hub, moving with the gentle, loping strides that had proved the most comfortable means of walking under this reduced gravity. Often they looked back, drawn by the hidden enigma of the island out there in the center of the frozen sea. And just once, Dr. Ernst thought she felt the faint suspicion of a breeze against her cheek. It did not come again, and she quickly forgot about it. With a little imagination, Norton told himself he could pretend this was an improvised night camp at the foot of some mountain in a remote region of Asia or America. Excuse me, Skipper. Priority from Earth. Norton took the message from the sergeant and scanned it quickly just to satisfy himself that it was not immediate. Then he wrote it again, more slowly. What the devil was the Rama Committee? And why had he never heard of it? Mission Control had done a good job of protection and would not have forwarded this message unless it was considered important. 200-kilometer winds. Probably sudden onset. Well, that was something to think about. But it was hard to take it too seriously on this utterly calm night. Norton lifted a hand to brush aside his hair, which had somehow fallen into his eyes again. Then it froze, the gesture uncompleted. He had felt a trace of wind. Several times in the last hour. It was so slight that he'd completely ignored it. Norton stared silently out into the night of Rama. It was no longer unbroken, for at two spots about 4 kilometers away, the faint patches of exploring parties could be clearly seen. In an emergency, I can recall them within the hour, Norton told himself, and that surely should be good enough. He turned to the sergeant. Take this message. Rama Committee, care of PlanetCom. Appreciate your advice and will take precautions. Please specify meaning of phrase, sudden onset. Respectfully, Norton, Commander, Endeavor. It was not easy to sleep. The darkness and the mysteries it concealed were oppressive, but even more unsettling was the silence. During this night, Norton kept straining his ears into the darkness, and he knew what he was listening for. But though a faint breeze did caress his face from time to time, there was no sound that could possibly be taken for that of a distant rising wind. Not even a hurricane could have created the sound that did wake Norton, and the whole camp, in a single instant, it seemed that the sky was falling, or that Rama had split open and was tearing itself apart. First there was a rending crack, then a long, drawn-out series of crystalline crashes, like a million glass houses being demolished. It lasted for minutes, though it seemed like hours. 8 kilometers overhead, on the axis of Rama, the searchlight began to swing its beam out across the plain. It reached the edge of the sea, then started to track along it, scanning around the interior of the world. A quarter of the way around the cylindrical surface, it stopped. Up there in the sky, or what the mind still persisted in calling the sky, something extraordinary was happening. At first, it seemed to Norton that the sea was boiling. A huge area, kilometers across, was in turbulent movement. It was changing color. A broad bank of white was marching across the ice. Suddenly, a slab, perhaps a quarter of a kilometer on a side, began to tilt upward like an opening door. Slowly and majestically, it reared into the sky, glittering and sparkling in the beam of the searchlight. Then it slid back and vanished beneath the surface, while a tidal wave of foaming water raced outward in all directions. Not until then did Norton fully realize what was happening. The ice was breaking up. The sea was thawing from beneath as the solar heat seeped through the hull of Rama. Day by day, the strain had been building up. Now the bank of ice that encircled the equator of Rama was collapsing, like a bridge that had lost its central pier. It was splintering into hundreds of floating islands, which would crash and jostle into each other until they too melted. The tumult was swiftly subsiding. A temporary stalemate had been reached in the war between ice and water. In a few hours, as the temperature continued to rise, the water would win, and the last vestiges of ice would disappear. But in the long run, ice would be the victor, as Rama rounded the sun and set forth once more into the interstellar night. Spring had been a little late, Norton told himself, but winter had ended. And there was that breeze again, stronger than ever. Rama had given him enough warnings. It was time to go. As he neared the halfway mark, Norton once again felt gratitude to the darkness that concealed the view above and below. Though he knew that more than 10,000 steps still lay ahead of him, he could picture the steeply ascending curve in his mind's eye. The fact that he could see only a small portion of it made the prospect more bearable. He felt sick at heart at the failure of his mission, and even now hoped that this was only a temporary retreat. When they reached the hub, they could wait until any atmospheric disturbances had ceased. Presumably there would be a dead calm there, as at the center of a cyclone, and they could wait out the expected storm in safety. Norton had just begun the last vertical kilometer when he realized that something was wrong. The light shining on the vertical surface immediately in front of his eyes was the wrong color, and much too bright. Norton did not even have time to check his ascent or to call a warning to his men. Everything happened in less than a second, and a soundless concussion of light, dawn burst upon Rama. The light was so brilliant that for a full minute Norton had to keep his eyes clenched tightly shut. Then he risked opening them and turned slowly to behold the dawn. He could endure this sight for only a few seconds. Then he was forced to close his eyes again. It was not the glare that was intolerable. He could grow accustomed to that. But the awesome spectacle of Rama, now seen for the first time in its entirety. He took several deep breaths. Then, still keeping his eyes closed, he switched on his radio. He hoped his voice sounded calm and authoritative as he called,
Captain here. Is everyone okay?
As he checked off the names one by one and received answers, even if somewhat tremulous ones, from everybody, his own confidence and self-control came swiftly back to him.
Keep your eyes closed until you're quite sure you can take it,
he called.
The view is overwhelming. If anyone finds that it's too much, keep on climbing without looking back. Remember, you'll soon be at zero gravity, so you can't possibly fall.
When he felt quite comfortable, he opened his eyes and slowly turned to face Rama. And now he understood the purpose of those mysterious trenches. They were nothing less than gigantic strip lights. Rama had 6 linear suns symmetrically ranged around its interior. From each, a broad fan of light was aimed across the central axis to shine upon the far side of the world. Who or what had switched on the lights of Rama? By the most sensitive tests that man could apply to it, this world was sterile. But now something was happening that could not be explained by the action of natural forces. There might not be life here, but there could be consciousness, awareness. Robots might be waking after a sleep of eons. With calm determination, Norton began a careful inventory of everything he saw. It seemed most practical to imagine that he was at the bowl-shaped bottom of a gigantic well, 16 kilometers wide and 50 deep. He could pretend that the scattered towns and cities were all securely fixed to the towering walls, but what was quite unacceptable was the cylindrical sea. There it was, halfway up the well shaft, a band of water wrapped completely around it. There could be no doubt that it was water. It was a vivid blue, flecked with brilliant sparkles from the few remaining ice floes. But a vertical sea forming a complete circle 20 kilometers up in the sky was an unsettling phenomenon. That was when his mind switched the scene through 90 degrees. Instantly, the deep well became a long tunnel, capped at each end. He looked at his chronometer. The pause had lasted only 2 minutes, but it had seemed a lifetime. Exerting barely enough effort to overcome his inertia and the fading gravitational field, he started to pull himself slowly up the last 100 meters of the ladder. Just before he entered the airlock and turned his back upon Rama, he made one final swift survey of the interior. It had changed. Even in the last few minutes, a mist was rising from the sea. Ghostly white columns started to dissolve in a swirl of turbulence as the uprushing air tried to jettison its excess velocity. The trade winds of this cylindrical world were beginning to etch their patterns in its sky. The first tropical storm in unknown ages was about to break. It was the first time in weeks that every member of the Rama committee had made himself available. The chairman had fully expected Dr. Pereira to be dogmatically assertive now that his prediction of a Raman hurricane had been confirmed. The exobiologist was, in fact, deeply mortified. The spectacular breakup of the cylindrical sea was a much more obvious phenomenon than the hurricane winds, yet he had completely overlooked it.
The return is imperative,
said the ambassador for Mercury.
We have to learn everything we possibly can about Rama. The situation has not changed completely. Until now, we have assumed that Rama is lifeless, or at any rate uncontrolled. But we can no longer pretend that it is a derelict. Even if there are no life forms on board, it may be directed by robot mechanisms, programmed to carry out some mission. Perhaps one highly disadvantageous to us. Unpalatable though it may be, we must consider the question of self-defense. Where the future of the human race is involved, we can take no chances. Before we know what action to take, we must have the facts. We know the geography of Rama, but we have no idea of its capabilities. And the key to the whole problem is this. Does Rama have a propulsion system? Can it change orbit? I would be very interested in Dr. Pereira's views.
We have given the subject a good deal of thought, answered the exobiologist. If it does have onboard propulsion, we found no trace of it. Certainly there are no rocket exhausts or anything similar anywhere on the outer shell. I am reasonably sure of this. If Rama does have a propulsion system, it's something completely outside our present knowledge. In fact, it would have to be the fabulous space drive people have been talking about for 200 years. If we can prove that Rama has a space drive, even if we learn nothing about its mode of operation, that would be a major discovery. What is a space drive? Asked the ambassador from Earth. Any kind of propulsion system, Sir Robert, that doesn't work on the rocket principle. Anti-gravity, if it is possible, would do very nicely. At present, we do not know where to look for such a drive, and most scientists doubt it exists.
It doesn't, Professor Davison interjected. Newton settled that. You can't have an action without reaction. Space drives are nonsense. Take it from me.
You may be right, Pereira replied with unusual blandness. The biggest problem would be the water in the cylindrical sea. How would you stop that from... Pereira's voice faded away. Then he made a sudden recovery.
Of course! That explains everything! The higher southern cliff! Now it makes sense!
Suppose we do find that Rama is active and has these capabilities. There is an old saying in military affairs that capability does not imply intention.
How long should we wait to find what its intentions are?
Asked the Hermit.
When we discover them, it may be far too late.
When they re-entered Rama through the final airlock door, Norton was struck first by the change in light. It was no longer harshly blue, but was much more mellow and gentle, reminding him of a bright, hazy day on Earth. The interior of Rama was completely blanketed by clouds, which were lit from within by 6 artificial suns. The locations of the 3 on this northern continent were clearly defined by diffuse strips of light, but those on the far side of the cylindrical sea merged together into a continuous glowing band. It seemed appropriate, on this return visit, to use the team that had made the first deep penetration into Rama. Mercer, Calvert, and Myron, that first time, had descended in cold and darkness. Now they were going toward light and warmth. Mercer cracked his mask open a trifle and took a cautious sniff. For the first time at this altitude, the air was perfectly breathable. The musty, dead smell had gone. Humidity was now an astonishing 80%. Doubtless the thawing of the sea was responsible for this. It was like a summer evening, Mercer thought, on some tropical coast. And why? The increased humidity was no problem. The startling rise in oxygen was much more difficult to explain. In eerie silence, they continued to glide downward through the fog. It was impossible to tell how far they had traveled, but Calvert guessed that they had almost reached the 4th level, when suddenly the cloud ceiling ended as abruptly as it had begun. They shot out into the blinding glare of the Raman day. As far as they could tell, nothing had changed down there on the plain. Mercer was staring thoughtfully at the globe-circling band of the cylindrical sea.
Have you noticed what's happened to the water?
He said.
It's no longer so blue,
said Myron.
I'd call it pea green.
Laura called the sea an organic soup, waiting to be shaken into life. Maybe that's exactly what's happened.
So that's where the oxygens come from.
Rama shot through the anaerobic stage and has got to photosynthetic plants in about 48 hours. I wonder what it'll produce tomorrow.
It was a small raft, constructed from 6 empty storage drums held together by a light metal framework. "We still don't have a name, Skipper. What about it?" said Sergeant Barnes. Norton laughed and became suddenly serious. "I've got one for you. Call it Resolution. That was one of Captain Cook's ships." No one thought it in the least peculiar that an executive sergeant was now taking charge of the proceedings. Ruby Barnes had navigated racing trimarans across the Pacific, and it did not seem likely that a few kilometers of dead calm water would present much of a challenge to her skills. Her crew took their places on the improvised bucket seats, and Ruby opened the throttle. The 20-kilowatt motor started to whir, and the chain drives of the reduction gear blurred. As Resolution hummed steadily forward, it seemed that they were caught in the trough of a gigantic wave, a wave that curved up on either side until it became vertical, then overhung until the 2 flanks met in a liquid arch 16 kilometers above their heads. Despite everything that reason told them, none of the voyagers could for long throw off the impression that at any minute those millions of tons of water would come crashing down from the sky. Yet despite this, their main feeling was one of exhilaration. The water was now alive. Every spoonful contained thousands of spherical, single-celled microorganisms. And although Laura Ernst, now doubling as research scientist and ship's doctor, had proved that they definitely generated oxygen, there were far too few of them to account for the augmentation of Rama's atmosphere. "If you have to swim for it," Dr. Ernst had warned the mariners, "keep your mouths closed. A few drops won't matter if you spit them out right away. But all those weird organometallic salts add up to a fairly poisonous package, and I'd hate to have to work out an antidote." After 20 minutes of steady progress, New York was no longer a distant island. It was now strikingly apparent that the city, like so much of Rama, was triplicated. It consisted of 3 identical circular complexes or superstructures rising from a long oval foundation. The Ramans, it seemed, had brought the art of triple redundancy to a high degree of perfection. Norton was the first to step ashore. It was not a city. It was a machine. Norton had come to that conclusion in 10 minutes and saw no reason to change it after they'd made a complete traverse of the island. The closest analogy to this place that he had ever seen on Earth was a giant chemical processing plant. However, there were no stockpiles of raw materials or any indications of a transport system to move them around.
If this was a factory,
He said at last.
what did it make? And where did it get its raw materials?
The sea was the plausible answer. There could well be buried pipes leading to it. In fact, there must be, for any conceivable chemical plant would require large quantities of water. But he had a suspicion of plausible answers. They were so often wrong. Ravi McAndrews, chief steward, was the last person on the Endeavour who would normally get involved in a technical discussion. His IQ was modest, and his scientific knowledge was minimal, but he was no fool, and he had a natural shrewdness that everyone respected.
Skipper,
He said,
I believe New York is a factory for making ramens.
Somebody, somewhere, snickered, but became quickly silent and did not identify himself.
You know, Ravi,
Said his commander at last,
that theory is crazy enough to be true.
this celestial New York was just about as wide as the island of Manhattan, but its geometry was totally different. There were few straight thoroughfares. It was a maze of short, concentric arcs with radial spokes linking them. It was even harder to get used to the silence here than it had been out on the plain of Rama. A city machine should make some sound, yet there was not even the faintest of electric hums, or the slightest whisper of mechanical motion. Norton could hear nothing except the pounding of his own blood. The machines were sleeping. Would they ever wake again? And for what purpose? When at last they had reached the far side of the city, they looked across the southern branch of the sea. The 500-meter cliff barred them from almost half of Rama. From this angle, it appeared an ominous, forbidding black, and it was easy to think of it as a prison wall surrounding the whole continent. Nowhere along its entire circle were there stairways or any other means of access. It was time to return to the mainland. Lieutenant James Pack was the most junior officer on board Endeavour. He was ambitious and due for promotion. He had also committed a serious breach of regulations. It would be a gamble if he lost. He could be in deep trouble. He would not only be risking his career, he might even be risking his neck. But if he succeeded, he would be a hero. What finally convinced him was the certainty that if he did nothing at all, he would spend the rest of his life brooding over his lost opportunity. Nevertheless, he was still hesitant when he asked Commander Norton for a private meeting. I have an idea, Commander. I know how to reach the southern continent, even the South Pole. I'm listening. How do you propose to do it? By flying there. You know, Commander, that I was in the Lunar Olympics last year. Well, of course. Sorry you didn't win. No, it was bad equipment, and I know what went wrong. I have friends on Mars who've been working on it. The best aerodynamicists in the solar system are on Mars. If you can fly in that atmosphere, you can fly anywhere. Imagine a fully aerobatic flyer in lunar gravity under the Olympic dome. It should create a sensation. Let me see if I follow your train of thought correctly. A sky bike that could enter the Lunar Olympics at a sixth of a gravity would be even more sensational than inside Rama, with no gravity at all. You could fly it right along the axis, from the North Pole to the South, and back again. Yes, easily. The one-way trip would take 3 hours non-stop. But of course you could rest whenever you wanted to, as long as you kept near the axis. All right, Jimmy. Now, purely off the record, how did you smuggle the thing aboard? Recreational stores. It's only 20 kilograms. Some have been only 15, but they were too fragile and usually folded up when they made a turn. There's no danger of Dragonfly doing that. As I said, she's fully aerobatic. Dragonfly. Nice name. So tell me, just how do you plan to use her? Then I can decide whether a promotion or a court-martial is in order. Or both. Dragonfly was certainly a good name. The long tapering wings were almost invisible, except when the light struck them from certain angles and was refracted into rainbow hues. It was as if a soap bubble had been wrapped around a delicate tracery of aerofoil sections. The pilot, who was also the power plant and the guidance system, sat on a tiny seat at the center of gravity in a semi-reclining position to reduce air resistance. Control was by a single stick. Jimmy tested the controls and started to move the foot pedals. The flimsy, broad fan of the air screw, like the wing, a delicate skeleton covered with shimmering film, began to turn. By the time it had made a few revolutions, it had disappeared completely, and Dragonfly was on her way. She lifted straight upward, or outward, from the hub, moving slowly along the axis of Rama. As long as he stayed precisely on the axis, he and Dragonfly would be completely weightless. He could hover effortlessly, or even go to sleep if he wished. But as soon as he moved away from the central line around which Rama spun, the pseudo-weight of the centrifugal force would reappear. He would lose height and, at the same time, gain weight. It would be an accelerating process which could end in catastrophe. The real magnitude of his adventure did not hit Jimmy Pack until he reached the coast of the Cylindrical Sea. Until now, he had been over known territory. Barring a catastrophic structural failure, he could always land and walk back to base in a few hours. That option no longer existed. If he came down in the sea, he would probably drown, quite unpleasantly, in its poisonous waters. And even if he made a safe landing on the southern continent, it might be impossible to rescue him before Endeavour had to break away from Rama's sunward orbit. Yet, if there were no hazards, there would be no achievement, no sense of adventure.
Dragonfly,
said Hub Control.
You're getting a little low. 2,200 meters from the axis.
Thanks, he replied.
I'll gain altitude.
When he reached New York, he flew a circle over it, stopping several times so that his little TV camera could send back steady, vibration-free images. After leaving the island of New York, Jimmy crossed the other half of the sea in only 15 minutes. From above the great cliff that formed the sea's southern limit, he panned the TV camera completely around the circle of the world.
Beautiful,
said Hub Control.
This will keep the map makers happy. How are you feeling? I'm fine. Just a little fatigued, but no more than I expected.
20 minutes later, the world was closing in upon him. He had come to the end of the cylindrical section and was entering the southern dome. In almost every way, the southern and northern ends of Rama differed completely. Here was no triad of stairways, no series of narrow concentric plateaus, no sweeping curve from hub to plain. Instead, there was an immense central spike, more than 5 kilometers long, extending along the axis. 6 smaller ones, half the size, were equally spaced around it. The whole assembly looked like the spires of some Cambodian temple set at the bottom of a crater. Jimmy approached the central spike cautiously, stopped pedaling while he was still 100 meters away, and let Dragonfly drift to rest.
What can you see?
Hub Control asked anxiously.
Just bighorn. It's absolutely smooth, no markings. And the point's so sharp you could use it as a needle. I'm almost scared to go near it.
He was only half joking.
Jimmy, this is Norton. We'd like you to fly along the spike, making a complete scan every half kilometer and looking out for anything unusual. Judging by your pictures, the smaller spikes are just the same as the big one. Get the best coverage of them you can with the zoom lens. I don't want you leaving the low-gravity region unless you see something that looks very important. Then we'll talk it over. Okay, Skipper,
said Jimmy. He pedaled on, feeling he was dropping straight downward into a narrow valley between a group of incredibly tall and slender mountains. Bighorn now towered a kilometer above him, and the 6 spikes of the little horns were looming up all around. As he came ever closer to the South Pole, he began to feel more and more like a sparrow flying beneath the vaulted roof of some great cathedral. He felt an urgent need to resume human contact, and swung Dragonfly around in a wide circle. As Jimmy turned homeward, the northern end of Rama seemed incredibly far away. But he had come all this way with no problems, and though he was feeling slightly tired, he now felt that he had nothing to worry about. He had almost reached the tip of Bighorn when he became aware of a curious sensation, a feeling of foreboding. At first he shrugged it off and continued his steady pedaling. He certainly had no intention of reporting anything as tenuous as a vague malaise to hub control. But as it grew steadily worse, he was tempted to do so. He could, quite literally, feel his skin beginning to crawl. Now, seriously alarmed, he stopped in midair to consider the situation. Something was tickling the back of his hand. For a moment, he thought an insect had landed there, and he lifted his hand and stared at it. It was then that he noticed that every individual hair was standing straight upright. So that was the trouble. He was in a tremendously powerful electric field. The oppressed, heavy sensation he had felt was that which sometimes precedes a thunderstorm on Earth. The sudden realization of his predicament brought Jimmy near to panic. There was no quick way out. He felt naked and alone in a suddenly hostile sky, surrounded by titanic forces that might discharge their furies at any moment. "Hub control," he said urgently. "There's a static charge building up around me. I think there's going to be a thunderstorm." He'd barely finished speaking when there was a flicker of light behind him. By the time he counted 10, the first crackling rumble arrived. 3 kilometers. That put him back around the little horns. He'd looked toward them and saw that every one of the 6 needles seemed to be on fire. Brush discharges, hundreds of meters long, were dancing from their points as if they were giant lightning conductors. What was happening back there could take place on an even larger scale near the tapering spike of Bighorn. His best move would be to get as far as possible from this dangerous structure and to seek clear air. He started to pedal again, accelerating as swiftly as he could without putting too great a strain on Dragonfly. The thunder reverberated behind him, rolling round and round the circumference of the world. He was well past the tip of Bighorn and hoped that he would soon be beyond the range of any lightning discharges. But now he had another problem. The air was becoming turbulent, and he had difficulty controlling Dragonfly. He pedaled grimly on, but he did not like the faint creaks of protest that came from the main spar, or the way the winds twisted with every gust. There was a faint rushing sound that seemed to come from the direction of Bighorn. It sounded like gas escaping from a valve under great pressure, and he wondered if it had anything to do with the increasing turbulence he was battling. He felt almost as if he was entering a jet stream. But what could possibly create a jet stream inside Rome? He'd asked himself the right question. As soon as he had formulated it, he knew the answer. The sound he had heard was the electric wind carrying away the tremendous ionization that must be building up around Bighorn. Charged air was spraying out along the axis of Rama, and more air was flowing into the low-pressure region behind. He looked back at the gigantic and now doubly threatening needle. A sheet of flame burst out behind him, filling the sky. He had time to see it split into 6 ribbons of fire stretching from the tip of Bighorn to each of the little horns. Then, the concussion reached him. When Jimmy returned to consciousness, the first thing he became aware of was a splitting headache. He almost welcomed it. At least it proved that he was alive. He was still lying there, regaining his strength and wondering how soon it would be safe to open his eyes, when there was a sudden crunching noise from close at hand. Not more than 5 meters away, a large, crab-like creature was apparently dining on the wreckage of poor Dragonfly. When Jimmy had recovered his wits, he rode slowly and quietly away from the monster. From 10 meters away, the thing did not appear quite so formidable. It had a low, flat body about 2 meters long and 1 wide, supported on 6 triple-jointed legs. Jimmy saw that he was mistaken in assuming that it had been eating Dragonfly. In fact, he could not see any sign of a mouth. The creature was actually doing a neat job of demolition, using scissor-like claws to chop the skybike into small pieces. A whole row of manipulators, which looked uncannily like tiny human hands, then transferred the fragments to a steadily growing pile on the animal's back. Keeping a wary eye on the crab, Jimmy struggled to his feet. Then he switched on his radio.
"Hub control,"
he said softly.
"Can you receive me?" "Thank God. Are you okay?" "Just a bit shaken. Take a look at this."
He turned his camera toward the crab, just in time to record the final demolition of Dragonfly's wing. The crab was now moving round and round in a steadily widening spiral, apparently searching for fragments it might have overlooked, and so Jimmy was able to get an overall view of it for the first time. He might have called it a beetle. Its carapace had a beautiful metallic sheen. That was an interesting idea. Could it be a robot and not an animal? He stared at the crab intently. The eyes were so deeply recessed in protective hoods that it was impossible to tell whether their lenses were made of crystal or of jelly. Though they had been directed toward Jimmy several times, they had never shown the slightest flicker of interest. It had stopped its circling and stood still for a few seconds. Then it set off in the general direction of the sea, with the last sad relics of Jimmy's beloved dragonfly. He set off in hot and indignant pursuit. Because he was bruised and stiff, it took Jimmy several minutes to catch up with a purposefully moving crab. He followed it to the edge of a yawning, 1/2 kilometer wide pit. It was one of 3 in the southern hemisphere which were situated on the cliff above the cylindrical sea. When he came close enough to look into it, Jimmy was able to see a pool of ominous leaden green water, at least 1/2 kilometer below. This would put it just about level with the sea, and he wondered if they were connected. The crab gave a brisk shrug. The fragments of dragonfly went fluttering down into the depths. So much, Jimmy thought bitterly, for this creature's intelligence. Having disposed of the garbage, the crab swung around and, ignoring Jimmy completely, walked straight past him and headed purposefully into the south. Feeling rather foolish, the acting representative of Homo sapiens watched his first contact stride away across the Raman plain, totally indifferent to his presence. Then his sense of humor came to the rescue. After all, it was no great matter to have been ignored by an animated garbage truck. It would have been worse if it had greeted him as a long-lost brother. Commander Norton had never yet lost a man, and he had no intention of losing one now. Even before Jimmy had set off for the South Pole, he'd been considering ways of rescuing him in the event of accident. The problem had turned out to be so difficult, however, that he'd found no answer. At Fleet Headquarters, many suggested solutions were considered, and about 1 in 1,000 was forwarded to Endeavour, including Dr. Carlisle Pereira's. It had taken the scientist approximately 5 minutes of thought and 1 millisecond of computer time. At first, Norton thought it was a joke in very poor taste. Then he saw the sender's name and the attached calculations and did a quick double-take. Though he could look across the full width of the cylindrical sea and knew the general direction from which resolution was coming, Jimmy did not spot the tiny craft until it had already passed New York. When it was only a kilometer away, he recognized Commander Norton and started waving. Jimmy thought the commander would not have crossed the sea just to say goodbye. He must have worked out something. Resolution came to a halt 50 meters out and 500 below. Jimmy had almost a bird's-eye view of the commander as he spoke into his microphone.
This is it, Jimmy. You'll be perfectly safe, but it will require nerve. We know you got plenty of that. You're gonna jump. 500 meters? Shut up, or I'll cancel your next leave. You should have worked this out for yourself. It's just a question of terminal velocity. In this atmosphere, you can't reach more than 90 kilometers an hour, whether you fall 200 or 2,000 meters. 90's a little high for comfort, but we can trim it some more. This is what you'll have to do, so listen carefully.
Jimmy did not interrupt the commander again and made no comment when Norton had finished. Yes, it made sense, and was so absurdly simple that it would take a genius to think of it, and perhaps someone who did not expect to do it himself. Now Jimmy understood why he'd been given no time to brood or to think of objections. Jimmy stripped off his shirt and stretched it thoughtfully. Several times on his trek he'd almost discarded it. Now it might help to save his life. For the last time, he looked back at the hollow world he alone had explored, and the distant, ominous pinnacles of the big and little holes. Then, grasping the shirt firmly with his right hand, he took a running jump as far out over the cliff as he could. Holding his shirt with both hands, he stretched his arms above his head so that the rushing air filled the garment and blew it into a hollow tube. As a parachute, it was hardly a success. The few kilometers an hour it subtracted from his speed were useful, but not vital. It was doing a much more important job, keeping his body vertical so that he would arrow straight into the sea. He had the impression that he was not moving at all, but that the water below was rushing up toward him. At the last moment, he let go of his shirt. took a deep breath, and grabbed his mouth and nose with his hands. As he had been instructed, he stiffened his body into a rigid bond and locked his feet together. Something slapped him across the feet, hard, but not viciously. A million slimy hands were tearing at his body. There was a roaring in his ears, a mounting pressure, and even though his eyes were tightly closed, he could tell that darkness was falling as he arrowed down into the depths of the cylindrical sea. With all his strength, he started to swim upward toward the fading light. He could not open his eyes for more than a single blink. The poisonous water felt like acid when he did so. He seemed to have been struggling for ages when he broke water. He gulped a precious mouthful of air, rolled over on his back, and looked around. Resolution was heading toward him at top speed. Within seconds, eager hands had grabbed him and dragged him aboard. Jimmy was still regaining his breath when there was a flicker of light in the sky behind him. All eyes turned toward the South Pole. The horns had started their fireworks display again. There were the kilometer-long streamers of fire dancing from the central spike to its smaller companions, as if invisible dancers were winding their ribbons around an electric maypole. But now they began to accelerate, moving faster and faster until they blurred into a flickering cone of light. It was a spectacle more awe-inspiring than any they had yet seen here, and it brought with it a distant crackling roar, which added to the impression of overwhelming power. The display lasted for about 5 minutes. Then it stopped as abruptly as if someone had turned a switch. At that moment, Hub Control called in great excitement.
Resolution, are you okay? We think we just felt an earthquake. It must have happened the minute those fireworks stopped. Anyway, everything seems quiet now.
God, Norton whispered slowly. And then to Hub Control called,
We're on our way.
So, it's beginning to happen, Norton said to himself. And a lot earlier than we expected. We're still a long way from perihelion and the logical time for Rama's orbit change. But some kind of trim was undoubtedly taking place. Soon, Resolution drew up at the landing stage, and the crew stepped thankfully ashore. From now on, Norton had decreed, there would always be at least 3 people at Camp Alpha, and one of them would always be awake to eliminate any possibility of surprise. It was a good plan, and it failed completely. Norton, Rodrigo, Calvert, and Laura Ernst were watching the regular evening news telecast beamed specially to them from the transmitter at Inferno Mercury when they discovered an intruder in the camp. Laura Ernst noticed it first. 10 meters away was a slender-legged tripod surmounted by a spherical body no larger than a soccer ball. Set around the body were 3 large, expressionless eyes, apparently giving 360 degrees of vision, and trailing beneath it were 3 whip-like tendrils. The creature was not quite as tall as a man and looked far too fragile to be dangerous. But that did not excuse their carelessness in letting it sneak up on them unawares. It reminded Norton of nothing so much as a 3-legged spider or daddy longlegs, and he wondered how it had solved the problem, never attempted by any creature on Earth, of tripedal locomotion. After regarding them impassively for several minutes, the creature suddenly moved, and now they could understand why they had failed to observe its arrival. It was fast. As far as Norton could judge, and only a high-speed camera could settle the matter, each leg in turn acted as a pivot around which the creature whirled its body. It also seemed to him that every few steps it reversed its direction of spin. Its top speed seemed to be at least 30 kilometers an hour. It swept swiftly around the camp, examining every item of equipment. There seemed to be nothing that it ignored except the 4 watchers. I wish I could examine it, Laura exclaimed in frustration as the creature continued its swift pirouette. Within a few hours, there were hundreds of the spiders. They appeared to be everywhere, but they never visited the same place twice. Norton frequently had the impression that they were searching for something. They went all the way up to the central hub, scorning the 3 great stairways. How they managed to ascend the vertical sections, even under almost zero gravity, was not clear. Laura theorized that they were equipped with suction pads. And then, To her obvious delight, she got her eagerly desired specimen. Hub Control reported that a spider had fallen down the vertical face and was lying, dead or incapacitated, on the first platform. As soon as Laura got her prize back to the Endeavour, she started to work with her dissecting kit. The blade went in with practically no resistance. A second later, Surgeon Commander Ernst's most unladylike yell echoed the length and breadth of Endeavour.
As you are all aware, gentlemen,
said the Martian ambassador,
a great deal has happened since our last meeting. We have much to discuss and to decide. I am therefore particularly sorry that our distinguished colleague from Mercury is not here.
The last statement was not altogether accurate. Dr. Bose was not particularly sorry that His Excellency the Hermian ambassador was absent. It would have been much more truthful to say that he was worried. The ambassador's letter of apology had been courteous and entirely uncommunicative. His Excellency had regretted that urgent and unavoidable business had kept him from attending the meeting. Pereira was getting impatient. Normally, the exobiologist was as happy as anyone else to engage in speculation. But now, with Surgeon Commander Ernst's report on the spider dissection, he had some solid facts. His long impoverished science had become wealthy overnight.
The spider is definitely organic, yet I hesitate to call it an animal. In the first place, it seems to have no mouth, no method of ingesting food, also no air intakes, no blood, no reproductive system. You may wonder what it has got. Well, there is a simple musculature controlling its three legs and the three whip-like tendrils or feelers. There is a brain, fairly complex, mostly concerned with the creature's remarkably developed triocular vision. But 80% of the body consists of a honeycomb of large cells, and this is what gave Dr. Ernst such an unpleasant surprise when she started her dissection. Most of the spider is simply a battery, much like that found in electric eels. But in this case, it's apparently not used for defense. It's the creature's source of energy, and that is why it has no provisions for eating and breathing. So, we have a creature which is nothing more than a reconnaissance device. All the spiders ever do is run around and look at things. That's all they can do. But the other animals are different. The crab, the starfish, these can obviously manipulate their environment and appear to be specialized for various functions. Could such creatures evolve naturally? I really don't think so. They appear to be designed like machines for specific jobs. I would say that they are biological robots, something that has no analogy on Earth. If Rama is a spaceship, perhaps they are part of its crew. And if Commander Norton and his men can wait long enough, they may meet the Ramans themselves, the real makers of this world. And when that happens, gentlemen, there will be no doubt about it at all.
Commander Norton was sleeping soundly when his personal communicator dragged him away from happy dreams.
Sorry to wake you, Skipper.
Said Kirchhoff.
AAA priority from headquarters. It's in code. Commander's eyes only.
Norton was instantly awake. He had received such a message only 3 times in his whole career, and on each occasion it had meant trouble. Norton read the message. Space Survey HQ to Commander SSS Endeavour. Priority AAA. Classification, your eyes only. Space Guard reports ultra-high-speed vehicle apparently launched Mercury 10 to 12 days ago on Rama Intercept. If no orbit change, arrival predicted, date 322 days, 15 hours. May be necessary you evacuate before then. Will advise further, CNC. It was now day 315. That might leave them only 1 week. The message was chilling, not only for what it said, but also for what it implied. The Hermians had made a clandestine launch, which in itself was a breach of space law. The conclusion was obvious. Their vehicle could only be a missile. The missile was still 5 million kilometers away when its plasma braking jets became visible in Endeavour's main telescope. By that time, the secret was out, and Norton had reluctantly ordered the second and perhaps final evacuation of Rama. It had been 3 days since the missile's existence and origin had been announced. All that time, the Hermians had remained stubbornly silent.
AAA message from Earth, Skipper.
Said the bridge.
Voice and backup text from Commander-in-Chief. Sea in the sea, Commander Endeavour. We've analyzed the photos you've sent us. The size and mass are consistent with fusion bomb in the 500 to 1,000 megaton range. Our experts estimate that this would be the minimum size necessary to assure destruction of Rama. If it was detonated against the thinnest part of the shell, underneath the cylindrical sea, the hull would be ruptured, and the spin of the body would complete its disintegration. We assume that the Hermians, if they are planning such an act, will give you ample time to get clear. The fragments of Rama, weighing tons and spinning off at almost 1,000 kilometers an hour, could destroy you. We therefore recommend that you proceed along the spin axis, since no fragments will be thrown off in that direction. Your reply may not be secure, so speak with discretion and use code when necessary. I will call you immediately after the General Assembly discussion at 1400. Message concluded. CNC out.
According to the history books, though no one could really believe it, there had been a time when the old United Nations had 172 members. The United Planets had only 7, and that was sometimes bad enough. In order of distance from the Sun, they were Mercury, Earth, Luna, Mars, Ganymede, Titan, and Triton. The delegates were arranged counterclockwise in this order, with the Hermian ambassador on the president's extreme right.
We recognize His Excellency, the ambassador from Mercury.
The Hermian rose briskly to his feet.
Mr. President, distinguished fellow delegates, when Raman's true nature was discovered, the solar survey vessel Endeavour was ordered to rendezvous with it. I am sure we will all want to congratulate Commander Norton and his crew for the efficient way in which they have carried out their unique assignment. At first, it was believed that Rama was dead, frozen for so many hundreds of thousands of years that there was no possibility of revival. It therefore appeared that, although Rama was of enormous archaeological importance, it did not present any major astro-political problems. It is now obvious that this was a very naive attitude, though even from the first, there were some who pointed out that Rama was too precisely aimed at the sun for pure chance to be involved. Rama has now given proof that its propulsion system is still operating. In a few days, it will be at perihelion, where it would logically make any major orbit change. We are therefore, fellow delegates, faced with a whole spectrum of possibilities, some of them very serious indeed. It is foolish to pretend that these creatures must be benevolent and will not interfere with us in any way. If they come to our solar system, they need something from it. With this in mind, consider now the appalling threat that Rama may, I do not say must, present to human civilization. What steps have we taken to counter it if the worst should occur? None whatsoever. We have merely talked and speculated and written learned papers. We, my fellow delegates, Mercury has done more than this. Acting under the provisions of Clause 34 of the Space Treaty of 2057, which entitles us to take any steps necessary to protect the integrity of our solar space, we have dispatched a high-energy nuclear device to Rama. We will indeed be happy if we never have to utilize it. But now, at least we are not helpless, as we were before. That is all, Mr. President. Fellow delegates, I thank you for your attention. I look forward to your cooperation.
Commander Norton, said Lieutenant Rodrigo with a humorless smile.
It's the age-old conflict between the forces of good and the forces of evil, and there are times when men have to take sides in such a conflict.
I take it you have a plan, Norton replied.
Yes, Commander. It's really quite simple. We merely have to disable the bomb.
And how do you propose to do that?
With a small pair of wire cutters.
If this had been anyone else, Norton would have assumed that he was joking. But not Rodrigo. Now, just a minute. It's bristling with cameras. Do you suppose the Hermians will just sit and watch you?
Of course. That's all they can do. When the signal reaches them, it will be far too late. I can easily finish the job in 10 minutes.
Norton could see that Rodrigo had thought this through completely. The idea was fascinating, almost seductive in its appeal. He particularly liked the idea of the frustrated Hermians. He was facing by far the most difficult and the most crucial decision of his or any commander's entire career. When Rodrigo had left, Norton switched on the Do Not Disturb sign. He could choose to do nothing and wait until the Hermians advised him to leave. But he would not care to be remembered forever as the accessory to a cosmic crime that it had been in his power to prevent. And the plan was flawless. The time had come to listen to his inner voices. He whispered,
"The human race has to live with its conscience. Whatever the Hermians argue, survival is not everything."
He pressed the call button for the bridge circuit and said slowly,
"Lieutenant Rodrigo, I'd like to see you."
The scooter could accelerate at over a third of gravity and could make the trip from Endeavour to the bomb in 4 minutes. That left 6 to spare. It should be sufficient. Rodrigo looked back only once when he'd left the ship. He drifted over the curving rim of the world, and there was the missile, glittering in sunlight, fiercer even than that shining on the planet of its birth. Now he initiated the sequence. At first, the sensation of weight seemed crushing. Then Rodrigo adjusted to it. 100 seconds into the mission, he was approaching the halfway point. The bomb was too far away to show any details, but it was much brighter against the jet-black sky. At 2 minutes, 10 seconds, he was decelerating at the rate of 3 meters per second squared. The bomb was 25 kilometers away. He would be there in another 2 minutes. Now he could see the main antenna, holding steady on the invisible star of Mercury. Along that beam, the image of his approaching scooter had been flashing at the speed of light for the last 3 minutes. What would the Hermians do when they saw him? As the scooter closed in across the last few hundred meters, Rodrigo quickly matched the details he could now see with those he had studied in the photographs taken at long range. The bomb was a cylinder about 10 meters long and 3 in diameter. It was attached to the framework of the carrier vehicle by an open latticework of short I-beams. From each end of the bomb, a bundle of braided cables ran along the cylindrical side and disappeared into the interior of the vehicle. All communication and control was here. He glanced at his watch. It would be another 30 seconds before the Hermians, even if they had been watching when he rounded the edge of Ramo, could know of his existence. He had an absolutely certain 5 minutes for uninterrupted work. Rodrigo grappled the scooter to the missile framework. He'd already chosen his tools and was out of the pilot's seat at once. The heavy wire cutters made short work of the cable. He glanced again at his watch. This had taken less than a minute, which meant that he was on schedule. Now for the backup cable, and then he could head for home, in full view of the furious and frustrated Hermians. He was just beginning to work on the second cable assembly when he felt a faint vibration in the metal he was touching. Startled, he looked back along the body of the missile. The characteristic blue-violet glow of a plasma thruster in action was hovering around one of the attitude control jets. The bomb was preparing to move. Rodrigo's first sensation was not one of physical fear. It was something much more devastating. No message could travel faster than light. He was 5 minutes ahead of anything that Mercury could do. This could only be a coincidence. By chance, a control signal must have been sent to the bomb at about the time he was leaving Endeavour. The second thruster started to fire, checking the spin given by the first. The bomb was reorientating itself to point toward Ramo. Rodrigo glanced at his watch, though by now he was almost aware of the time without having to check. The second set of cables went as easily as the first. The bomb could no longer be detonated by remote command. Yet there was one other possibility. There were no external contact fuses, but there might be internal ones that would be armed by the shock of impact. The Hermians still had control over their vehicle's movement, and so could crash it into Rama whenever they wished. Rodrigo's work was not yet finished. He reached the mounting of the long-range antenna and drifted hand over hand along it to the big dish. His faithful cutters made short work of the multiplex feed system, chewing up cables and laser waveguides alike. When he made the last snip, the antenna started to swing around. The unexpected movement took him by surprise until he realized that he had destroyed its automatic lock on Mercury. Just 5 minutes from now, the Hermians would lose all contact with their servant. Not only was it impotent, now it was blind and deaf. Norton knew this would be the last trip into Rama. The hull was already developing dangerous hotspots. A final plan had taken shape.
If we try it,
said Carl Mercer.
do you think the biots will stop us? They may. That's one of the things I want to find out.
Norton paused. The deserted streets of London seemed full of menace, though he was quite certain that this whole complex, like all the other towns, was merely some kind of storage area. Those without goggles, turn your backs, ordered Willard Myron. There was a smell of nitric oxides as the air itself started to burn in the beam of the laser torch. Nothing material could resist this concentration of power. In a remarkably short time, a section large enough to admit a man had been sliced out. Once again, as he had done during that first entrance into Rama, Norton remembered the archaeologist who had opened the old Egyptian tomb. He did not expect to see the glitter of gold. In fact, he had no preconceived ideas at all as he crawled through the opening, his flashlight held in front of him. A Greek temple made of glass. That was his first impression. The building was filled with row upon row of vertical crystalline columns, about 1 meter wide and stretching from floor to ceiling. There were hundreds of them, marching away into the darkness beyond the reach of his light. As he walked toward the nearest column and directed his beam into its interior, he heard an exclamation of surprise from Mercer.
Can't you see it?
Said Mercer incredulously.
Come around to this side. Damn. Now I've lost it.
The columns were not transparent from every angle or under all illuminations. As one walked around them, objects would suddenly flash into view, apparently embedded in their depths like flies in amber, and would then disappear again. There were dozens of them, all different. They looked absolutely real and solid, yet many seemed to occupy the identical volume of space.
Holograms,
said Calvert.
Just like a museum on Earth.
Hand tools, though for huge and peculiar hands. Containers, small machines with keyboards that appeared to have been made for more than 5 fingers. Scientific instruments, startlingly conventional domestic utensils, including knives and plates. They were all there, with hundreds of less identifiable objects, often jumbled up together in the same pillar. The sheer variety of items gave Norton a clue.
This may be an indexed catalog for 3D images, templates, solid blueprints, if you like to call them. You know the theory about the biots? The idea that they don't exist until they're needed, and then they're created, synthesized from patterns stored somewhere?
To increase their rate of coverage, the 4 explorers had now spread out through the crystal columns.
Skipper! Carl! Will! Look at this!
Calvert was prone to sudden enthusiasms, but what he had found now was enough to justify any amount of excitement. Inside one of the 2-meter columns was an elaborate harness, or uniform, obviously made for a vertically standing creature much taller than a man. A very narrow central metal band apparently surrounded the waist, thorax, or some division unknown to terrestrial zoology. From this rose 3 slim columns, tapering outward and ending in a perfectly circular belt, an impressive meter in diameter. Loops, equally spaced along it, could be intended only to go around upper limbs or arms. 3 of them. The whole arrangement was almost as complex as a spacesuit, though it obviously provided only partial covering for the creature wearing it. And was that creature a Rama? Norton asked himself. He would probably never know. They were standing there, unable to drag themselves away, when Rousseau called from the hub, his voice full of urgent concern.
Skipper, you better get outside. The lights are going out.
When he hastily emerged from the hole they had lasered, it seemed to Norton that the 6 sons of Rama were as brilliant as ever. But Rousseau's meter reading had confirmed a 40% drop in light level.
This is it.
Norton said grimly.
We're going home. Leave all the equipment behind. We won't need it again.
The first tremor came when they had almost reached the stairway.
Bridge.
Norton called.
Did you notice that? Yes, Skipper. Very small shock. Could be another attitude change. Just a minute. Positive reading.
So Rama was beginning to turn. Those earlier shocks might have been a false alarm, but this surely was the real thing. This, Norton was grimly aware, would be the longest and most nerve-wracking climb they had ever made. After an hour's steady plodding, they reached the 4th section of the stairway, about 3 kilometers from the plane. From now on, it would be much easier. Gravity was already down to 1/3 of Earth Valley. Brilliant beams, like ball lightning, raced along the 6 narrow valleys that had once illuminated this world. They moved from both poles toward the sea in a synchronized hypnotic rhythm that could have only one meaning. To the sea, the lights were calling. To the sea. And the summons was hard to resist. There was not a man who did not feel a compulsion to turn back and to seek oblivion in the waters of Rama.
Up control.
Norton called urgently.
Can you see what's happening?
The voice of Rousseau came back to him. He sounded awed and more than a little frightened.
Yes, Skipper. I'm looking across the southern hemisphere. There are scores of biots over there, including some big ones, lots of scavengers, and they're all rushing back to the sea faster than I've ever seen them move before. There goes one, right over the edge.
Rama was battening down the hatches like a ship preparing for a storm. That was Norton's overwhelming impression, though he could not have put it on a logical basis. One more section of stairway, another 10-minute pause to let the fatigue poisons drain from his muscles. Then on again. Another 2 kilometers to go, but better not to think about that. The maddening sequence of descending whistles abruptly ceased. At the same moment, the fireballs racing along the slots of the straight valleys stopped their seaward strobing. Rama's suns were once more continuous bands of light, but they were fading fast. Lifetimes later, the slow trek up the stairway ended. Only a few meters of vertical, recessed ladder were left. Norton almost forgot his knotted muscles as he had his last view of Rama. New York, London, Paris, Moscow, Rome. A 100 kilometers was an adequate safety margin, Norton had decided. Rama was now a huge black rectangle, exactly broadside on, eclipsing the sun. So now we have to wait, Norton told himself. The important thing is to be ready to react at a moment's notice, to keep all the instruments aligned and recording, no matter how long it takes.
Skipper!
Said Calvert urgently from the nav position.
We're rolling! Look at the stars! But I'm getting no instrument readings!
When all else failed, a man had to rely on eyeball instrumentation. Norton could not doubt that the star field was indeed slowly rotating. There went Sirius, across the rim of the pole. Either the universe had suddenly decided to revolve around Endeavour, or the stars were standing still, and the ship was turning. The second explanation seemed rather more likely. Yet, if the ship was really turning at this rate, he would have felt it. And the gyros could not all have failed, simultaneously and independently. Only one answer remained. Every atom of Endeavour must be in the grip of some force, and only a powerful gravitational field could produce this effect. At least, no other known field could. Suddenly, the stars vanished. The blazing disk of the sun had emerged from behind the shield of Rama, and its glare had driven them from the sky. Rama was underway at last, and Endeavour was somehow caught in its wake, like a piece of flotsam whirling round and round behind a speeding ship. Hour after hour, that acceleration held constant. Rama was falling away from Endeavour at steadily increasing speed. as the distance grew, the anomalous behavior of the ship slowly ceased. The normal laws of inertia started to operate again. They could only guess at the energies in whose backlash they had been briefly caught. As to the nature of Rama's drive, there were no jets of gas, no beams of ions or plasma thrusting Rama into its new orbit. No one put it better than Sergeant Professor Myron when he said in shocked disbelief, "There goes Newton's third law." It was Newton's third law, however, upon which Endeavour had to depend the next day when she used her very last reserves of propellant to bend her own orbit outward from the sun. The change was slight, but it would increase her perihelion distance by 10 million kilometers. That was the difference between running the ship's cooling system at 95% capacity and a certain fiery death. When they had completed their own maneuver, Rama was 200,000 kilometers away and difficult to see against the glare of the sun, but they could obtain radar measurements of its orbit, and the more they observed, the more puzzled they became. It was hard to see how Rama could possibly escape disaster. At perihelion, it would be less than 500,000 kilometers above that inferno of fusing hydrogen. No solid material could withstand the temperature of such an approach. Then, 5 million kilometers from the sun, and still accelerating, Rama started to spin its cocoon. Until now, it had been visible under the maximum power of Endeavour's telescopes as a tiny bright bar. Suddenly, it began to scintillate. It almost seemed as if it was disintegrating. When he saw the image breaking up, Norton felt a poignant sense of grief at the loss of so much wonder. Then he realized that Rama was still there, but that it was surrounded by a shimmering haze. And then it was gone. In its place was a brilliant, star-like object, showing no visible disk, as if Rama had contracted into a tiny ball. It was some time before they figured out what had happened. Rama had indeed disappeared. It was now surrounded by a perfectly reflecting sphere, about 100 kilometers in diameter. All that they could now see was the reflection of the sun itself on the curved portion that was closest to them. Behind this protective bubble, Rama was presumably safe from the solar inferno. Then the first anomalous reports started coming in from the robot observatories, which for almost 200 years had been keeping a permanent watch on the sun. Something was happening to the solar magnetic field in the region around Rama. The million-kilometer-long lines of force that threaded the corona were shaping themselves around that glittering ellipsoid. And presently, even the eye could see the changes in the corona. A faintly glowing tube or tunnel, 100,000 kilometers long, had appeared high in the outer atmosphere of the sun. It was slightly curved, bending along the orbit Rama was tracing, and Rama's protective cocoon was visible as a glittering bead racing faster and faster down that ghostly tube through the corona. Now there was no question of its ever remaining a captive of the sun. At last, the Raman strategy was obvious. They had come so close to the sun merely to tap its energy at the source and to speed themselves on the way to their ultimate, unknown goal. Faster and faster, Rama swept round the sun, moving more swiftly than any object that had ever traveled through the solar system. In less than 2 hours, its direction of motion had swung through more than 90 degrees, and it had given a final, almost contemptuous proof of its total lack of interest in all the worlds whose peace of mind it had so rudely disturbed. It was dropping out of the ecliptic, down to the southern sky, far below the plane in which all the planets moved. Though that, surely, could not be its ultimate goal. It was aimed squarely at the greater Magellanic Cloud and the lonely gulfs beyond the Milky Way. "Come in," said Commander Norton absent-mindedly, at the quiet knock on his door. "Some news for you, Will?" Norton still seemed far away. He blinked once or twice and was suddenly back in his body. "Sorry, Laura. What's it all about?" Surgeon Commander Ernst sat down beside him. Though interplanetary crises come and go, the wheels of Martian bureaucracy grind steadily away. But I suppose Rama helped. Good thing you didn't have to get permission from the Hermians as well. Light was dawning. "Oh, Port Lowell has issued the permit," said Norton. Better than that, It's already being acted on. Laura glanced at the slip of paper in her hand. Immediately, she read. Probably right now your new son is being conceived. Congratulations. Thank you. I hope he hasn't minded the wait. Like every astronaut, Norton had been sterilized when he entered the service. For a man who had spent years in space, radiation-induced mutation was not a risk. It was a certainty. The spermatozoon that had just delivered its cargo of genes on Mars had been frozen for 30 years, awaiting its moment of destiny. Norton wondered if he would be home in time for the birth. This visit, protested Laura rather feebly, was purely in professional capacity. After all these years, replied Norton. We know each other better than that. Anyway, you're off duty now. This situation, he knew, was doubtless being repeated throughout the ship. Even though they were weeks from home, the end-of-mission orbital orgy would be in full swing. Now, what are you thinking? Demanded Laura much later. You're not becoming sentimental with it. Not about us. About Rama. I'm beginning to miss it. Thanks very much for the compliment. Norton tightened his arms around her. It's a well-known fact, Laura, that men, unlike women, have two-track minds. But seriously, no, more seriously, I do feel a sense of loss. I can understand that. Don't be so clinical. It's not the only reason. Oh, never mind. He gave up. It was not easy to explain, even to himself. He had succeeded on this mission beyond all reasonable expectation. What his men had discovered in Rama would keep scientists busy for decades. And above all, he had done it without a single casualty. But he had also failed. One might speculate endlessly, but the nature and the purpose of the Ramans was still utterly unknown. When Norton had glimpsed Rama for the last time, a tiny star hurtling outward beyond Venus, he knew that part of his life was over. He was just 55, but he felt he had left his youth down there on the curving central plain, among mysteries and wonders now receding inexorably beyond the reach of man. Whatever honors and achievements the future brought him, for the rest of his life he would be haunted by a sense of anticlimax and the knowledge of opportunities missed. So he told himself, but even then, he should have known better. And on far-off Earth, Dr. Carlisle Pereira had as yet told no one of how he had wakened from a restless sleep with a message from his subconscious echoing in his brain. The Ramans do everything in threes.
You've been listening to Rendezvous with Rama by Arthur C. Clarke. Read by Robert Trumbull, adapted and directed by Stuart Lee, and produced by Family Radio Programming. For a complete listing of our other programs, send for a free catalog. Just write to us at the address you'll find on the label of this cassette.
The Abbott and Costello program, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette that's first in the service. Listen to the music of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Haynes, tonight's guest Peter Lorre, and starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Costello, where have you been? Look at you. Your clothes are dripping wet. There's water running out of your shoes. What happened to you?
Oh, I stopped to get a drink at the faucet outside the street.
Faucet?
Yeah.
You dummy, that's no faucet. That's a fire hydrant.
Fire hydrant?
Yeah.
No wonder I went halfway to Pomona by gutter. Gee, 3 G's. I gotta get these wet clothes off. Because if I don't get...
What's the matter? Please, how many times have I told you when you sneeze the other way?
I don't know any other way.
Please, talk sense, will you? Do you realize you probably caught a cold. Do you want the germs to spread?
Oh, I will let them spread.
How can you keep germs from spreading?
I'll make them wear a girdle.
Oh. Now, that's ridiculous. You've got a cold in your head. How are you going to keep that cold in your head from going down into your chest?
I'll tie a knot in my neck. Yeah, but what are you talking about? You're not so healthy.
Oh, I'll have you know, my friends, that I keep regular hours. Every night I go to bed with a chicken.
How do you all get in that little boot?
No, I'm trying to tell you that I go to bed early, and I'm up at the crack of dawn. Then I go out and chop wood for breakfast.
Chop wood for breakfast? How can you eat that stuff?
Listen, Costello, I chop wood for exercise. For example, every morning I jump out of bed and crawl around the room on all fours.
You crawl around on all fours?
Yes, that's the athlete in me.
Athlete? That's the monkey in you, brother.
Oh, hey, here's Ken Niles. Say, I'm glad you dropped in, Ken. Take a look at Costello. He doesn't feel very well.
Oh, just let some of the air out of his head. He'll be all right.
Hey, you got a lot of nerve. You got a lot of nerve there, Niles. I mean, talking like that. Well, with such a swell head like you got.
Oh, I'll have you know I'm not swell-headed.
Oh, yeah? You're the only guy I know who gets the mumps above the ears.
Now, take it easy, Costello. You're a sick man.
Who's a sick man? I'm all right. I just got a little bit.
Good heavens, Bud. Did you hear Costello sneeze?
What's wrong with the way I sneeze? A little thing like that. What's wrong?
What's wrong with it? Well, if you have to sneeze, why don't you sneeze with your mouth closed?
I tried that once and blew out 3 of my teeth.
Now, wait a minute, Costello. Your sneezing is dangerous. I can catch your cold, then go home and my beautiful wife will get it in her lovely throat.
Her lovely throat?
Yes, Costello. Mrs. Niles has a neck like a swan.
Yes, and she's got webbed feet to match.
Oh, I heard that remark. Mr. Costello, you might be interested in knowing that all my friends think I have perfect future.
Is that your nose, or are you looking through a periscope?
Oh, stop that. Don't pay any attention to Costello, Mrs. Niles. You see, he's got a cold and we're trying to help him.
Well, you know the old saying, starve a cold. Now, the first thing to do is to put him on a diet. No carbohydrates, no liquids, and no solids. You think you can stick to that diet, Costello?
Sure. Then what?
Then Kenneth and I'll play split your ration roll.
Oh, nice going. I heard you the first time. You're going to split it.
Well, it was almost a wonderful joke, Poochie.
Oh, don't say that, darling. You're my Poochie.
No, you're my Poochie.
No, you're my Poochie.
If there's a dog catcher in the house, what are you waiting for?
Come, Kenneth. And as for you, Costello, I hope your cold is nothing trivial.
Well, I don't blame them for going out. The only way to avoid the flu is to flee.
What's that?
I mean, you've got to flee flu.
Gotta flee flu. What kind of talk is that?
I'm trying to tell you the only way to be free from flu is to flee when flu flies. When there's flu, everybody flees.
Did you say please?
Certainly. I flee, you flee, he flees, she flees.
What, I got a cold or a flea surgeon?
You don't understand. To avoid the flu, you've got to flee.
I gotta flee. Get him off of me then. Get him off. I don't want any fleas.
No. I don't mean fleas like bugs. I mean fleas like flies.
Oh, let the fleas like flies. I don't want to break up no romance.
Look, it has nothing to do with fleas and flies. I'm trying to tell you, to avoid the flu, you must flee. The only way to be free from flu is to flee when flu flies.
Oh, you mean that to be free from flu, I gotta flee when flu flies. And the fleas and flies have got nothing to do with the flu.
Now you've got it.
Now I've got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Well, let me put it this way. You're in the house. You open the window, and a cold germ comes in.
A cold germ comes in?
Yes. What would you do?
I'd give him a cup of hot tea. Who wants to ship a germ on the house?
Now, that's crazy. This cold germ attacks you and immediately starts to germinate. Before you know it, you've got a lot of nasty germs rushing through your system.
According to my system, the Russians are rushing through the Nazi Germans.
Well, that's true, Costello, but I'm talking about flu germs. Do you realize that germs travel with the speed of light? Now, one little sneeze... What? There you are. There you are. The germs are off. They've already traveled from California to Maine. They are now crossing the Atlantic. I didn't even say goodbye to him. Costello, right now, at this very minute, someone in Europe is catching your cold. Hello?
Meine Freunde, das letzte Mal, alle zusammen hier, letzte Mal, im Hofen, alle zusammen,
Well, I sure fixed it out.
What do you mean?
He's just sneezing now. The coffin will come later.
Freddie Rich and the orchestra dress up an old baby, alone together.
Stop that screaming, Costello. You want me just pull that cord by the bed.
Oh, I did.
What happened?
My pajamas fell down. However, if I had to stay in bed, why don't you give me some attention?
What are you talking about? Didn't I put some cracked ice on your head?
Yeah, but you didn't have to wait till you got the ice on the head before you cracked it. However, for the last time, I'm telling you, what am I doing in bed?
Well, it's part of the health building course I got from Professor Hercules. Starting tomorrow morning, you're going to get out of bed at 5 o'clock. Then at 5:10...
Back in bed.
No. At 5:10, you jump into a nice, cold shower.
And I whistle.
You don't whistle.
I gotta whistle.
Why?
Well, there's no lock on the bathroom door.
Look, pay attention. At 5:10, you jump into the shower. Can't you just feel the ice-cold water running down your back? Now stop that. Stop that.
It's cold.
Stop it. Then at 5:20...
Back in bed with a hot water bottle.
Listen, at 5:20, you take a bouncing horseback ride. 5:40...
Back in bed, face down.
Then at 6 o'clock, an hour of rest. 7 o'clock, 2 hours of handball. 9 o'clock, you walk 30 miles with a heavy pack on your back. And 12 to 1, you climb a mountain.
12 to 1, I don't make it.
Oh, you idiot. You never listen to me. Just wait till you see Hercules. Exercise has given him bulging biceps, rippling muscles, a massive chest. He's the strongest man in the world, the mighty Hercules. Come in.
I am the mighty Hercules. Honest I am. Honest.
See, Costello? Take a look at Hercules. Get a load of that muscle.
What muscle? The last time I saw a muscle like that was on a sparrow's ankle. You know, I could chalk his head and use it for a bull cue.
Costello.
Well, he reminds me of a radio program I heard. One man's famine.
Mr. Costello, as I analyze your case, my treatment for you should not be pistol. Let me show you what my course can do for you. Hand me the telephone book and I will tear it. Are you ready? And now the second page.
Look, Hercules, what's so great about that? I can bend bars with my bare hands.
Iron bars?
No, Hershey bars. And I'll do it the hard way. with nuts.
Costello, now don't be silly. You're talking to the mighty Hercules.
Yeah, Mr. Costello, I'm a master muscle.
You're a mess of something, brother. And while I'm on the subject, you ain't seen nothing yet. Just feel my muscle.
Where is it? All I can feel is one little corpuscle.
Yeah, but ain't it got a hard head?
Oh, this is ridiculous. Professor, why don't you give Costello a demonstration of your strength?
Very well. Mr. Costello, I'm going to let you squeeze my hand as hard as you like. Go ahead. Squeeze my hand.
Okay. You asked for it.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Costello.
Thanks for what?
My draft board will never accept me now.
Look, Abbott, for the last time I tell you there's something wrong with me. Now you've got to get me out of this bed. Now give me a lift.
All right. What was that?
I got my nose caught in the back spring.
Come in.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm Peter Lawrence. Oh, Mr. Costello, I've come here to offer you the services of my sanitarium. I understand your health is run down.
Now, wait a minute, Laurie. Who told you all this?
Oh, nobody. You see, I get messages through my brain. My mind is like an open door.
What do you hear from the knob?
Quiet, Costello. Let me handle this. Mr. Lorry, you say you have a private sanitarium?
Oh, yes, and it's just a place for Mr. Costello. It is out in the woods, in a very lonely spot, where he can get away from it all. Far, far away.
I don't want to get that far away. Get me closer to town now. Get a lot of people around me, too. Ring those bells. Blow those horns. Blow those horns.
Please, please.
Noise. I gotta have it. When you're around, I gotta have noise.
But please, Mr. Costello, you're scaring me.
I'm scaring you.
Costello, there's no sense in shouting.
That's right, Mr. Costello. Let us speak low.
I don't want to speak low. I always talk loud. Hooray! Happy New Year! Get around, everybody. Here's some John Charles Thomas. On the road to
Yes. Never mind. Just a minute, please. Come, quick. That's enough.
Hey, they like it.
Yeah, never mind. Look, pay no attention to him.
Where's this Frank Sinatra?
Will you? Never mind. Pay no attention to him, Mr. Lowry. I'll bring Costello out to your sanitarium tonight.
Oh, yes, please. And at midnight, I hope. When the moon is down.
No, tomorrow when the sun is up. Way up! Ready your light, brother. Lots of light. We're going to turn on a searchlight.
Costello, you're acting like an idiot.
Yes, Mr. Costello, I've had thousands of patients at my sanitarium, and I've never had one of them complain. You know what that proves, don't you?
Yes, sir. Dead men tell no tale.
Connie Haynes sings the new hit tune, I Couldn't Sleep Awake Last Night.
I couldn't sleep awake last night because we had that silly fight. I thought my heart would break the whole night through. I knew that you'd be sorry, and I'm sorry too. I didn't have my favorite dream, the one in which I hold you tight. I had to call you up this morning to see if everything was still all right. Yes, I had to call you up this morning, 'cause I couldn't sleep a wink last night. I didn't have my favorite dream, the one in which I hold you tight. I had to call you up this morning to see if everything was still all right. Yes, I had to call you up
Mrs. Costello, who are en route to Peter Lorre's sanitarium. The time is midnight.
Well, Costello, we'll be at Peter Lorre's sanitarium in a minute. He's a great doctor, Costello. He'll see that you get some rest and peace. That's what bothers me. I don't want to rest in peace. Quiet. Listen, a friend of mine was just about to die, and Dr. Lorre pulled him over the hump. Which way? Well, here it is. Peter Lorre's sanitarium. 1313 Gravesend Road.
What an address! Look at the sign on the gate. Deliver all bodies in the rear.
All right, now stop complaining. Look how quiet and peaceful it is out here. That's the first robin I've heard this spring. Oh, shut up. Quite a part, wasn't it? You know, Lou, this is the kind of a place I've always wanted to visit. Look at that green stuff clinging to the gate.
That green stuff clinging to the gate is me.
Now, don't be such a coward. Go ahead up to the door and knock.
Oh, so you think I'm a coward, eh? Okay, yeah, but I'll prove you that I'm a hero. I'll be brave. I'll show you what I'm made of. I'll knock on the door. I'll go in there. But before I do, there's just one thing I want you to do for me.
What's that?
Talk me out of it.
Now, none of that. Go ahead. Knock on the door. Don't be afraid. What? Peter Lorre may not even be at home.
He's home, all right.
How do you know?
I see a straitjacket hanging on the line.
Costello, once and for all, will you please knock on the door? Okay. All right.
How do you do, gentlemen? Did you ring? No, I knocked. I thought I heard you whistle. Let me have your hat, please.
Don't you want the coat, too?
No, just the hat.
Just a hat. Who are you?
I'm a scout. I'm just going out for a walk.
Come on, Abbott, that's all. Let's get out of here!
Shh, quiet. Here comes Peter Lorre.
Good evening, gentlemen. Welcome to my sanitarium. Now come, Mr. Costello. Let me take you over. Here, goes to the fire.
Come on, no pushing, Lorre. Quit shoving. Hey, Abbott, help me now. Come on, help me out of here.
Costello.
The guy's pushing me. Fire!
No, nothing at the guy. What's the matter with you?
Yes, I mean, you know, huh? It's cold out tonight. You must be killed. Shit.
I heard you the first time, brother. Get what I'm calling brother.
Please do not excite yourself, Mr. Costello. All I want you to do is to take a pill.
I'm not taking no pill. I'm taking a powder. Now! Come on, Abbott.
Wait a minute, Costello. If you want to cure your cold, you've got to listen to Dr. Lorre.
Abbott, I'm not sick. All I did was let out a little... a sneeze.
Here, see, you must not minimize your illness. Here, take this little blue pill.
I ain't taking no pill.
You heard the man. Take the blue pill.
Oh, you always went out. Okay.
Oh, good. Now take this red pill.
What's the red pill for?
Oh, that's in case the blue pill was poisoned.
Get away with those pills, Mr. Lorre, will you?
Just a minute. Be calm.
I don't want to relax. I want to jump. Come on, everybody, get up. Let's dance. Come on. I'll leave you with this guy.
You see, Doctor? You see, Doctor?
Sounds like I'm alone.
See, Doctor, I told you that Costello is in bad shape. What he really needs is some exercise.
Oh, splendid. Let's go out and play some golf.
Golf? At midnight?
Oh, yes. Last night I played a fine game with my friend Frankenstein.
Now there's a gruesome twosome.
It was a very interesting game. Frankenstein made a hole in one, so I buried him in it. You know, I play a very hot game.
Hot game? You probably play in the lower Hades. The lower Hades.
Oh, doctor! Excuse me, please. That's one of my patients.
Oh, doctor! I just killed my keeper! I just killed my keeper!
Well, but why did you kill him?
He killed me first. Hey, Evan, now that guy wasn't kidding. Now, there's a body behind the couch.
Is he dead?
I can't tell. His head is missing.
Say, Costello, look. The body is getting up.
Abbott, he's coming towards me. Listen, mister. You're dead, ain't you?
Yes.
Then why aren't you laying down?
You must know the floor is too cold.
That's the last straw. I'm getting out of here.
Now, stop worrying. There's nothing wrong with this place. What was that?
1 o'clock. Let's go.
Mr. Costello, I think you're running a temperature. I must call my assistant.
Who's your assistant? Dracula?
Oh, no. I'm mad at him. I caught him stealing from my blood bank.
Dr. Laurie, the operating table's all ready.
What? What operating table? You ain't operating on me. I'm not hungry.
You're not hungry?
You heard me. I don't want any cold cuts.
Oh, I must insist, Mr. Costello. My diagnosis shows that the sneeze caused your cold, which caused poison to run through your system. This has affected your appendix, and your appendix must come out. Put him on the operating table, boys.
The first guy that touches me gets a fat lip.
Now, that's no way to talk. You must follow your doctor's advice if you ever expect to get well.
Okay, then. Laurie, I'll let you take out my appendix on one condition.
Good.
You've got to take it out from the back.
From the back? From the back?
That's right.
But why?
Because I got a battleship tattooed on my stomach. And he is liable to sink it.
Oh, get out!
And now, here's Abbott and Costello with the final word.
Thanks, Ken. Well, Peter Lorre, it certainly was nice to have you with us tonight.
Yes, I certainly
That's not your line, please.
Excuse me.
Oh, thank you, Bud. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Costello. I hope you didn't mind coming to my sanitarium. You should come again sometime.
I will, on Visitor's Day.
Oh, another thing, Mr. Costello. You should take care of your cold. You see, flu flies, and in order to be free from flu, you must flee when flu flies.
Say it again, Laurie.
All right, I will.
I mean without the script.
Oh, get out of here. Good night, folks. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Mom.
Be sure to tune in again next week for another great Abbott and Costello show with a great Gildersleeve. This is Ken Niles saying good night.
The Lux Radio Theater brings you Bud Abbott and Lou Costello in Buck Private. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. To a producer, one of the most gratifying sounds in the theater is what may be classified academically as the ventral ricer. For backstage, we have a slang name for it that I'll call the tummy laugh. Past masters at producing this phenomenon are tonight's stars, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, who hit Hollywood with the force of a hurricane less than a year ago. The picture that put them over was Buck Private, which Universal made in the ordinary course of the studio schedule. Suddenly one day, everybody on the lot, from office boy to president, woke up to the fact that gold had been discovered in Universal City. Buck Privates had panned out as a bonanza. And that's the play we picked for Abbott and Costello's debut in the Lux Radio Theater. It's a story of life in an army camp, some highly imaginary army camp, where a tent flap opens and Abbott and Costello blow in with a draft. But of course, any similarity between this play and life in the armed forces of the Republic is purely coincidental. Hiding behind the curtain now are Abbott and Costello, so we'll raise it. For the first act of Buck Private, starring Bud Abbott as Smitty and Lou Costello as Herbie, with Benny Rubin as Sergeant Collins, Lynn Carver as Judy, and Gene O'Donnell as Bob. September the 14th, 1940. Congress passes the first peacetime selective training act in the history of our nation. From the farms they come, and from the factories, from quiet villages, from roaring cities. The youth of America on the march, swelling the ranks with volunteers.
Step right up, fellas. Volunteers in this line, drafties over there. Keep it moving, fellas.
That's an Army recruiting station in a vacant movie theater with a long line of men outside. But just down the street are two boys who haven't heard the news yet. These two boys don't know what day it is. One of them doesn't even know what time it is. They're up to their old trick, selling neckties on street corners.
Now, gather around me, gents. Just a little closer. Thank you. That's fine. Now, gents, I don't want to give you any sales talk, but never in my life have I ever had the opportunity of presenting such merchandise. Look at these neckties. Feel that material. Pardon me, will you please step aside, Mr. Nutt? Let that little fat boy in. Like to buy a tie, Sonny?
Yes, sir.
How much money have you got?
I got in the vicinity of $28.
Oh, you've got $28.
In the vicinity. In the neighborhood, I got $3.
Then you have $3.
Yes, sir. Roughly speaking. When you smooth it out, I got $1.
Wait a minute, just a minute. Then you have $1.
I got $1.
All right, just hand it over, please. Thank you. The gentleman buys 10 ties.
10 for $1 is cheap. I'll take 10 of them. Hey, Fatty, how can he sell ties that cheap? Oh, that's easy, mister. We ain't got no overhead. We ain't even got a license to sell ties. I get it now. You two guys are working in cahoots. The whole thing's a jib. Those ties ain't even worth a nickel. I'm gonna call a cop. Hey, officer!
Now look what you did. Grab those ties and let's get going before the cops come. Come on, hurry up.
We'll hop in that green and white taxi cab.
All right. Step on it, driver. We're trying to get away from a cop.
Now, ain't that just dandy, eh? Smitty, it's a cop. We're in a police car. Let me out of here! No, come back here! Come back here!
All right, then, keep moving. Volunteers in this line, drafties over there. Volunteers in this line, drafties over there. Drafties over there. Volunteers in this line.
Oh, boy. Come on, Herbie.
Okay.
You got the ties?
I got them. Boy, we sure got away from that dumb cop.
Tim, come on. We've got to hide somewhere.
Hey, Smitty, let's hide in the movie.
What movie?
That line over there. They must be going in to see a picture, huh?
Looks like it. Well, let's get in line and buy a couple of tickets.
Okay. Excuse me, brother.
Hey, what's the idea?
I want to get in line.
Well, get in the back where you belong.
Oh, tough guy, huh? You want to fight? Take your coat off.
All right, my coat's off. Now what?
It's much cooler this way in.
Now, please cut it off, Herbie. No fighting. Let's get the tickets.
Okay. Hey, look. Look at the way they dress the ticket seller. Like a soldier.
Hello, fellas. What can I do for you?
Oh, that's good. We want to know how much it costs to get in.
Not a thing, boys. As a matter of fact, we're going to give you $21.
You're going to give us $21? Bank night. Hey, giving any dishes away?
Nope. 10 plates.
10 plates? That's a novelty, Smitty. Now we can start a new set.
Sure.
Oh, come on. Step inside.
Hurry up, Herbie, or we won't get a seat.
Okay. Hey, you sure?
Yeah?
What picture's playing in here?
What picture? You're in the Army now.
Oh, that's well. I never saw that picture.
Oh, here you are, Joe. A couple of new customers.
Well, fine. Hello, boys. Drafty?
No, not a bit. You feel drafty, Smitty?
Not me.
I feel very comfortable in this joint here.
Well, good. Now let's get you registered. Yeah, come on. Let's get registered before the drawing starts.
You think you're gonna win, huh, Smitty?
Sure. Sign right here, please.
Oh, please.
Oh.
Boy, what polite usage.
Quiet, please. And now, let me have your signature right here, please.
I'd be delighted. And I hope I win. Everybody is so happy around here.
Well, congratulations, men. We're glad to have you in the Army.
Thank you. We're very glad to be here.
Why?
Let me out of here!
Come on, Janeway. Head out.
Get me out!
Yeah, just a moment.
Oh, Smitty, the same cop.
Yeah, it's the same cop. What's the matter, officer? I owe these guys a pitch.
Come on, boy.
Wait a minute. They're in the Army, officer. You can't touch them now.
There. You see, wise guy?
So you're in the Army, huh? Well, I'm joining up myself tomorrow. I'll be seeing you, boys.
Hey, Smitty, I'm laughing. What am I laughing at?
All right, men. Here are your orders. Report at the high-speed armory at 7 o'clock. You leave the railway station at 9. Until then, dismissed.
What happened?
The officer dismissed us.
You mean we're fired before we even get started?
Oh, no. We have time off till 7 o'clock. Hello, fellas. Got a match? Sure, here. Thanks. My name's Martin, Bob Martin. Hiya, neighbor. I'm Smitty. This is Herbie. Hello, Herbie. Were you drafted too?
No, sir. I'm an involuntary volunteer.
Martin, will you get my hat? I left it in the other room.
I think you'd better get it yourself, Mr. Parker.
What's that?
I'm not working for you anymore.
Now, look, Martin, I thought we had it understood. If we happen to get in the same company, I wanted you to keep right on with your job. I'll pay you, of course.
Thanks. But we're just a couple of buck privates now. You won't need a chauffeur, Mr. Parker.
All right, Martin. I won't be in very long anyhow. Maybe if you behaved yourself, I could get you out of me.
Through your father, I suppose.
Well, he has a little influence in Washington, you know. What do you say?
I'm not having any, thank you. I'll serve my time like everybody else.
Go ahead.
Mr. Parker, I've worked for you for 2 years, haven't I?
That's right.
It's been quite an experience. I've carried you upstairs and put you to bed any number of times.
Yes, but why bring that up?
Remember that night I froze both my ears waiting for you? And that accident you had when I took the raft and went to jail for you?
Look, Martin, let's not reminisce.
Yeah, but we're in the Army now, so I think it's about time I tendered my resignation.
Very well, tender.
Yes, sir. Would you mind putting up your hands, Mr. Parker?
Anything to oblige an old friend.
So long, Mr. Parker. I'll see you at camp. Well, what do you think of that?
You know, Smitty, that gives me an idea.
Yeah, what?
I've been working for you for 6 years.
So?
Now we're in the Army.
Well?
And it's all your fault.
What do you mean?
So I'm going to tender you my resignation.
Herbie. You hit me.
Smitty, help me, I didn't mean it. How much is going out of my head?
Yeah.
You're my best friend.
Not now.
I didn't realize that I hit you.
I don't know.
Oh, Smitty.
Never mind.
I'll never get away with it again.
I know you won't.
Please, Smitty. Do me a favor, will you, Smitty?
No.
Hit me right in the chin and make me happy.
I will not.
Oh, Smitty.
No.
Don't let me go through life with that on my mind. Hit me right in the push, will you, Smitty? Make me happy. Right in the kisser.
All right.
And I had to coax him to do it.
And when you hear that whistle, hop to it. Now fall out your face.
Cigarette, soldier? Compliment to the army.
Judy.
Bob!
Judy, great. What are you doing here?
Why, I joined the army.
Go on.
No, really, I'm a camp hostess now. We're going to add the feminine part.
Hey, that'll make being drafted more popular.
I think it's pretty popular right now.
Yeah.
Cigarettes, Paul?
Thanks.
See you later.
See you later, Judy.
Chewing gum? Apples? Oh, hello, soldier.
Hello, miss.
Like some cigarettes?
No, ma'am.
Well, how about an apple?
Have you got a lollipop?
I'm sorry. Why, you like lollipops?
Oh, I'm just a sucker for those things.
Cigarettes? Apples?
Hey, you know what, Smitty? She's a nice looking soldier.
Oh, stop looking at her.
I was only looking at her to see if she was looking at me to see if I was looking at her.
Oh, keep quiet.
What do you always pick on me for?
How you doing, soldier?
Oh, hello.
Hello. Cigarettes?
Thanks. My name's Randy Parker.
Hi, Miss Parker. I'm Judy Gray. Well, see you at camp.
Oh, no, wait. Don't go.
Oh, but I have to. I'm on duty.
A host's first duty is to keep the soldiers happy. I won't be unless we get better acquainted.
We'll have plenty of time to become acquainted.
Oh, but I'll be out of the Army in a week. Sit down.
I'm sorry.
Come on.
Will you please let me go?
Not until we're better acquainted.
Please.
What goes on here? What's the matter,
Oh, it's
Judy?
nothing, Bob. Just a fresh recruit trying out the manual of arms. Forget it. Judy, I'm running out of gum. Do you have any? Coming, Patty.
I better tell you something, Parker. Stay away from that girl.
I'll take my own company, thanks.
Maybe on Park Avenue, but not in the Army. Keep away from Judy. Come on, Dice, do your duty. 7 for Papa, come on, just this once. And there they go. Freedom and wheat, boys. 7 a natural. Come on, put your money down, boys. Put your money down.
Hey, Smitty! Hey, Smitty! Hey, hello, Smitty. How are you?
Hello, Herbie.
What are you doing?
Your pal Smitty just gave us a lesson in dice.
Oh, yeah? How do you like that? Playing dice on a choo-choo train?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. What is that?
Dice.
Dice?
Mm-hmm.
What's dice?
It's a game.
Like a game?
You ever play a game of dice?
Oh, no, not me.
You play games?
Oh, I play games, but I don't play that game of dice.
What do you play?
I spy. I play post office, and then I play jacks.
Jacks?
I'm up to my forties.
No. This is a real game. You see, there's numbers on there from 1 to 6. You roll them out. Now, if you should roll a 6 and a 1, that's 7. That's a natural. You win. If you should roll a 5 and a 2, that's 7. That's a natural. You win. If you should roll a 4 and a 3, that's 7. That's a natural. You win.
That's all you do is win.
Well, no.
Oh, you can lose, too.
Well, yes, if you throw like 2 1s, that's craps, you lose. If you throw 2 6s, that's craps, you lose. In other words, 7 you win and craps you lose.
Hey, you can win, hey, you can lose.
That's all there is to it.
Nice game.
You want to play it?
I love to.
All right, there you are. There's the dice. Now, wait a minute before you roll them out. Of course, if you roll them out and you make a 7, what do you win?
Nothing.
Well, now, you don't want to win nothing, do you?
Not if I can help it.
Well, certainly not. So I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll each put $10 down. Then when you make your 7, see, you pick up $20.
Oh, we each put $10 down? Good. Smitty, what? Don't call this gambling, will you?
No.
I don't want my mother to find out about this.
Don't worry about that.
We'll call it bank night.
All right, we'll call it bank night. Okay, go ahead.
Now, what do I do with these square things?
You just roll them out, and if you should throw a 7, you win, and craps you lose.
Throw them out?
That's all.
Here I go.
Never played the game, huh?
Put your $10 down.
There you are. It's down. There you are.
I mean, you had it in your hand. I want it down.
There it is.
Down on the floor.
Down now.
Keep it down.
All right, now don't
Get your foot off. Get your foot off.
All right.
Stay clear of that 10.
All right, there you are. It's all clear. Go ahead, roll them out.
Okay, here I go.
And go.
Whee! 7. I win.
Yep. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot to tell you. Don't pick up the money right
I gotta pick up the money now.
Not now. You pick it up later.
Oh, you want me to wait until the money gets up to my chin? Then I ship it down by truck.
That's the idea, yes. Well, how do you like the game so far?
It's good.
You like it? Never played it, huh?
No.
All right, well, what do you want to shoot for now?
Face that. Keep your hands to yourself.
Now, what do you mean, face
Well,
that?
don't slap me in the face.
Thought you told me you never played this game.
Well, it ain't a bit nice. Now, keep your hands to yourself.
Just a minute,
I don't like it, that's all.
You told me...
You got no right to slap me in the puss.
Just a minute, you told me you never played this game.
I never played the game before, and that's that. And
Now,
keep your hands where they belong.
Where did you get that face that?
It just come to me out of thin air.
What do you mean out of thin air?
I just thought of it and I said it. Is it wrong?
No, it's too darn right. Are you sure you never played this game?
Yes. I'm surprised at you, Smitty. You even took doubt. Doubt?
All right, never mind. Go ahead. All right, I'll take another chance. There you are. Roll them out. Go ahead. Forget about it. 7 you win, that's the same thing.
And I want to remind you once more, now keep your hands to yourself, but I don't like that.
Don't make those remarks. I don't like it.
You can kick me. Don't slap me.
Never mind. I'll use my own judgment. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Now, throw them out again.
Throw them out again.
Whee! 7 again.
Mm-hmm.
I'm lucky.
Yes. Well, I guess it's beginner's luck. All right, so what do you want to shoot now?
Let it ride.
Wait a minute. Just a minute.
Now, Sonia, now keep your hands to yourself. I don't go for that.
Don't give me that. Now, come on. Now, speak up like a man.
Now, pull me around, but don't slap me.
Now,
don't go for that.
Don't tell me you got
I'll
that.
quit the army to help.
Just a minute.
I resign. I quit.
You can't quit.
I had a better offer from the Navy.
Now, wait a minute. Just a
Let me
minute.
get out of here.
Now, wait. Don't tell me you got that out of thin air. Where'd you get it? Come on, where'd you hear it? No, I knew it.
I'm sorry.
And you did play the game.
Not me. I'm not lying.
Come on, speak up.
I was at the clubhouse one night. I saw a bunch of the kids. And they was all around the table, and they had lumps of sugar with some numbers on them. Dots. And they was throwing them out. And they was yelling those kind of things.
Oh, but you didn't play in the game.
Oh, no, sir.
Oh.
I was too young. I'm just a boy.
No, I know that.
They wouldn't let me play.
Well, I understand now. It's all right. No hard feelings.
No. Starting Tuesday, I'm going out with girls.
Why, sure. Why, goodness. There you are.
See, those kind of things, when they say those things, I'm at the age where I pick them up.
I know that. I appreciate that, too, because you're a smart boy.
You can't blame me for that.
No. Go ahead now,
But keep your hands to yourself.
All right, now, no more arguing. Everything's lovely. All right?
Yes.
Go ahead. Roll them out.
Same thing?
Same thing. 7 you win, perhaps you lose.
That's a good team.
You like it, don't you?
Yeah.
That's the boy.
Yeah, go.
See the money piling up?
Yeah, in my direction, too.
That's right. Go ahead.
Whee! 11. You never did say nothing about 11.
Oh, that's right. Well, 11 don't mean anything.
No?
No. Personally, I don't know why they put those numbers on the dice.
I guess they had a lot of room, so they put extra dots on
Yeah,
it.
that's it.
I'll tell you what we do. What? We'll call 11 intermission.
Intermission. Say, that's a good name for it. But go ahead. I'll give you another chance.
Intermission. Now, I roll them out again?
That's right.
And give me another chance?
Sure.
You're a regular kid.
You're right. Go ahead. Everything's...
That's my pal.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go.
That's the boy.
Whee!
4.
Little Joe.
Little Joe, huh?
That's me. I'm telling you.
Don't give me that.
No more slap me in the face now. I don't go for that, that's all.
Little Joe. Clubhouse, eh? I'll fix you in that clubhouse. Pick up those dice.
Now, can you say please?
Pick them up.
Say please.
Pick them up.
Well, it's a good thing you didn't say it.
Now, wait a minute. Just before you roll them out. If you should roll a 7 before you make that 4, you lose. Yes, ma'am. Yes, what? Yes, sir. That's better. You gotta be one of the others. All right, never mind. Go ahead and roll with that stuff. Don't forget, 7, you lose. 4's your point. Whee! 3, you lose. How come? Well, what did you roll the first time? 4. What did you just roll? 3. Well, 4 and 3 is what? 7. You lose.
Oh, you add them up.
Oh, you didn't learn that at the clubhouse, did
You
you?
never said nothing about add them up, Smitty.
Never mind, now we'll play it.
Smitty Satan.
Never mind, no.
Smitty Satan.
Now, leave on. Now we'll play it my way.
You going to use my money now?
Why not? You've used mine long enough.
Yes.
Come on, put it down.
Okay.
Put it all down.
I'll put it all down.
Put it all down.
Can I count it?
Oh, count it if you want.
$20 bill, another $20 bill,
All right.
$10 bill, another $20 bill.
Yeah. What'd you throw out there?
Somebody put a buck in here.
All right. Well, here they go. Watch them. There we are, Herbie. 11. That's the winner. 11. That's the natural. The 11 is the winner.
No, leave the money down.
Now, wait a minute.
Leave the money down, Smitty.
That's the natural.
That's 11, isn't it?
Yeah.
Intermission. I'll give you another chance. You was good to me, I'm good to you.
All right. Here they go. There you are. 6. 6 is the point. 6. Here they go again. Watch it. There you are. 6 right back.
Leave the money alone.
Wait a minute.
Leave the money alone.
Now, don't
You lose.
No, I don't lose.
What'd you roll the first time?
6.
What did you just roll?
6.
6, 6, 12. Crap, boxcars, big penny.
Our producer, Mr. DeMille. Act 2 of Bud Private, starring Bud Abbott as Smitty and Lou Costello as Herbie. The Buck Privates, 15,000 strong, have arrived at camp. They're not an army yet, but in those straggling ranks is the raw material of a mighty fighting force. On the parade ground, Company K stands at attention as an officer passes down the line.
As I said before, I'm Captain Williams, commanding officer of this company, and I'm just as new to you as you are to me. But we all have the same job ahead of us. A great many people are counting on our success. People from all walks of life who are giving to this great national defense program just as much as you or I. No one expects you to be seasoned soldiers overnight, but we're going to do everything we can to help you in every possible way. And I believe that if we all work together, that will make a company a unit of which any regiment can be proud. Sergeant Callahan? Yes, sir. Appoint acting corporals and assign the men to their tents. Yes, sir. All right, men. Count off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right. Who's next?
All right. So it's me. 13. Who likes a number like that?
Come on, men. Come on. Get those bunks made. Caps flew 5 minutes ago. Now get to work. Come on.
That's a nice job, Parker. I never knew you made your own bed at home.
I must have forgotten to tell you. Hurry up, Herbie. Make up that bed.
A fine thing. 21 bucks a month to be a chambermaid.
Men, the new sergeant.
What kind of a place is this? Clean up that mess. Hey, Smitty, that voice sounds familiar.
Hey, you familiar. It's that cop, the one who was going to pinch you.
Come on, let's get out of here. Grab your stuff, quick.
Well, look who's here. So you two boys are in my section, eh?
Not anymore. We're resigning.
Come on, Herbie.
There you.
Where do you think you're going?
They collect my Social Security.
You can't collect your Social Security till you're 65.
Seeing you, I ain't. 35 years.
Put that grip down. Put it down!
All right.
Now go over there and climb into that bunk.
Sergeant.
Yeah?
I got a confession to make.
Well?
I ain't got my nightie on yet. Get in that bunk! All right! Smitty, I don't think that guy likes me.
Quiet! Hey, you. What's your name?
Parker.
Where did you learn to make up a bunk?
Military school.
Why didn't you tell the first sergeant? He might have made you an acting corporal.
You can have the whole army. By next week, I'll be through with it.
You're the one they've been talking about, eh? The dude with all the drag.
That's me, Sarge.
Well, drag yourself into that bunk. You got a long day ahead of you tomorrow. And everybody quiet. Stay that way.
Sergeant,
Yeah?
will you tell me a bedtime story?
All right!
And this is the recreation hall. Soldiers are privileged to come to the recreation hall whenever they're off duty.
You know, it's very nice of you to show me around, Miss Gray.
Yes, I'm sure you had never found it yourself, Private Parker.
Oh, never. Look, Judy, I want to talk to you.
How about forgetting what happened at the station?
I've already forgotten it.
Well, it was your own fault, you know.
My fault?
Certainly. You shouldn't be so beautiful.
Hey, Private Parker!
Yes?
Private Parker, I got a message for you. Captain Williams wants to see you.
Oh, that's fine. Maybe you heard from the old man. I better go, Judy.
Of course.
You wait here. I'll be right back.
Say, Herbie, who gave you that message? I happen to know that Captain Williams just left camp for the weekend.
I got a message for you, too.
You have?
That guy over there, Bob Martin, he wants to see you.
Okay, Herbie, I'll take over now. Thanks, pal.
Say, what is this?
You may not know it, but you've just been rescued.
I've what?
The captain doesn't want to see Parker, but I want to see you.
Oh, the old army game, huh?
Come on outside, Judy. I want to show you the moon.
All right, Bob, but I've got to come right back.
Oh, boy, I feel just like Cupid.
Oh, there you are. Hiya, Herbie, old boy.
Hiya, Smitty.
How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
You know, you're looking great, fella. And I was just standing over there thinking, now there's a real hope. Yes, Herbie, you are, really, Herbie. You look swell in uniform. You know I'm proud to be your friend.
You can stop right there. I ain't got a penny.
No,
Not a penny.
Herbie.
Every time you talk like that's going to cost me something,
Now,
brother.
wait a minute, Herbie. I didn't ask you for any money.
I know, but you got that look in your eye.
No. Did I ask you for any money? Now, listen. You cleaned me up in that scratch game, didn't you?
You gave me a lesson, that's all I know.
Now, by the way, will you do me a favor?
Here it comes. I know it. What is it?
Herbie, I'm broke. Just throw me a few bucks, will you?
How many bucks is a few bucks?
Very little. All I need is $50.
$50?
Mm-hmm.
Smitty, I can't lend you $50.
Oh, yes, you can.
No, I can't. All I got is $40.
All right. Give me the $40.
Okay, here.
Fine. Now you owe me 10.
Okay, I owe you 10.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Wait a minute. Smitty, how come I owe you 10?
Well, what did I ask you for?
You asked me for $50.
And how much did you give
And
me?
I gave you $40.
So you owe me $10.
Excuse me, that's right.
That's okay.
Well, you owe me $40.
No. Don't change the subject.
I'm not changing the subject. You're trying to change my finances. Come on now, Smitty. Give me back my $40.
No, right here. Take it. There's your $40. Now give me the $10 you owe me.
Okay, here. I'm paying you on account.
On account?
On account? I don't know how I come to owe it to you.
That's the way you feel about it. That's the last time I'll ever ask you for a loan of $50.
Just a minute, Smitty. Don't get short me.
Why not?
How can I lend you $50 now? All I got is $30.
Well, give me the $30 and you'll owe me 20.
This is getting worse all the time.
What do you mean?
First I owe you 10, now I owe you 20.
Well, why do you run yourself into debt?
I'm not running in, you're pushing me.
I can't help it if you can't handle your finances. I do all right with my money.
You're doing all right with mine, too.
Now, wait just a minute. Now, look, I asked you for the loan of $50, and you gave me $30. So you owe me $20. 20 and 30 is 50.
No. 25 and 25 is 50.
All right. Here's your $30. Now, give me back the $20 you owe me.
I don't know. Something's wrong. I don't know what it is, but something's screwed.
You're a fine guy. Who'll loan a pal $50.
How can I lend you 50? All I got now is 10.
Well, listen. To show you that I'm your pal, you want to double that money?
Goodbye, Smitty. I'll see you around.
Now, listen. Go on. I'll see you some other time. Go on. Now, wait a minute. I don't want that kind of money. On the up and up with me all the time. You know that. Now, look. Take a number. Any number at all from 1 to 10. And don't tell me.
I got it.
Is the number odd or even?
What's 3?
Now, don't tell me.
I told you not to. I'm not supposed to tell you, and I told you.
I don't want that kind
of... And I truthful.
I don't want that kind
And I truthful.
I don't want that kind of money.
I should tell him.
No.
I'm truthful, though.
I know, but I'd be cheating you that way.
Yeah.
Now, come on. Now, let's start all over here.
Let's start all over.
Right, now, take a number.
I got it.
Now, is the number odd or even?
Even.
Now, is the number between 1 and 3?
No.
Between 3 and 5?
I think I got him.
Is the number between 5 and 7?
Yeah.
Number 6.
Right.
All right, I win. Give me the 10. Thanks, Herbie, old boy. Thanks a lot, honey.
How did he do that?
Come in, Parker. You're not here to see Captain Williams again, are you? No, sir. I'm supposed to see the General this time. Just a minute. Private Parker's here, sir.
Oh, yes. Send him in.
Private Parker reporting, sir.
At ease.
Well, Parker, I believe you know this gentleman here. I believe so. Hello, Dad.
How are you, my boy? Well, let me see. Well, you're looking better than your letters indicated.
I feel fine. I thought you'd forgotten about me, Dad. Did you fix everything up in Washington?
Well, I had a little difficulty, but everything is arranged.
Oh, that's fine. Why don't you take a look around the grounds while I get out of my uniform?
No, I can't, son.
Why not?
Because I have to return to Washington at once. And because you're not getting out of that uniform.
But, But you just said that
I just fixed everything up. Well, I have.
Parker, it seems that your father has a little more respect for Army life and Army institutions than you have.
Excuse me, sir, I don't understand all this. It's not very difficult, Randy. This camp may be short of sport roasters and chorus girls, but it's excellently equipped to make a man out of a playboy. You're going to stay here and put in your time, and you're going to like it.
Detail, out! Well, Mick, in all my experience, you are the sixth dumbest I've ever had the misfortune of grilling.
Oh, gee, thanks, sir.
Quiet!
Oh, me?
Step out here, yes, you. Listen, how can you be so stupid?
I don't know. It just comes to me natural.
Well, there's something else coming to you, and I'm going to see that you get it. Private Smith?
Right here, Sergeant.
Smith, you seem to know what this is all about. I want you to take these men and work with them all day and see if you can work some sense into them. I'm exhausted!
Yes, sir.
Oh, boy. Hi, Smitty. You're going to be the captain, huh?
Detail, attention.
It's all right, fellas. Don't get nervous. He's my pal. Anything I want, it's okay with me.
You? What's that smile off your face?
Are you kidding?
Attention, you.
Oh, pal. It's me, Pat Herbie.
Quiet! More word out of you, and I'll slam you into the jug.
Okay. Hey, Smitty, you want to be a big man? You want to be the captain?
Shut up.
Go ahead, you're the captain.
What are
You're
you-
the general.
What are you doing?
You're the commander.
What are you doing?
I'm promoting you in a hurry.
What are you doing?
What am I doing?
What are you doing?
I'm talking to myself.
Well, don't talk so loud.
Well, I got to hear what I got to say.
Quiet! Count off. 1, 2, 3. Bingo! Stop it! You behave yourself. Understand? I won't warn you again. Now get your chin up. Get it up!
All right, don't hit it. It's getting up.
Get it
Don't
up.
hit it. What do you hit me under the chin for?
I'll do as I want. Throw out your chest.
Huh?
Throw out your chest.
Oh, yeah, well.
Throw it out. Get it out. Way out. Way out. Way out. Throw it out.
I'm not through with it yet.
Quiet.
What kind of talk you give me
You
here?
just keep quiet. I'll do the talking.
Go ahead. You do the talking. Go
That's
ahead.
right.
Yeah, report me. Go ahead.
Never mind that.
Put me in a brig. I don't
I'll
care.
put you someplace. Right shoulder. Arm. I said right shoulder arms. That's your left shoulder.
I'm left-handed.
Get it over there.
It feels better over here.
Get it over there.
Never saw such a temper on a guy. Big man.
Quiet.
Okay, it's over there.
Keep quiet.
It's over there. I put it on the other side.
Now keep it over there.
What difference does that make what side you put it on? The
Leave it
bullets
over
are going
there.
to come out the same way.
Never mind that.
What I know about a gun anyway? You don't know anything about a
You were
gun.
told how to handle a gun.
Gives me a gun. He says, go ahead, shoot at will.
That's all you have to do.
3 million guys on the other side. I got to pick out a guy named Will.
Never mind.
Why don't you give me a gun like that Sergeant Collins has got?
What do you mean?
He's got a nice gun. Shoots bullets for 3 miles and throws rocks the rest of the way.
You just... Detail. Left shoulder arm. Right shoulder arm. Left shoulder arm. Right shoulder arm. Left shoulder arm. Right shoulder arm.
All right. Make up your mind. I'm going home.
Come back here.
I forgot something. I'm going home.
What'd you forget?
I forgot to stay there.
Never mind that. Get with it.
Right shoulder arm, left shoulder arm, right shoulder arm, left shoulder arm, right shoulder arm, left shoulder arm.
Do as you're told.
What do you think I'm toting here, a machine gun?
Quiet.
It's discouraging.
Quiet. Present. Arm.
Okay, take it.
What do you think you're doing?
I'm presenting it to you.
I don't want it.
Go on, take it.
I don't want it.
You asked for it.
No, I didn't ask.
Well, then I don't want it either.
Now,
Throw
pick
it
up that
down.
gun. Pick up that gun. Take that gun up. Pick it up.
Not until I get ready.
Pick that gun up.
I said not until I get ready.
And I said pick that gun up.
I think I'm ready.
Now, I think you are. And stop pointing that gun at your temple.
Oh, you don't have to worry about that.
Why not?
It ain't loaded. Look. See?
Herbie, take that gun away from your temple.
Come here. You scared? It ain't loaded. Look.
Herbie, drop that gun.
Okay.
Herbie! Don't faint, Herbie!
It's too late.
Hello, Judy.
Oh, hello, Private Parker.
You going my way?
Thanks, no, I'm waiting here for someone.
Oh. Well, if you're waiting for Private Martin, I'm afraid he won't be able to keep his date with you.
Oh, I think I understand. The captain wanted to see him?
Not exactly. He's shooting with the company rifle team, and they're having some sort of a contest.
Oh, yes, I heard. But those boys from Tennessee. But I thought... who are the stars of the team?
Well, I was until this morning, and the strangest thing happened. My wrist, I could hardly move it. I told Captain Williams about it, and he replaced me with the sixth man on the score sheet.
Oh, and Bob was the sixth man, of course.
Of course.
Well, how does your wrist feel now?
Why, it's much better, thanks. In fact, it's completely cured.
In other words, you walked out on your teammates just to chill to a date with me, is that it?
Well, you're a lot more attractive than a target.
I think you ought to know something, Mr. Parker. I don't think it will matter to you, but the men you sold out bet every cent they had on the team. That means on you.
They did? They never mentioned it to me. All right, I'll make their losses good.
With what? Money?
What else can I do?
It's just that easy for you, isn't it? Well, I'll tell you one thing. There's no price tag on loyalty or friendship.
I didn't ask for this uniform. Why should I take it serious?
After what you did today, the only friend you'll have in camp is a guy that looks at you out of the mirror. And if he had any sense, he'd keep as far away from you as I'm going.
Wait a minute. Judy, wait.
We'd have won if Parker had shown up.
Yeah, that gag about hurting his hand, that was a hot one.
Cost me every nickel I had. I bet $10 on that guy. Let me see. 10 out of 21? I ain't gonna get rich that way.
Hello, fellas. I'm sorry we lost the rifle match.
What do you mean, we?
I want to make your losses good. Just tell me how much you dropped.
I think I'll take a walk. There's a strange smell around here.
Oh, wait a minute. I said I was sorry. What do you want me to do? Backflips?
Yeah, wise guy.
And we're just the boys who can flip.
Don't you suck him, Harry. I had that pleasure myself once, and I'd like another crack at him now.
All right, Martin, let's go.
Go on, go get it. Go on.
Oh, wait. Don't fight. Don't fight now. No, stop. I don't want to see anybody get hurt.
Don't interfere, Herbie.
I gotta interfere, Smitty. Somebody's gonna get hurt. Stop. Will you follow us before somebody gets hurt?
Oh, I'm sorry, Herbie.
There, you see? He got me. He socked me right in the eye. I told you not to interfere. Look out, fellas. Here comes the sergeant. What's going on in there? Hey, boys, cut it out. Sarge. Jiggers, the Sarge. What is it? What's the matter in here? Nothing at all, Sarge. Nobody was fighting in here, honest. No? No. Then how'd you get that black eye? What black eye? Have I got a black eye? Listen, you. I don't know what's going on in here, but I'll bet you're in the middle of it. You said it. Cut it out, see, or you'll find yourself on KP. Now, I want it quiet in here. I don't want to hear another peep out of you guys, or there's going to be trouble. What an army. What a sergeant. Give me liberty or give me death. Benjamin Franklin, or vice versa. I'm getting sick of it, Smitty.
All right.
I don't know why he's always picking on me.
Don't feel so bad, please.
That guy socked me right in the eye.
Well, it's your own fault.
Not around it, mind you. Right in it.
I know it. Here, Herbie. You can listen to my radio.
Thanks, Smitty.
It's all right.
You're the only friend I got around here.
Who's doing that? Who's playing that radio?
Nobody. It's playing by itself.
Well, turn it off.
Turn it off. All right.
The men have to get up at 5:45 in the morning. Now keep it quiet in here.
See, Smitty? See what I mean?
Go on and play the radio.
Now, wait a minute. You heard what the guy said. He said keep it quiet. Don't play the radio.
Oh, what are you worrying about? He's only the sergeant. What's the matter? You scared of him?
No.
Go on, play the radio all you like. Play it loud.
Okay.
What did I just tell you? Didn't I tell you that the men were sleeping? Didn't I tell you they've got to get up at 5:45 in the morning? Now don't play it. Okay. Any more noise in here? I'm going to get good and sore. Now quiet. Go on and play the radio.
Smitty, the man said don't play it in parentheses. He said it.
Go on, play the radio. Listen, you're an American citizen, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
And this is a free country, isn't it?
Sure.
And what are you worrying about? Go on and play the radio. If he comes in here again, I'll tell him off.
You will?
Sure I will.
Don't forget now. Tell him off.
You just leave it to me.
Got that thing all. Shut it off. Listen, you. Go ahead, Smitty.
Didn't I tell you not to play that thing? Didn't I tell you that the men were asleep?
Smitty, what are you going to tell him?
Shut up and you listen to me.
Wait a minute, Sarge. My friend's got something to tell you. Smitty!
He ain't going to tell me anything. He's asleep.
Asleep? Smitty! Smitty, wake up! Don't go to sleep on me at a time like this! Smitty!
Leave him alone.
Okay.
Now, look, you. I'm going to give you one more chance, but don't get funny, see?
All right.
One more crack out of you, and I'll shake you up like a terrier shakes a rat.
Yeah.
I'd like to see you do it.
Oh, you never to me! I didn't say a thing, brother!
I heard you. You said you'd like to see me do it.
I didn't say that. No, I didn't.
Well, who said it then? Who said it?
Smitty, wake up! Will you wake up?
Leave him alone.
Mr. Sarge, he wants to tell you something.
Shut up.
Smitty!
Hey, quiet whimpering. Now, look, you. Close your mouth.
I can't.
I'm getting very annoyed with you. Why don't you behave? Why don't you be quiet like your buddy here?
Yeah, he's quiet, all right. But he talks in his sleep.
Now, remember, don't open your mouth, because if you do, I'm going to close it for you. This is your last chance, buddy.
All right.
One more wise remark, and I'll punch you right in the nose.
I'd like to see you do it.
That wasn't me. Let me go. Let me go. Smitty! Smitty! Let me inside it.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone. Curtain rises on the third act of Buck Private. Several weeks have gone by, and the boys from Company K are rounding into form. The sergeant says that some of them are born soldiers, but the two of them never should have been born at all. He refers, of course, to Herbie and Smitty. Now in the recreation hall, there's a boxing match about to begin. Our two Buck Privates are in the front row.
Just a minute, men. In the next match, Private Bill McGuire of L Company challenges any man, particularly any man from Company K.
Wait a minute, just a minute. All right, men of Company K, are we going to let him get away with that?
No.
Are we?
Surely not. Somebody from our company should volunteer to fight him.
Boy, Herbie. All right, boys. Okay, we've got our volunteer. Let's go.
Wait a minute. What volunteer? Who volunteered?
Why, you did, Herbie.
That was only a suggestion.
Come on. Take off your shirt.
Wait a minute, Smitty, stop. I don't want to fight that fella. I ain't even mad at him.
You mean to say you're scared of that little guy over there?
I mean to tell you that I am.
Don't be silly. Here he comes now. Look at him.
Oh, hello, soldier. Hey, who are you? I'm the fella you're gonna fight. May the best man win, old man.
Smitty.
So long, sir.
Is that the guy?
That's the guy.
How much does he weigh?
Oh, 118.
118?
Yeah.
Me at him! I'll murder the brute.
Sure you will.
Hey, Smitty.
What?
I can picture myself now. The whole place is crowded.
Yes.
I'm coming down the aisle. I jump in the ring.
Atta boy.
I throw off my rope,
Yes.
and the whole crowd lets out a terrific roar.
Well, what happened?
I forgot to put on my pants.
Time for trunk. Sit down in this corner.
Let me at him, will you?
Now listen, kid. When you get out there in the ring, when you get him out there alone, you understand? Give him that old 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3.
Yeah. What happened to 2?
2 you get.
That's what I was afraid of. And there's been a little change. A change, he says.
Private McGuire's been taken sick. We're going to substitute Roaring Bill McGonagall, former contender for the heavyweight championship of the world.
Let me out of here! Get me out of here!
Sit down.
Smitty, don't hold on. Let go.
Stop it. You can't run now.
Just give me a chance to watch.
Now listen, you're staying right here now. Quiet.
All right, Herbie. Step up here. I'm refereeing this bout.
Oh, that's fine.
McGonagall, come here.
Where's the guy I'm going
Let me out of here!
Put them in little pieces.
This is the guy right here.
Him?
Smitty! I'm getting out of here before they take me away in a white wagon.
You mean an ambulance?
I don't mean the good humor, man.
All right, boys, you know the rules. No holding any clinches, break clean, and no hitting below the belt.
You mean I can't hit him like that?
Ow! Ooh, ooh.
No, you can't hit him like that. And you cannot do this either.
Oh!
Oh, but I can do this.
Can I? Oh, that's killing me, Smitty.
Yeah, all right, but you cannot do this.
Oh!
All right, now, shake hands, boys.
I don't have to. My hands are shaking already.
Now go back to your corners and come out fight.
Now, go ahead. Go right after him, Herbie.
Stop the fight. Stop the fight.
Well, what's the matter?
I'm winded. Get in there and fight.
Herbie! Herbie, why don't you stop some of those punches?
You don't see any of them getting by, do you? Hey, Smitty.
This guy is yelling. What's the matter? He won't come down on the floor and fight like a man. Get up. Come on, get up and fight. You can't lose. You've got a horseshoe in your glove. Then that guy must have the rest of the horse in his. Oh, 1, 2, 3. Herbie. Oh. Herbie, old fella, wake up, pal. Wake up. Oh. Wake up, Herbie. Wake up. That's the boy.
Is it over?
It's all over, pal.
You know something? I hear birds singing.
Well, sure. It's morning, pal.
Oh, morning? What morning?
Tuesday.
What day was the fight?
Friday.
Friday? I had a long rest, didn't I?
Everybody out, roll out!
Come on, Herbie, on your feet.
Company K, full marching order in 15 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Company K, full marching order in 15 minutes.
Hey, what goes on?
Going on maneuvers.
What's maneuvers?
It's like a sham battle. A sham battle. I should have stayed in bed.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience. This is Terry Manson, speaking to you directly from the central observation point for the most extensive Army maneuvers ever attempted by the United States in peacetime. From my post, I can see several miles of the battlefield. I'm looking through my glasses now towards Carleton Cliff, one of the points of defense for the Blue Army. It's a huge hill of granite with only one possible means of approach, the west side. The other sides are sheer drops of 100 to 200 feet. It's a neat problem for the Red Army. And now I'm looking down.
Come on, Herbie. Keep walking.
Hey, I can't walk no further, Smitty. My feet are killing me.
No wonder. You've got 2 left shoes on.
Is that wrong?
No, certainly. Why, you're dumb. I don't know what's wrong with you, Smitty. You certainly are dumb.
Well,
and to prove to you how dumb you really are, suppose you had $10 in one pants pocket and $5 in the other pants pocket. What would you have?
The captain's pants on.
No. Silly answer.
Ask me something with a little sense to it.
Will you answer it?
Yeah.
All right, look. All right, say you're 40 years old. You're 40 years old and you're in love with a little girl, say 10 years old.
This one's going to be a pimp.
Now, wait till I finish.
Now I'm going around with a 10-year-old girl.
Well, wait a minute.
You got a good idea where I'm going to wind up.
Just a minute. Look, you're 40 years old and you're in love with this little girl, 10 years old. Now, you're 4 times as old as the girl. You couldn't marry her, could you?
Not unless I come from the mountain.
Now, listen. You're 40, she's 10. You're 4 times as old as the girl. So you wait 5 years. Now the little girl is 15. You're 45. Now you're only 3 times as old as that little girl. So you wait 15 years more. Now the little girl is 30. So you're 60. Now you're only twice as old as that little girl.
She's catching up.
Yes. Now here's the question. How long do you have to wait before you and that little girl become the same age?
Now wait a minute. The whole thing is ridiculous.
Nothing ridiculous.
If I keep waiting for that girl, she'll pass me up.
What do you mean?
She'll wind up older than I am.
What are you talking
and
about?
She'll have to wait for me.
Why should she wait for you?
I was nice enough to wait for her.
Herbie, Smitty, come on.
Hiya, Randy. What's cooking?
Listen, you fellas got to help me. Bob Martin's up on Skylerton Cliff.
What's he doing up there?
Tried to climb up and pull a surprise attack on the Blue Army. He got halfway up and slipped.
Wait a minute. Don't tell me. I can't stand it.
No, he's all right, but he twisted his leg or something. He's stuck on the ledge up there.
Well, what are you going to do?
I'm going to climb up to the ledge of the rope, but I'll need some help. Somebody's got to climb up with me. Now, who's it going to be?
Who's it going to be, Herbie?
Well, here we go again.
Almost done, Martin. Can you hold on a little longer?
Sure.
Smitty.
I'm right down here. Come on, you're doing fine. Hey, Herbie, hold on to that rope up there.
I got it.
Watch it, Smitty. Well, we made it. Martin, are you all right?
Sure, I'm fine.
Come on, I'll get you back to camp.
You just about saved my life, mister.
Forget it. We're in the Army, aren't we? Anyway, I didn't want to see you miss that date with Judy.
Well, maybe we ought to keep it together, huh?
Thanks. Come on, let's go.
Hey, Smitty! Watch out for the rope.
Hey, what are you doing up there?
I'm throwing the rope down. Look out.
No. Wait, don't throw that rope.
Look out below.
Look, listen, you dope. How do you expect to get down without the rope?
I never give it a thought. Smitty!
Herbie, how did you get up in that tree?
How did I get up in a tree? I sat on it when it was an acorn.
Here's Randy Parker.
Hello, Randy.
Hello. Come on, I'll buy you a soda.
Soda, nothing. I'll buy a man's drink. A double malt.
I thought you guys were broke.
Broke? Hey, does this look like we're broke? Look at all that dough.
Oh, where'd you get it?
Well, we just about busted the Blue Army at 10 to 1.
Hey, Randy, when are you getting out of the Army?
Oh, I sort of changed my mind about that. I'll get out when my time's up.
That's the stuff.
Hello, Randy.
Oh, hello, Judy.
I've been hearing things about you from Bob. May I have this dance, soldier?
May you have this. What are we waiting for? Come on.
Very nice guy, that Randy.
Yeah, you know, that's really something, overcoming the handicap of being a millionaire. Gee, Smitty, I wish I was handicapped like that.
Well, boys, how are you? Hey, did I clean out the Blue Army? Look at the dough I have, fellas. Hey, that's not bad, Sarge. Go on, Herbie. Show 'em what we won.
Yeah. Hey, Sergeant, look what we won.
Well, that's way to roll, too. Say, Herbie, tell me, did you ever shoot dice?
Dice?
Yeah, dice. But you know, it's a little game.
No kidding.
Yeah, would you like to step outside with me for a minute?
Thank you, Sarge. I would be very happy to accept your most cordial invitation.
Herbie, how can you do it?
I'm a bad boy!
In just a moment, our stars will return for their curtain call. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
Company, attention. Private Abbott and Costello, step forward for curtain call. Gentlemen, you gave a distinguished performance.
Distinguished?
No, wait, no. Yeah.
Abbott, what kind of talk is that?
Oh, no, wait a
Is that
minute.
French or something?
No. Mr. DeMille means you were great. You were terrific, colossal, stupendous.
Only fair, huh?
No.
Oh, now, Lou. So tonight you take your place in the Lux Radio Theater beside such artists as Irene Dunn, William Powell, Myrna Loy, Ronald Coleman, and Hedy Lamarr.
I take my place beside them?
That's what he said. Right next to Ronald Coleman.
You can be next to Ronald Coleman. I want to be next to Hedy Lamarr.
Lou, please. Remember, you must be dignified now that you're a great actor.
I beg your pardon. I am sorry. Woo! Get the talk on me. Woo!
You should be sorry.
I'm a bad boy. I'll never win the Academy Award. Of course not. I'm answering for you, Abbott. Of course not.
The Academy Award. The Academy Award usually goes to a great dramatic performance, Lou. You're a buffoon.
Now listen here, kid. No more cracks like that. Now wait a minute. After all, Mr. DeMille, I don't go to that kind of stuff.
Now, wait a minute. You don't...
I may be a little chubby, but I'm no buffalo. I mean, but the kid made a remark and told me I'm a buffalo.
No, he did nothing of the kind. He said a buffoon. He means you're funny. Tell me.
I'm afraid he's impossible. I wash my hands of him.
I knew he'd get Lux in here somewhere.
You win, Lou.
Good night, folks.
Good night. We'll tell Tyrone Power you're available. Our sponsors join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you.
That's right, folks. C for comedy, A for Abbott, M for Maxwell, E for Ennis, L for Lou Costello. Put them all together and they spell Camel. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. And draw up a chair for tonight's Camel Show starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Costello, come here. Costello, will you come over here, please? Will you listen to me? What are you writing on that pad?
Hey, Emmett, what are you writing on that pad? I'm just making out a list of girls I'm going to kiss next week. Here's who I got picked out. Lizzie Schwartz, Maggie Mugglemeyer, Tessie Tinfoil, Lana Turner.
Now, wait a minute. Lana Turner wouldn't kiss you.
Oh, no?
Oh, no.
Then I'll scratch her off my list.
I love it. You've got me always thinking of girls. Girls. A great men don't waste their time on girls. Where do you suppose Benjamin Franklin would have been if he'd have thought of girls all of the time?
In the front row at Earl Carroll's?
No. Costello, I've been telling you for the past 3 weeks. You've got to quit chasing girls and get yourself a job. Look how sloppy you are. Look at your socks.
I can't help my socks, Abbott. It's those new Hickok plastic garters.
What's the matter with them?
Your socks stay up, but your legs fall down. Telegram for Luke Costello. Here, boy. Out of the way, Fatso. I'm looking for Luke Costello.
Boy, he is Luke Costello.
The famous Luke Costello. The one and only Luke Costello. That's me. Yay! I listen to you on the radio every Thursday night. You break me up when you say, how do you do? Wait a minute! That ain't me, that's the Mad Russian. You're saying? Who's going to take your telegram?
I'll take it.
It's collect, $14.
He'll take it. Don't give it to me. Here, boy. Hey, Costello. This telegram is from Joe DiMaggio. Listen to this. Dear Lou, as you know, I am recovering from a foot operation. I would appreciate you taking my place. Appreciate you taking my place on New York Yankees until I recover. Please report to the Yankee Stadium immediately. Signed, Joe DiMaggio.
Abbott. Hey, that's wonderful. That's the news I've been waiting for. I'm going to be a big league ball player. Yes, DiMaggio probably heard about my playing with the Cucamonga Wildcats last year.
You a ball player? I don't believe it, Costello. You know nothing about ball.
Oh, no, I eat baseball. I live baseball. All night when I'm asleep, I dream about baseball.
Don't you ever dream about girls?
What, and Miss might turn up at bat?
Oh! What's the matter with you?
Yes, and another thing, Abbott. What page are you on?
Never mind what page you're on.
Another thing, Abbott. Not only that, in Patterson, New Jersey, I worked out with a baseball team. I used to stay out till 4 o'clock in the morning.
Why did you stay out till 4 o'clock in the morning?
This was a girls' baseball team.
Costello, if you're going to play with the New York Yankees, you really have to know something about big league baseball.
I know all about baseball.
All right, suppose there's a left-handed pitcher pitching. What do you do?
I put in a right-handed batter.
Now, suppose there's a right-handed pitcher pitching.
I put in a left-handed batter.
But now I trick you. I take out the right-handed pitcher and put in a left-handed pitcher.
Then I double-cross you. I take out my left-handed batter and put in a right-handed batter.
Now, wait a minute. Where are you getting all those right-handed batters?
The same place where you're getting all those left-handed pitchers.
Oh.
Hello, Bud. Hello, Louis, honey.
It's Sterling Maxwell.
Hello, Marilyn. I've got great news. I'm going to play ball with the New York Yankees. I'm taking you along as a pitcher.
Oh, now, Costello, Marilyn Maxwell can't pitch.
Oh, no? You should see all the guys she struck out that were trying to get to first base. This kid has got some nice curves.
Oh, Louis, you're so sweet. But I do hope you be careful. You know big league baseball is a very dangerous game.
Oh, what's dangerous about baseball, Marilyn?
Well, I read in the paper this morning that in the opening game in Boston, 5 players died on base.
Marilyn, you don't seem to know much about baseball. Let me show you how to play indoor baseball. First, I put my left arm around your waist. Then I snuggle my head on your shoulder like this. Then I press my cheek against your cheek.
Oh, wait a minute, Costello. But that's not the way to play indoor baseball.
How do you like that? Every season, new rules.
Well, goodbye and good luck, Louis. I just know you'll become famous with those New York Yankees.
Marilyn's right, Costello. This is your chance to become famous. Now, you've got a good job as a baseball player, and you might find your proper niche in life.
Yes, I might. I mean, after all, if I find my... What will I find?
A niche. You'll find your niche.
Abbott, when I find an itch, I scratch it.
No. What in the world are you talking about?
An itch. I once had the 7-year itch.
What happened?
I scratched real fast and got rid of it in 3.5 years.
I'm not talking about that kind of an itch. I mean an itch in life. An itch in life is what everyone is looking for. Anyone who is successful has found an itch.
Well, if that's the case, I know an Airedale that is doing very well.
Listen to me, Costello. When I say an itch, I don't mean an itch like you have when you have an itch. I mean an itch like you have when you have a knot.
Oh, you don't mean an itch like an itch when you have an itch. You mean an itch like you have when you have a knot.
Now you got it.
Now I've got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about. Costello, why do you mash everything up like that? You're the most mixed-up man I ever saw.
Well, maybe it's because I fell on my mother's mix master this morning. She had a tip for mashed potatoes.
Oh, Mother. I know that, you idiot. All I'm trying to tell you is that a niche is a notch. Catch? Natch. All right. Now you know that a niche is a notch. You know that both of them are the same. Yes. Now, I could have a notch and you could have a niche.
Yes, niche to me and notch to you.
I'm only trying to impress you to the importance of being a big league ball player and having a good income. Did you ever draw a nice big fat salary?
No, I never drew a fat celery, but I once sketched a skinny tomato.
No. When I say draw, I don't mean draw like you draw when you draw. I mean draw like you draw when you draw a salary.
Have it. Let me smell your breath. Just as I thought. You've drawn one too many already.
Listen to me, please. When I say you draw a salary, I mean you draw money.
Now he's got me drawing money. Wait till the FBI finds out about this. I'll probably draw 20 years in the clink. And they don't feed you any celery in there either.
Costello, when I say you draw money, I mean you draw like you draw money to spend it. Not like when you draw on an easel.
That's what I always say. With money, if easel come, easel go.
Everybody draws money. I draw money. I've been drawing money for years. My brother draws money. He's been drawing money for years.
You draw, and your brother draws?
Certainly.
Just as I thought. You and your brother are an old pair of drawers.
Experience is the best teacher. It happened shortly after the end of the war. 2 cigarettes glow in the dusk on the veranda of a country house as a man and woman are chatting. The woman remarks,
Robert, you've changed the cigarette brand. This is a Camel. I can tell without even looking.
Yes, I have changed my brand. You know how we smoked whatever cigarettes we could get during the war?
Don't I?
Yes, I must have tried all the brands during that shortage. And that's when I found I liked Camels best.
And weren't you right?
yes, experience is the best teacher. During the wartime shortage, people smoked whatever cigarettes they could get. It was this experience that taught millions the differences in cigarette quality. As smokers tried cigarette after cigarette on their T-zones, that's piece of taste and piece of throat, it was Camel's rich, full flavor and cool mildness that stood out from all the others. The result?
Today, more people smoke Camels than ever before.
Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. And while you light up a Camel, here's Skinny Ennis with Linda.
I go to sleep, I never can sleep. I tell all the charms about Linda. Lately it seems, all of my dreams, I walk in my arms about Linda. But what good does it do me? For Linda doesn't know how to do. Can't help feeling gloomy. Think of all the loving I've known. We passed on the street, my heart skips a beat. I say to myself, hello, Linda. If only she'd smile, I'd stop her a while, and then I would get to know Linda. But miracles still happen, and when my lucky star begins to shine, with one lucky break, I'll make Linda mine. On the street, my heart skips a beat. I'd say to myself, hello, Linda. If only she'd smile, I'd stop her a while, and then I would get to know Linda. But miracles still happen, and when my lucky star begins to shine, with one lucky breath, I'll make Linda mine. to be a big ball player, you've got to get yourself in shape. Now, from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m., you lift weights. From 9 to 10, eat knee bend. 10 to 11, skip rope. 11 to 12, run 5 miles.
12 to 1, I'll never make it.
Hey, look. You idiot, you'll never be a ball player. Staying up late and going to nightclubs, eating rich food, running around with beautiful girls. Do you know what can happen to you?
Yes, I can become manager of the Brooklyn Dodgers.
Costello, I don't even know why DiMaggio picked you. You don't even know how to swing a bat.
I know all about swinging bats. When I was a kid, my father used to hit me with a baseball bat. My brother used to hit me with a baseball bat. My Uncle Artie Stebbins used to hit me with a baseball bat. And my mother used to hit me with a tennis racket.
With a tennis racket?
Yes, he didn't like baseball.
Well, it's Skinny, isn't it?
Hey, Costello, I heard about you taking Joe DiMaggio's place at the New York Yankees. That's right. You know, I used to pitch for the Hollywood Stars. Boy, I'll never forget my last game. There were 5 men on base.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Wait. 5 men on base. Now, that's impossible.
You ever see the Hollywood Stars play? Ennis, I've seen the Hollywood Stars, and I don't remember you. Oh, I've changed a lot since then. I had the biggest buck teeth you ever saw. I was the only man on the team that could slide in second base and spike you from either end. Well, so long, Fatso. Come on, Skinny. Come on. Hey, you know that Skinny would make an ugly skeleton?
All right. Now, don't waste time with him. Now, you've got to get ready for the opening game.
Yes, I think we're going to play the Cleveland Indians.
Cleveland Indians, eh?
Uh-huh.
Feller pitching?
Apparently there's a feller pitching. Who do you think they'd use, a girl?
Oh, I know they don't use a girl. I said feller pitching.
What feller?
Feller with the Cleveland Indians.
Look, Abbott, there's 9 guys on the Cleveland team. Now, which feller are you talking about?
Feller that pitching. There is only one feller with Cleveland.
You mean 9 Yankees are going to play against one feller?
That's right.
You mean there's no fellers in the outfield?
No.
And there's no fellers in the infield?
No, Cleveland only has one feller.
Well, this feller must be pretty good if he don't need any other players but himself.
Look, all the players will be out there helping him.
You just said there was only one feller on the team.
That's right.
Then where did all them other fellers come from?
Ah, you idiot. When I say there's only one feller on the team, I mean there is only one feller that pitches.
Well, Abbott, when the manager of the team wants this pitcher, what does he call him?
Feller.
You mean he just hollers, "Hey, feller!" And this guy knows that they mean him?
That's right. His name is Feller, Bob Feller. And when I say there is only one feller on the team that pitches, that's it. And the feller that pitches is Feller. There's only the other fellers on the team, but there's only one feller.
Boy, are you mixed up. Oh, you mean the feller that pitches is feller. And there's other fellers on the team, but they're not fellers?
Now you grasp it.
Yes, I grasp it, but it keeps slipping out of my hand.
Let's go into this sporting goods store and get your baseball equipment. I want you to look right for the opening game. Now, go ahead and ask that lady there where they keep the baseball uniform.
Pardon me, miss.
Well, if it isn't Mr. Albert.
Hello.
And Mr. Costello. Hello. You soft little monster.
What are you doing in the sporting goods store, miss?
Oh, I just stopped in to get a gift for my nephew. I'm buying him a ball.
Ball? Abbott, you know what a bar's ball is. That's what the poocher throws to the coocher. And the booter tries to boot a home run.
My nephew is just a lotto toad, but his ambition is to be a Brooklyn Dodger catcher.
Well, if he's only a little guy, why don't he join the Deep Hoop Cougars and be a short stoop?
Well, I must be going. As we say in Chinese, "Eat your gooey hot chewy uncle to you."
And a dish of gooey chop suey and a puss for you, too.
Hey, look that fella. I think there was some sales for now.
Oh, good morning, boys. As Johnny Weissmuller said to Buster Crabbe, what dive did you come out of?
Well, my friend and I are here to get some baseball equipment. I'd like to see a baseball uniform that would fit Costello.
So would I. Look, as Adam said to Eve, quit ribbing me. However, I'll do the best I can. We'll start with the spiked shoes. What size do you wear? 8. Oh, let me see. I've only got one pair left, and they're size 5. Maybe you can squeeze into them, Costello. Go ahead and try. Okay. open-toed baseball shoes. Now for the uniform. My, you're certainly a pudgy little rascal, aren't you? Mm-hmm. Aren't you overweight? I'm about 120 pounds overweight, but I'm going back to my normal weight. It's what's normal, 60 pounds overweight.
Gosh, Sally, you should really go on a diet. Yeah, of course you know what a diet is, don't you?
Oh, sure. That's where you can eat all you want of everything you don't like. Young man, if you really want to reduce, why don't you exercise with a couple of dumbbells? Okay, I'm ready whenever you and Abbott are. All right.
Cut that out. Now, we've got to get your baseball equipment. Mister, do you have any bats?
Oh, certainly. Here's a fine bat. Autographed by Slaughter of the Cardinal. This bat was made for Slaughter. You got one that was made for baseball?
When he says Slaughter, he means Slaughter, the baseball player.
Slaughter, the baseball player? With that bat, you could slaughter anybody. No, Costello, I'm talking about Slaughter. Everybody knows Slaughter. He knows Slaughter. Well, maybe he knows Slaughter, but I don't know him.
You idiot. Everybody knows Slaughter, the baseball player. Slaughter is the man's last name.
What's his first name? He knows. Now, there's the clever guy. He knows his first name.
Oh, look. Forget about the bat. Look, mister, do you have a baseball cap that will fit Costello's head?
What size pencil sharpener does he wear? Oh, a baseball cap. Oh, yes, here's a dandy. This is the kind fella wears. What fella? The fella with the Cleveland Indians. There's 9 players with the Cleveland Indians. Which fella are you talking about? Oh, young man, when I say fella with the Cleveland Indians, I am only referring to one fella. The fellow that pitches with the Cleveland Indians. When you say the fellow with the Cleveland Indians, you're only referring to one fella. The fellow that pitches for the Cleveland Indians. Yes. As Orville said to Wilbur, you're right. How do you like that? Now they're doing our routines in sporting goods stores.
Oh, forget about him, Costello. Hey, wait a minute. I've got an idea. Mrs. Wetwash's late husband used to be a big league ball player. Now, he was a home run king, in other words. Now, maybe she'll give you one of his bats for good luck. Let's go over to her house and ask her.
Oh, okay. I'll go right over now, huh? You're right, Abbott. As John Adams said to Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. How do you like that? I forgot what John Adams said to Henry Wadsworth Longfellow.
Well, good morning, Mrs. Wetwash.
Oh, hello, Mr. Abbott. Oh, my. You know you ought to muzzle that thief in our dog. Oh, pardon me, it's Costello. Tell me, Costello, how are things in Gawker, moron?
Mrs. Whitwash, I wish you hadn't said that. I was just telling Abbott your face reminds me of a rose.
Oh, really? An American Beauty rose?
No, a rhinoceros.
Costello. Mrs. Wetwash, Costello's leaving for New York to join Joe DiMaggio's place. Take Joe's place. Isn't that wonderful? He's going to play with the Yanks.
Oh, I can't believe it.
Yes?
What do those big Yanks want with a little jerk like him?
Mrs. Whitwash, that was an insult. I'll have you know that beautiful women find me irresistible.
I don't find you irresistible.
And I don't find you beautiful.
Quiet, Costello. Ask her for those baseball bats her husband left her.
Okay. Mrs. Whitwash, I understand when your husband was alive, he had a lot of old bats.
That's a lie. He never went out with anybody but me.
No, Mrs. Wetwash. Costello means your husband's baseball bats. You see, he thought you might give him one of them.
Yes, that's right, Mrs. Whitwash. You see, I need a good bat.
Oh, you need a good bat. I'll be glad to help you out.
Can I have the bat right now?
Right now.
Presents lovely Marilyn Maxwell for Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Sea of Grass. For Camel fans everywhere and in honor of New Orleans Jazz Week, Marilyn sings for the first time on the air the title song of the picture, New Orleans.
You know what it means to miss New Orleans and miss it each night and day. I know I'm not wrong, the feeling's getting stronger the longer I stay away. It's the moss-covered vines, the tall sugar pines, where mockingbirds used to sing. And I'd like to see the lazy Mississippi hurrying into spring. The moonlight on the bayou about magnolias in June, and soon I'm wishing that I were there. Do you know what it means to miss New Orleans when that's where you left your heart? And there's something more. More than I miss New Orleans. More than I miss New
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
3 leading independent research organizations asked this question of 113,597 doctors. What cigarette do you smoke, doctor? The brand named most was Camel. Now, you probably enjoy rich, full flavor and cool mildness in a cigarette just as much as doctors do. And that's why, if you're not a Camel smoker now, try a Camel on your T-zone. That's T for taste and T for throat. Your true proving ground for any cigarette. See if Camel's rich flavor of superbly blended choice tobaccos isn't extra delightful to your taste. See if Camel's cool mildness isn't in harmony with your throat. See if you, too, don't say, Camels suit my T-zone to a T.
Well, Costello, I'm going to New York with you. You know, Bucky Harris, the Yanks manager, gave me a job as coach for as long as you're on the team.
Look, Abbott, if you're the coach, you must know all the players.
I certainly do.
Well, you know, I never met the guys, so you'll have to tell me their names, and then I'll know who's playing on the team.
Oh, I'll tell you their names, but you know, strange it may seem, they give these ball players nowadays very peculiar names.
You mean funny names?
Strange names, pet names, like Dizzy Dean and
Brother Daffy.
Daffy Dean.
I'm their French cousin.
French?
Gouffet.
Gouffet Dean, oh, I see. Well, let's see, we have on the bags, we have who's on first, what's on second, I don't know who's on third.
That's what I want to find out.
I say, who's on first, what's on second, I don't know who's on third.
Are you the manager?
Yes.
You're going to be the coach, too?
Yes.
Do you know the fellow's name?
Oh, I should.
Well, then who's on first?
Yes.
I mean the fellow's name.
Who?
The guy on first.
Who?
The first baseman.
Who?
The guy playing
Who
first.
is on first?
I'm asking you who's on first.
That's the man's name.
That's whose name?
Yes.
Well, go ahead and tell me.
That's it.
That's who?
Yes.
Look, you got a first baseman.
Certainly.
Who's playing first?
That's right.
When you pay off the first baseman every month, who gets the money?
Every dollar of it.
All I'm trying to find out is the fellow's name on first base.
Who?
The guy that gets the money.
That's it.
Who gets the money on
He
first base?
does, every dollar. Sometimes his wife comes down and collects it.
Whose wife?
Yes. What's wrong with that?
Look, all I want to know is when you sign up the first baseman, how does he sign his name to the
Who?
contract? The guy.
Who?
How does he sign his
That's
name?
how he signs it.
Who?
Yes.
All I'm trying to find out is what's the guy's name on first base?
Now, what is on second base?
I'm not asking you who's on second.
Who's on first?
One base at a time.
Well, don't change the players.
I'm not changing nobody.
Take it easy, buddy.
I'm only asking you, who's the guy on first base?
That's right.
Okay.
All right.
What's the guy's name on first base?
So what is on second?
I'm not asking you who's on second.
Who's on first?
I don't know.
Oh, he's on third. We're not talking about him. Now, let's see.
How did I get on third base?
Why, you mentioned his name.
If I mention the third baseman's name, who did I say is playing third?
No, who's playing first?
What's on first?
What's on second?
I don't know.
He's on third.
There I go, back on third again. Will you stay on third base and don't go off it?
All right, what do you want to know?
Now, who's playing third base?
Why do you insist on putting who on third base?
What am I putting on third?
What is on second?
You don't want who on second?
Who is on first?
I don't know. Third base! Look, you got outfield?
Sure.
The left fielder's name.
Why?
I just thought I'd ask.
Well, I just thought I'd tell you.
Then tell me who's playing left field.
Who is playing first?
I'm not... Stay out of the infield! I want to know what's the guy's name in left field.
No, what is on second?
I'm not asking you who's on second.
Who's on first?
I don't know. Third base! And the left fielder's name?
Why?
Because...
Oh, he's center field.
Look, you got a pitcher on the team.
Sure.
The pitcher's name.
Tomorrow?
You don't want to tell me today?
I'm telling you,
Then
man.
Go ahead.
Tomorrow.
What time?
What time what?
What time tomorrow you're going to tell me who's pitching?
Now listen, who is not pitching?
I'll break your arm, you say who's on first. I want to know what's the pitcher's name.
What's on second?
I don't know.
Third base.
Now the catcher?
Certainly.
The catcher's name.
Today.
And tomorrow's pitcher.
Now you've got it.
All we got is a couple of days on the team. catcher, too.
So they tell me.
I get behind the plate, do some fancy catching. Tomorrow's pitching on my team, and a heavy hitter gets up.
Yes.
Now, the heavy hitter bunts the ball. When he bunts the ball, me being a good catcher, I want to throw the guy out of first base, so I pick up the ball and throw it to who?
Now, that's the first thing you've said right.
I don't even know what I'm talking about.
That's all you have to do.
It's to throw the ball to first base.
Yes.
Now, who's got it?
Naturally.
Look, if I throw the ball to first base, somebody's got to get it. Now, who has it?
Naturally.
Who?
Naturally.
Naturally?
Naturally.
So I pick up the ball and I throw it to Naturally.
No, you don't. You throw the ball to who?
Naturally.
That's different.
That's what I said.
You're not saying that.
I throw the ball to Naturally.
You throw it to who?
Naturally.
That's it.
That's what I said.
Listen, you ask me.
I throw the ball to who?
Naturally.
Now you ask me.
You throw the ball to who?
Naturally.
That's it.
Same as you.
Don't take them away.
Same as you.
Now get it over.
I throw the ball to who? Whoever it is drops the ball and the guy runs to second. Who picks up the ball and throws it to what? What throws it to? I don't know. I don't know. Throws it back to tomorrow. Triple play.
Yes.
Another guy gets up and it's a long fly ball to be caught. Why? I don't know. He's on third and I don't give a darn.
What?
I said I don't give a darn.
Oh, that's our shortstop.
I mean,
We'll be back in just a moment for Camel cigarettes. During the war, the makers of Camel cigarettes sent a total of more than 150 million free Camels to our fighting men overseas. Now free Camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. This week, the Camels go to Veterans Hospital, Fort Lyon, Colorado, USAF Station Hospital, Davis-Monthan Field, Tucson, Arizona, U.S. Naval Hospital, Quantico, Virginia, U.S. Marine Hospital, Baltimore, Maryland, and Veterans Hospital, Palo Alto, California. Camel broadcasts throughout the United States 3 times a week. Are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where men are still stationed, and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now back to Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
What is that, Lou, you've got in your hand there? Another telegram?
yeah, but look, I just got a telegram from Joe DiMaggio.
Well, go ahead and read it.
Okay. Dear Lou, just heard your show. I think you have the makings of the world's greatest natural ball player. You have spiked teeth, a club head, and you've been off your base for years.
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody, and a special good night to Joe DiMaggio. Get well quick, Joe.
Listen to Abbott and Costello again next Thursday night when Costello is going to build himself a new prefabricated house. You can imagine the trouble he'll get into. I don't know whether it'll be a 1-story house or a 2-story house, but anyway, that's another story.
Prince Albert pipe appeal. They're one and the same thing. Any tobacco burns, makes smoke, but where else can you find the tobacco that has the pipe appeal of Prince Albert? The coolness, mildness, the rich, full flavor. Prince Albert is specially treated to ensure against tongue bite. Trim cut to smoke slow and cool. So pack your pipe with Mellow Ridge, PA. Enjoy pipe appeal with Prince Albert. And while we're speaking of enjoying yourself, be sure to tune in on Grand Ole Opry on NBC Saturday night. You all know and love the songs of America, but this week you have something extra special in store for you. Red Foley and his guests, Ernest Tubb and Roy Acuff. Grand Ole Opry Saturday night on NBC.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. C-A-M-E-L-S. Abbott and Costello's famous baseball routine, Who's on First, is now available at Phonograph Records. This is Michael Roy in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camel.
High above the earth, slowly rotating through the silent voids of space, is the Arthur C. Clarke Astronomical Observatory, Starlab. Here, the International Space Authority, ISA, watches over an eternity of uncharted galaxies and the countless planets orbiting within their starlit borders. For 6 days and nights, 2 drone laboratory pods, the Osiris and the Anubis, have been floating in a safety orbit 1,500 kilometers beyond Starlab. Aboard the Anubis, physicist Paul Kramer is completing a dangerous hydrogen plasma experiment. 200 meters away aboard the Osiris, Starlab Research Director Maura Cassidy was monitoring the experiment's data and relaying it to the Mycroft computer aboard Starlab. It is July 19, 2026, 0815 Universal Interstellar Time. As this week's adventure, The Keeper of Eight, takes us from the routine of a deep space laboratory experiment into the mysterious light and shadow of alien worlds.
Check the plasma chamber seals again. I'm still getting a red light on number 4.
I read 000 across the board, Maura. There must be an indicator malfunction on your end.
Let's cross-check it. Osiris to Starlab. You there, Valerie? Valerie? Hello, Dr. Reed. Good morning.
Oh, sorry, Maura. You caught me with a mouthful of toast. Anyway, Paul's right. Mycroft also reads 000.
Oh, you mean I've got a short circuit? Oh, how embarrassing.
Well, do you think you could stop blushing long enough to spacewalk on over here?
Just as soon as I get my helmet on. Why, what's the problem?
The valence analyzer I brought up from Terra was a gift from the Institute, and I sure don't want to leave it behind. Maura, I'm going to need your help taking it apart so we can get through these airlocks.
Okay, shoot the umbilical over and I'll show you why I almost ran away with the circuits to be a tightrope walk.
Here it comes.
Umbilical secured. I'm on my way.
Depressurizing her airlock, Maura swings open the hatch and floats from the zero-gravity interior of the Osiris into the starlit vacuum of deep space. Her tinted glass helmet and metallic yellow pressure suit glittering in the clean white light of the sun.
Oh, can you see me?
I sure can. Loud and clear.
What's so funny?
You're upside down. Hey, wait a minute. Maura, I'm reading a ship in the area, 057 and closing. Do you see it?
Hold on. Let me get turned around. Yeah. Yes, I see it. It's black. There aren't any markings. It's shaped like a bat. Tremendous wingspan. It's moving into a parking orbit directly above us. Something's coiling out of one of those nose vents. Looks like a metallic black snake. Oh, it's moving toward.
Nearby Stargazer security station, Captains John Graydon and Buddy Griff, unaware of what has happened at Vector 448, inspect the new ISA Deep Space Interceptor, Solaris.
4 Alpha Sunburst engines, primary and secondary energy absorbent fluid generators, high-density particle deflectors. Hey, this baby's loaded. Hard beam photon shielding, wide dual laser turrets, and a modified Starsmith parsec accelerator. Now tell me, buddy, what more could you ask for in a ship?
How about a Michelle and a Mitzi?
A what?
A Michelle and a Mitzi.
Is that some kind of top-secret equipment I haven't heard about?
Not exactly, Skipper. Michelle and Mitzi are those 2 terrific-looking inspectors standing for me.
Oh.
And from where I stand, their equipment is anything but secret.
Buddy, just between you and me, have you ever been accused of having sexist leanings?
Well, let me put it this way, Skipper.
Attention all paramedic search vessels. This is an emergency rescue alert. Pilots and crews report to the information office in your sector. Captains Graydon and Griff, please contact the bridge.
Come on, buddy. Let's use the radio aboard the Solaris.
Right.
Solaris to bridge. This is Captain Graydon.
I have some bad news, John. The Anubis laboratory pod exploded 5 minutes ago.
Dr. Kramer was inside.
Exploded? What about the Osiris? What about Dr. Cassidy? Is she all right?
We don't know, John. She was EVA when the Anubis blew up.
Well, for God's sake, what happened?
We don't know that either, buddy. They finished their experiment, and Starlab was about to launch a shuttle to pick them up when an unidentified ship came into the area. 30 seconds later, the Anubis exploded.
All right, feed the coordinates into the Solaris onboard computer. We're going out there.
John Braden and Buddy Griff streak toward the area aboard the Solaris, followed by Stargazer rescue ships. Meanwhile, the mysterious bat-wing alien vessel moves into a parking orbit behind the moon.
What quantity of hydrogen plasma was withdrawn from the Earth probe by our penetrator before the explosion? 2,000 fusion qubits. Enough to fill the planet generators of every ship in the Armada. Enough for every Shadow Sentry, Light Assassin, Scan Watcher, and Penetrator Guide who wears the dark armor of Draconia. I wonder what the humanoid was doing with so vast a quantity of concentrated hydrogen. No matter. Mask, convey my compliments to the Scan Watcher who detected the pod, and to the Penetrator Guide who withdrew the hydrogen with such unusual skill. I accept your thanks on their behalf, my lord. Mask, has there been any sign of the Keeper? Not since we entered this galaxy. Perhaps we've slipped away from him. Don't fool yourself, Mask. He's clever. Extremely clever. He'll find us, eventually. And when he does, he'll do everything in his power to prevent us from reaching the hydrogen fields of Terra. How much time will you need to assemble the Armada? It can be done within 4 solar days. Then do it. Yes, my lord. Where are you, Keeper? In this galaxy? On Terra? Or perhaps you're down there, on the dark side of the moon?
As Mask prepares to assemble the Draconian Armada for an assault on Terra, and Worf fantasizes about a mysterious pursuer known only as the Keeper, John and Buddy enter Vector 448 aboard the Solaris and begin their desperate search for Maura Cassidy.
Buddy, what's that on screen 6? Take it easy, Skipper. Let's magnify it and have a look. It's the plasma chamber from the Anubis. Damn it. I think something's not quite right here, Skipper. The chamber's still intact. The hydrogen plasma didn't explode. What did? I'll tell you what. I'll stay here and watch the life form scanner screen. You get down to the recovery bay and take the chamber aboard with the grapplers. Turn it over to the spectrograph on Starlab. They can analyze it. Maybe they can tell us what happened. That's good. John, about she's alive until we prove otherwise, okay? Of course. I'll talk to you from the cover.
Starlab, Solaris.
Solaris, go ahead, Starlab.
John, it's Valerie. Anything?
We found the plasma chamber from the Anubis.
It's completely intact, isn't it?
Yes, it is. How did you know?
I've been scanning the area on the element spectrum analyzer. There isn't a trace of hydrogen plasma residue.
Then what caused the explosion?
Skipper, get down here.
What is it, buddy?
The plasma chamber. There's a hole in it about the size of my fist. And so help me God, I can hear someone breathing.
Buddy, Skipper, grab that other pulse wrench off the wall. We've got to get this thing open. Where's the hole? There, on the other side. Listen. Come on, Skipper, come on. Watch out, buddy. Maura! Take your feet, buddy. Easy. Skipper, the whole left side of her helmet is split open. Maura, can you hear me? Get her gloves off and check her fingernails. They're normal, Skipper. No sign of anoxia. Her lips are normal, too. Let's get her out of the suit.
Right. All around. Right. Blinding.
Take it easy, Maura. You're safe now.
Safe. I'm safe. Inside.
Buddy, hasn't it hit you yet? What? We just took Mora out of a 1-ton plasma chamber, hermetically sealed from the outside, with no way in except through a 6-inch hole. Now, how in the name of God did she get in there?
I don't know. And Mora doesn't know either. She keeps talking about how some kind of vampire ship came up with them and did something to the instruments that made it explode. And there was a brilliant white light all around her, and that's all she remembers.
You're sure she's all right?
Positive. The body scan John did on her in the medical chamber showed that everything was perfectly normal.
Well, Dr. Rossiter wants to examine her anyway. So take her directly to sickbay when you dock.
Roger, Starlet. Solaris, out.
I know what Dr. Rossiter said, Mora, but I think you should take it easy for a day or two.
John, I feel fine.
You better get some rope, Skip. Looks like we're gonna have to tie her down.
Hi, Mora. How you feeling? Oh, Valerie, am I ever glad to see you. What have you got there, Valerie? Your report. I'd like to go over it with you.
Come on, buddy. We've got work to do. We'll be down in docking bay 4 if you need us, Mora.
All right, see you later. You look more serious than usual, Valerie. What's on your mind? How you got inside the plasma chamber. I've worn every circuit in Mycroft to a frazzle trying to figure it out. Have you tried the Houdini file? The Houdini file? It's a joke, Valerie. Oh, sorry, Mara. My sense of humor escaped me there for a minute. Oh, yes. Well, maybe we can get a volunteer from the audience to help you find it.
Dr. Cassidy, is Dr. Reed with you?
Oh, yes, I'm here, somewhere.
The Mycroft's printing out the results of your molecular transposition program.
Oh, I'll be right there. Be back in a few minutes, Mara. Maybe Mycroft's finally come up with something. I hope so. What on earth?
What on earth? No more, no less about any other place.
I know your voice. Where are you?
I'm here, there,
Who are you?
My father was infinity. My mother was the light. I am Echo, keeper of the
Translucent fragments of cool white light materialize in Mora's quarters and slowly puzzle together to form a calm, shimmering pool of ethereal radiance, free-floating in the center of the room. Mora suddenly finds herself in the presence of Echo, the Keeper of 8, a free energy being who is suddenly manifested in the form of a radiant pool of floating light.
I am the last of an ancient race of Solomon, a princess from a parallel universe, destroying the subworld annihilation that feels its stars.
Parallel universe? Do you mean there used to be more than one?
Yes, still are more now. Hundreds of them, beyond the time-space continuum of this one.
Where they lie?
If you don't satisfy the light,
Don't understand.
dreams that
Yes, I dream.
when you do pass from the illusion of one universe into the illusion of another, and then another, and then another, each is a reflection of the other, endlessly echoing through the antediluvian corridors.
Happened during the explosion.
Molecular dematerialization of what might have been the moment of your death. All the enormously floated in the place. I transformed to it pure energy and rematerialized inside the plasma chamber. Now I hadn't. You would have been killed by the shrapnel debris of this floating pod.
My helmet was split open.
It was struck by a power fragment an instant before I dematerialized. I sealed this with thought until the changes given worded were better. Most lucky I have living on the neighborhood.
Yes, lucky. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Echo. God, thank you.
The vampire ship that killed Dr. Freeman is part of an armada from the Draconian system. They're preparing for a small water hydrogen field terror.
Hydrogen fields? On Terra?
And
hydrogen fuel. Even their economy is hydrogen-based. They trade among themselves like herds. But, like any system state economy on the single earth, there are powers. Free, waste. The hydrogen block is plutonium and preempted. And the civil wars rage throughout their systems for control has been made. They need vast amounts of hydrogen to stabilize themselves. And they intend to take it in the earth.
Paul's death was an accident, wasn't it?
Yes. When they penetrated the hydrogen voltages, the punctures applied dreadful fuels. That's what caused the explosion.
Pure oxygen is one of the most explosive gases in the universe. The Earth would be saturated with it if they removed the hydrogen from our oceans. Echo, how can we stop them? Where's the Armada? What are their weaknesses?
I have the Navy and Armada.
Echo! Come back, Echo! Echo!
Echo? He called himself Echo? Are you absolutely certain you weren't having some kind of delayed stress reaction?
John, you know me better. I know me better.
I believe you, Maura. I just wanted to be sure that you believed you.
It all fits, Skipper. The problem now is how to deal with the Draconians. We don't even know where they are.
That shit. Oh, Val, I forgot you. First, somewhere behind them.
That might be it.
Well, there's only one way to find out. Maura, do you feel up to a little ride in the Solaris?
I certainly do. I'll meet you in the launch bay after I talk to you. Hey, what about... Oh, no, would be dangerous. Dangerous, I didn't say. Oh, I thought that came with you. Okay, you can come along. Meet me in the communications center.
Or is her middle name really Daphne?
Just kidding, buddy. Her middle name is
As Maura hurries toward the communications center, John and Buddy enter a pneumatic lift and descend to the launch bay complex located in Starlab's huge central hub. Meanwhile, 250,000 miles away, the draconian vampire ship continues to drift in a party orbit 1,000 kilometers above the dark side of the moon.
Your permission, my lord? Yes, of course, Musk. My time is yours. Your Armada will enter this star system through solar day 10. It will consist of 200 multi-atmosphere assault cruisers, a flight of 1,800 siege raiders, 600 defense penetrators, and 1,000 armed tankers. 1,000 tankers. Excellent. That's twice the number I expected. How did you manage it, Mars? A bribe, my lord. 9,000 fusion qubits of hydrogen to the magistrate of the Opposition Alliance. Economic seduction. Still the broadest and most effective avenue to conquest, especially during a civil war. 9,000 fusion qubits. A small price to pay for 500 tankers the magistrate will never see again. My assumption is correct, isn't it, Mouse? Yes, my lord. Our shadow sentries boarded the opposition tankers and neutralized the crews as the Armada was passing through the Twilight Meridian. Of course. The Twilight Meridian.
Are you two strapped in back there?
Anytime you're ready, John. All set.
Okay, buddy, let's do it. Synchronize all computer functions.
We have a positive decoder interlock on all data terminals. Manual launch functions are canceled. Real-time status is 20 seconds to ignition and counting.
Buddy, you know we don't know what the Draconians are going to do when they see us. So as soon as we get a fix on their ship, lock in our photon shielding and energy-absorbent field generators, and activate all laser turrets.
Okay, Skipper. Come on, Solaris. Let's go!
Behind the moon, a draconian command ship floats in orbit, waiting for the Armada that will lead in a vampire assault against the hydrogen-rich oceans of the Earth. Aboard the Solaris, Buddy, John, Mora, and Dr. Valerie Reed, jetting toward the moon to investigate the bat-winged alien vessel from what they hope will be a safe distance.
Solaris to Starlab.
Starlab, go ahead, John.
Our scanners have just locked out the Draconian ship. It's hovering 50 kilometers above the Lucas Kubrick crater chain. THX coordinates 1138 at subvector 2001.
We're locking in now.
Thanks, Jerry. Solaris out.
John, Valerie and I are getting a little edgy back here. Isn't there something we can do?
How about a snack?
Oh, buddy, how can you think of food at a time like this?
It's easy. I'm hungry. Skipper, is there an echo in here? Mora? Incredible.
What is it, buddy?
Would you believe a mysterious pool of talking light?
Echo? We'll be there in a flash.
Mora! Valerie!
Echo, that was fantastic. Wow, what a rush.
Echo, how do you get people from one place to another so fast?
So am I.
Two? What's going on?
But why?
In The Rime of the Ancient Mariner, Samuel Coleridge writes, "O sleep, it is a gentle thing, beloved from pole to pole. She sent the gentle sleep from heaven, it slid into my soul." A poem from the distant past, perfectly echoing the deep, metamorphic future sleep that silently enfolds Mora, John, Buddy, and Valerie on the extraterrestrial frontier of an alien world. Alien Worlds continues. The Solaris rockets toward the dark side of the moon to investigate the draconian vampire ship. 8 minutes away from visual contact with the alien vessel, Echo, the Keeper of Eight, materializes and subjects Mora, John, Buddy, and Dr. Valerie Reed to molecular transmutation. A few moments later, they fall into a deep metamorphic coma that will radically alter their cellular pathology and body chemistry. A transcendental sleep from which they will awaken with the ability to breathe lethal hydrogen.
What year is it?
Still 2026, buddy. How do you feel?
Well, that's the best news I've ever had.
Echo, why have you made it possible for us to breathe hydrogen?
So you can survive aboard the Draconian vampire?
Yeah? And me without my wooden stake.
And me without my Christopher Lee outfit. Echo, what do you want us to do?
Go aboard your vessel meet in space to space.
Well, that sounds very dangerous.
The Draconian factor absorb all the hydrogen from the ocean surface. The final test is the test of survival. Hang on a minute. They will keep their armada as a block. You can't continue so divided by the reactionary pressures of civil war. Warp, Moss, and Vina will continue to take totality.
Warp, Mosk, and Vina? Who are they?
Warp entered the Draconian void. Now it is the coordinate system. And Vina took magistrate to give opposition alive.
What can we do?
Kill Warp, Moss, and the right voice of sources of pure hydrogen.
How are we going to do that?
I know where the source are. And I'll send you where they are before you keep watering.
Well, wouldn't it be easier if you just told them yourself?
But if I do it, that's when you enter into still stay with you see, I only circumstances where things become serious. That's how you suppose they'll feel, Robert? You guarantee their survival for centuries to come.
Are you sure we'll be safe?
Buddy, you already are.
Right. Right, we already are.
You're floating into a draconian defense perimeter.
I believe there's a pause in your line.
Yeah.
With your permission, my lord, my time is yours, master. The Earth vessel is holding its position. Is it a fighting ship? Yes, my lord. 5 binary laser turrets and an ancillary system of particle beam injectors. Then our destruction is a certainty. The Earthlings don't wish to engage us, my lord. They've asked permission to come aboard. For what reason? They claim to have information that will ensure the survival of Draconia. Without going to war? Yes, my lord. Without going to war. What is your opinion, master? They know why we're here. They even know our names. Those two facts alone lead me to believe they had a visitation from the Keeper. Keeper wasn't always our enemy, master. Yes, my lord. Desperation. Oh, this terrible civil war. We gained more than we lost, my lord. Yes, but our methods. Why were we so blind and arrogant, master? We should have begun our search for alternate sources of hydrogen half a century ago. Yes, we should have listened to the Keeper then. Perhaps there are things that are giving us one final chance to listen now. Have them come aboard, master. Yes, my lord.
They're certainly taking their time about it, aren't they? Take it easy, Valerie. Echo wouldn't have left us alone out here if it wasn't safe.
Attention, Solaris. You have been granted permission to come aboard. Guide your vessel under ours and enter through the illuminated docking bay. Will you require survival costumes?
No, we're able to survive in your atmosphere.
Proceed.
Firing the inertia rockets of the Solaris, John slowly guides the sleek white interceptor under the huge black draconian ship and enters a docking bay illuminated with diffused violet light. As the shadow sentries stand silent, Nora, Buddy, John, and Valerie move into the airlock of the Solaris. Ward, head of the Draconian Coalition regime, has decided to reconsider his attack on Earth's hydrogen-rich oceans. A decision based on a mysterious series of star charts Mora has given him.
Forgive my skepticism, Mora. Are you absolutely certain these star charts are accurate?
I'm positive, Warp.
Well, we'll know soon enough. I didn't realize there were so many sources of hydrogen within our own galaxy. This planet here, it's uninhabited. Its atmosphere is hydrogen fuel, and it's only a fractional light year away from Draconia. With your permission, my lord. Yes, Mura. What is it? I've just received a report from our equatorial observatory. The 3 planets are there, just as the star charts indicate. Thank you, Blur. Why didn't we notice them before?
Well, to be perfectly honest, Warp, they weren't there before.
You confuse me.
The Keeper of 8.
So, the creation of these planets is his work.
He didn't create them, Warp. They already existed. He simply borrowed them from the Terrellian system.
With your permission, my lord. contact the Armada. There will be no war with Terra or any other planet. We're going home.
Oh, thank goodness.
A few moments later, Warp's message is flashed to the Draconian Armada as it enters Jupiter space. 200 multi-atmosphere assault cruisers, 1,800 siege raiders, 600 defense penetrators, and 1,000 armed hydrogen tankers slowly break formation, turn 180 degrees, and regroup near Callisto, one of Jupiter's 9 moons. The Armada's new course? Draconia, by way of the Twilight Meridian. Meanwhile, in the launch bay of Warp's command ship, Mara, John, Buddy, and Valerie prepare to board the Solaris for the return flight to Starlab.
It's unfortunate that we couldn't have spent more time together, Mara.
We'll have plenty of time together at the beginning of Terra's new solar year, Warp.
I don't understand.
6 months from now, an intergalactic congress will convene on Starlab. I'm going to arrange for Draconia to be represented.
Thank you, Mara. I only hope my Lord. Mask, what's wrong?
Communicate from the Armada. As it was leaving Jupiter space, it passed a flight of Opposition Alliance tankers and siege raiders. Vina is proceeding with the assault on Terra.
Wasn't she told the Keeper has provided?
She dismissed the information as a deceit tactic to prevent them from reaching Terra before we do.
Then it looks like we're right back where we started.
Buddy, where are you going? To use the radio in the Solaris. Somebody has to tell Stargazer to scramble those interceptors. That's my boy.
Pilots and crews, attention. This is a priority combat alert. Launch factor, red. Rendezvous with Solaris at THX coordinates 1138, subvector 2001.
As 3 squadrons of SET interceptors bank away from Stargazer and jet toward the dark side of the moon, John, Buddy, and Warp board the Solaris and blast out of the Draconian command ship's launch bay.
The guidance thrusters on all our ships are located in outboard wing pods. By disabling any 2 pods on either wing, the ship will be unable to maneuver and will be forced to withdraw from combat.
SET leader to Solaris, we have you inside, over.
Max, is that you?
In person, John, what's happening?
There's a flight of Draconian ships between Jupiter and Mars. Subvector coordinates 047. Target grid Alpha 9 or 6. Attack pattern Omega Blue. Now this is a non-lethal engagement, Max. Direct your fire at their wing pods only.
Roger, wing pods only.
Okay, let's go. There they are, Skipper.
John, before you commence the attack, I'd like to try to reason with Vina.
Open a close proximity channel, buddy. Okay, Warp. Go ahead.
Vina, can you hear me?
I hear you, Warp.
The Keeper has placed infinite sources of hydrogen in our galaxy.
You need me before, Warp.
Vina, this is Captain John Graydon, commander of Earthship Solaris. Warp is telling you the truth.
Have you formed an alliance with Warp, Captain?
Not just with Warp, with all Draconians.
Warp doesn't represent all Draconians. I'm leading my ships to Terra.
Solaris to SCT leader, over.
Go ahead, Solaris.
Take Blue Squadron in over the tankers.
Will do, John.
Skip, we got a bogey at 2 o'clock. Yellow Squadron, circle the perimeter of the tanker formation and watch for targets of opportunity.
Roger.
Red Squadron, behind us, 2 by 2.
Roger.
Remember, wing pods only. Let's go.
Dive out of there, Blue 4. I'll take the other pod. Break it off, Yellow 9er. They're opening another gun door to the tail. Right behind you, Red 5. Let's go around again.
Yellow 3, head off those 2 stragglers at 6 o'clock.
Red leader, get out from under that lead tanker. The wing's starting to break off.
Solaris to all squadrons. Regroup at 219 degrees and hold your positions. I got a scope on it, Skip. How's it look, buddy? Hard to tell. There's a lot of wing debris floating around out there.
Alpina is now ready to listen to reason.
Fox, have you a casualty report?
There are no casualties, Vina. Neither death nor injury. It appears that the attack objective was to disable our ships, not to fly.
I don't understand.
You haven't understood for a long time, Vina.
Echo.
Vina. Vina, Vina, whatever am I going to do with you? You're such a fool.
Am I?
And stubborn when it's that. Because the past doesn't calculate to destroy you. Only your belief in arms boy. And your belief that you are right and wrong is wrong. You will never determine who's right, Vina. Only who's left. Now if you really care about the future of the country, you'll carry what fits effectively. And stay first with you and work with all the difference.
I'll go echo what I...
No fuss about it, Vina. Remember, those 307 murders. The ones to keep together, keep us in our love.
You mean you've been trying to get these two together for 50 years?
That's right, Mona. Now the question is all our food for the Soviet pipe will be supposedly complete within 35 solar years. He said that before they come time by both pipes and forth, and went on by a decade. Then I told Vina, who finally made it known to the entire planet, that she turned around and used the possibility of it.
How many times over the past 50 years have you tried to bring them together?
I lost about one, which for me is easy. I finally let them alone to learn their lessons the hard way. But when they decided to extend their foot, well, I came out of it fine.
I'm glad it's over, Echo.
Yes, thank you for returning us to ourselves.
Echo, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Why are you called the Keeper of Eight?
Why, Blackie, don't you know what you did when you say the figure of 8 under the time?
Infinity. A symbol for infinity.
I live inside eternal mist, where children breathe and live are cute, and wander ancient solid shores that lead to the deep midnight zone. I tingle with time, I toy with space, I change the shape of fortune's face. Now you know why the Keeper of Eight, and the name that flies
The Keeper of Eight was written by Ron Thompson and starred Linda Gary, Chuck Olson, Bruce Miller, and Corey Burton, with special guest stars Peter Leeds, Doreen Tuttle, Janet Waldo, Joe Mascolo, Pete Lenaday, and Ellie Tompkins. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen. This is Roger Dressler, inviting you to join us for another adventure on Alien Worlds.
Columbia Broadcasting System and its associated stations present Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air. Tonight, for the 20th broadcast in this series of great narratives, dramatized, produced, and directed by Orson Welles, we turn again to one of the classics of the last century, The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in The Pickwick Papers, starring Orson Welles as Alfred Jingle and Sergeant Buzzfuzz.
May 12th, 1827, in special session of the Corresponding Society of the Pickwick Club, Samuel Pickwick, chairman, presiding, unanimously resolved that the first expedition of the Society be devoted to the study of the habits and customs of the landed gentry of southern England, in pursuance of which places are to be reserved on the Commodore coach bound from Golden Cross to Rochester, whence the party will proceed by carriage to the manor of Dingley Dell in the county of Suffolk, England. Signed, Samuel Pickwick, permanent chairman.
Nathaniel Winkle, permanent vice chairman. Tracy Tubman, permanent honorary treasurer.
Augustus Snodgrass, permanent secretary.
Corridor Express coach starting now. Loud German orchestra.
Bright and still was the day, balmy the air, and beautiful the appearance of every object as our illustrious chairman rose from his bedding garden seat and proceeded to put himself into his clothes, and his clothes into his portmanteau. As he sat down to breakfast, a casual observer might possibly have remarked nothing extraordinary in the bald head and circular spectacles, which were intently turned towards the gill kidney that lay on the face before him. To those who knew that the gigantic brain of Pickwick was working beneath that forehead, and that the beaming eyes of Pickwick were twinkling behind those glasses, the sight was indeed an interesting one. And how much more interesting did the spectacle become when, starting into full life and animation, he rose from the table, seized his portmanteau, inserted a telescope in his greatcoat pocket and a notebook in his waistcoat, and bade a hearty farewell to Mrs. Bardell, his landlady, and started to the street. 6 minutes later, he reached the Golden Cross.
Bless me, that's our call. This way, Mr. Pickwick, this way. Hurry there, hurry, Mr. Pickwick. Mr. Pickwick, there, my portmanteau, my portmanteau!
Already seated in the coach was a tall, thin young man in a shiny green coat, with his buttoned closely up to his chin, and an old frock without a vestige of shirt ornamented his face. His face was thin and haggard.
Welcome, gentlemen. Welcome, entirely welcome. Charming company. Pleasant journey. Lots of room. Brown paper parcel here. That's all. Other luggage gone by water. Packing cases nailed up. Bacon pouches. Heavy. Blasted heavy.
A moment later, he came out into the low archway which formed the entrance of Holborn Bridge.
Yes, sir. That's right. Take care of your head. Terrible places. Dangerous work. Other day, 5 children. Mother, tall lady, eating sandwich. Got the arch. Crash. Knocked. Children look around. Mother's head off. Sandwich in the hand. No mouth. Head of the family off. Shocking. Shocking. What you think, eh, sir? Glad to meet you. Name is Jingle. Well, Jingle. Yours, sir?
Samuel Pickwick, sir.
Philosopher, sir?
An observer of human nature,
Ah,
sir.
so am I. So am I. Most people are when they've little to do. Let's get poet, sir.
But my friend, Mr. Augustus Snodgrass here, has a strong poetic turn.
Ah, so am I. Epic poem, 10,000 lines. Revolution of July, composed on the spot. Mars by day, Apollo by night. Bang the field piece, twang the lyre.
You were present at that glorious scene, sir.
Present? Snodgrass? Think I was. Fired a musket, fired with an idea, rushed into wine shop, wrote it down, back again, whiz, bang, another idea, wine shop again, pen and ink, back again, cut and slash, noble guy, sir. Sportsman, Mr. Pickwick?
My friend, Mr. Nathaniel Winkle here, is a famous sportsman.
Fine pursuit, sir, fine pursuit. Dog, sir?
But not just now.
Ah, you should keep dogs, Winkle. Fine animals, sagacious creatures. Dog of my own once, pointers, a surprising instinct, out shooting one day, entering enclosure, whistle, dog stop, whistled again, Ponto? No go. Stock still. Call it again. Ponto? Ponto? Wouldn't move. Dog turned 6. Staring at the board. Looked up, saw an inscription. Gamekeeper has orders to shoot all dogs found in his enclosure. Wouldn't pass it. Wonderful dog. Valuable dog, that, sir. Very.
Singular circumstance, that, Mr. Jingle. Will you allow me to make a note of it?
Certainly, sir, certainly. 100 more anecdotes of the same animal. Fine girl in that carriage, sir. Do you, favor the sex, sir?
Mrs. Tracy Tupman here.
Oh, Mr. Jingle. Irresistible creatures.
English girls, Tupman, not so fine as Spanish. Noble creatures, Spanish girls. Jet hair, black eyes, lovely form. Sweet creatures, beautiful.
You've been in Spain, sir?
Lived there, ages.
Many conquests, sir?
Conquests, thousands. Don Bellaro Fisgig, grandee, only daughter, Donna Christina, splendid creature, lovely to distraction, jealous father, high-souled daughter, handsome Englishman, Donna Christina in despair, prussic acid, stomach pump in my portmanteau, operation performed, old Bellaro in ecstasies, consent to our union, join hands and flood of tears. Romantic story, very.
Is the lady in England now, sir?
Dead, sir, dead. Never recovered the stomach pump, undermined constitution, fell a victim.
And her father?
Remorse and misery, sudden disappearance, talk of the whole city, search made everywhere without success, public part in the great square suddenly ceased playing, weeks elapsed, still a stoppage, workmen employed to clean it, water drawn off, father-in-law discovered sticking headfirst in the main pipe with full confession in his right boot. Took it out, and the fountain faded away again as well as ever.
Will you allow me to note that little romance down?
Certainly, sir, certainly. 50 more if you'd like to hear them. Strange life, sir, mine. Rather curious history. Not extraordinary, but singular. Very singular.
We slept that night at the Bull Inn at Rochester. Next morning, there was no sign of our new acquaintance. After breakfast, Mr. Pickwick called to order a special meeting of the Corresponding Society of the Pickwick Club. Mr. Pickwick rose and slowly mounted into the wings of chair on which he had been previously seated. That was study for an artist at that moment present. There stood the illustrious Pickwick, with one hand gracefully concealed behind his coat tails, and the other waving in the air to assist his glowing declamation. His elevated position revealed those tights and gaiters, to which, had they clothed an ordinary man, might have passed without observation, but such then Pickwick wore them, inspired universal awe and respect.
Fame, gentlemen, is dear to the heart of every man.
Hear, hear.
Poetic fame is dear to the heart of my friend Snodgrass. The fame of conquest is equally dear to my friend Tupman, and the desire for earning fame in the sports of the field, the air, and the water is uppermost in the breast of my friend Winkle. I will not deny, gentlemen, that I have been influenced by human passions and human feelings.
Yes.
Possibly by human weaknesses.
Outside of no.
I, sir, am an humble individual.
Outside of no.
Still, I cannot but feel that in electing me as your leader, you have selected me for a service of great honor and some danger. Traveling is in a troubled state, and the minds of postmen are unsettled. Look abroad, gentlemen, and contemplate the scenes which are enacting around you. Stagecoaches are upsetting in all directions. Horses are bolting, boats are overturning, and boilers are bursting. Will these things daunt us, gentlemen? Members of the Pickwick Society? Will these perils deter us from prosecuting to their glorious consummation those researches in the cause of science and learning to which, as members of this club, we stand pledged?
No, never.
Gentlemen, I have your answer. I thank you.
Loud cheers, meeting adjourned. It was late in the afternoon when we reached Dingledale. On the doorstep stood our host, Mr. Wardle. Beside him stood an enormous red-faced boy with his eyes closed.
Hey there! Hello! Hey, where have you been? We've been waiting for you all day. Well, you do look tired. Not hurt, I hope, eh? No? Well, I'm glad to hear that. Very, very glad to be sure. Joe! Wake up, Joe! Let down the steps, gentlemen, stay.
Our friend Winkle had a little trouble. Unusually large heart.
Still game, Mr. Winkle. Never mind. Common accident, new part. Joe! Blast that boy. He's gone to sleep again. Hey, Joe! Joe! Oh, well, gentlemen, we soon have to fix right. This way, welcome to Dingley House. Joe! Joe! Well, I'll blow that that boy hasn't fallen asleep again.
A number of persons who were assembled in the parlor rose to greet Mr. Pickwick and his friends upon our entrance. Two young ladies, still in their teens.
My daughters, gentlemen, my gals, these are Isabel and Emily, and that's my sister, Miss Rachel Wardle. She's a miss, she is, and yet she ain't a miss, eh, sir? Eh, Rachel?
Yeah, brother.
My sister, Miss Pickwick.
How do you do?
Mr. Snodgrass, my sister Rachel.
How do you do?
Mr. Winkle.
How do you do?
And Mr. Tupman, my sister Rachel.
How do you do, Mr. Tupman?
Charmed to make your acquaintance, ma'am. In the place of honor in the right-hand corner of the chimney-piece sat a very old lady with a near trumpet in one hand and an orange in the other.
Mr. Pickwick, brother.
I can't hear you.
Mr. Pickwick, Mother.
Oh, well, it don't matter. He don't care for an old woman like me, I dare say.
I assure you, ma'am, that nothing delights me more than to see a lady of your time of life leading so fine a family and looking so fine and well.
So very fine, I dare say, but I cannot hear him. Not a word, not a word.
The vast dinner table that night, Mrs. Wardle occupied one end of the table. At the other end sat Mr. Wardle and Mr. Winkle, myself between the two girls, and on the other side, Miss Rachel Wardle and Mr. Tuckman.
Will you take my niece's pretty, Mr. Tuckman?
Oh, I'm sure if their aunt wasn't here.
You daughter, no. But really, the circumspections were a little better. Don't you think they'd be nice-looking girls by candlelight?
Oh, yes, I think they would.
You queered. I know what you were going to say.
What, ma'am?
You were going to say that Isabel's cute. I know you were. You men are such observers. Well, so she does. It can't be denied. I often tell her that when she gets a little older, she'll be quite frightful. Well, you are a squid. What a fantastic smile you have, Mr. Tuckman. I declare, I'm quite afraid of you.
Afraid of me, ma'am?
Oh, you can't disguise anything from me. I know what that smile means very well.
What, ma'am?
You mean that you don't think Isabel's stooping is as bad as Emily's boldness. Well, she is bold. You cannot think how wretched it makes me sometimes. I'm sure I cry about it for hours together. Tuckman, I know what you're thinking now.
Oh, Joe! Joe, wake up, Joe! Oh, Mrs. Darksash, you're supposed to doing. Be good enough to pinch him, sir. In the leg, if you please. Nothing else quite wakes him up. Oh, thank you. Joe, open another bottle of wine and pass the gentleman. Joe! Are you awake? Blast the boy.
Extraordinary boy, that. Does he always sleep in this way?
Sleep, Pickwick? He's always asleep. Goes on errands asleep. And snores as he cleans the silver. Odd indeed. I'm proud of that boy. Wouldn't part with him on any account. He's a natural curiosity. Here, Joe! Wake up, Joe!
Next morning, when our chairman awoke, the rich, sweet smell of the hayrick rose to his chamber window, and all around we heard the birds sing.
Hello! Hey, Pickwick! Hello! How are you? Father! Is that you? I'm out in the garden. Beautiful morning. Take haste. Sit down. Sit down.
I say,
Yes?
what's going on? What are you doing with that gun under your arm?
Why, your friend Mr. Winkle and I are going look this week before breakfast. He's a very good shot, aren't he?
I heard him say he's a capital one. I admit I never saw him aim at anything.
Now then, all ready, Winkle?
I say, wait a minute. What are those boys doing climbing those trees?
Only to stop the game.
What?
Why, in plain English, Mr. Tuckman, to flight from the roof.
Oh, is that all?
Very well. Shall I begin, Mr. Winkle?
If you please.
Stand aside, then. Now for it.
Oh, hey, you got one, sir.
Take him up, Joe. Now, Winkle, your turn. By the way.
Is my gun misfired?
Odd. I never knew one of my guns to misfire before. Let me see it. Why, I don't see anything of the cat.
Bless my soul. I declare I forgot the cat.
Well, here you are. Here's the cat. Try again. Now ready. All right, boys.
Oh!
What's wrong?
Oh, good heavens.
What happened?
I'm not sure, Mr. Wardle, but I think I've just killed Mr. Tupman. The surgeon came. Mr. Tupman's arm was examined, the wound's wet, and pronounced to be a very slight one. And now it is evening at Dingley Dell. Leaving Mr. Tupman to the care of the ladies, Mr. Wardle, Mr. Pickwick, and the rest of us had gone to the cricket match at Muggerton. Isabel and Emily had strolled out. Seat in her chair, and the little kitchen penetrated the low and monotonous sound of the crossboard.
Huffman.
Miss Wardle, you are an angel.
Huffman.
Nay, I know it but too well.
All women are angels, they say.
Then what can you be? What you want without presumption, can I compare you, Miss Wardle? There was a woman ever seen who resembled you. Where else could I hope to find so rare a combination of excellence and beauty? Where else could I see?
Men are so conceivable.
Oh, they are. But not all men. There lives at least one being who can never change. One being who would be content to devote his whole existence to your happiness. Who lives but in your eyes. Who breathes but in your smile. Who bears the heavy burden of life itself. Only for you, Miss Ward.
Could such an individual be found?
Ah, but he can be found. He is found. He is here, Miss Waddle, on his knees at your feet.
Miss Huffman. Darling.
Never. Oh, Rachel. Rachel. Oh, Rachel. Say you love me.
Huffman, I can hardly speak words, but you are not entirely indifferent to me.
Rachel.
It is Wardle! It is Wardle!
What is it, Joe?
Oh, Mrs.
I'm sure I've always been a good mistress to you, Joe. I've invariably been treated very kindly. Never had too much to do, and you've always had enough to eat.
I know it has. Oh, Mrs.
What do you do now?
I want to make your flesh creep. What do you think I see in the armor, Joe? What's the strange gist? In his armor, a kissing and a hugging.
Oh, Joe! None of the servants I owe.
Worse than that.
Look, one of my granddaughters.
Worse than that.
Worse than that. What's it, Joe?
Miss Rachel.
What? Speak out!
Miss Rachel!
My daughter? I see.
Yes, ma'am, and what's more, I see her.
Terrible talk and strut, and the gentleman had not returned from the cricket match. Consternation reigned between the worlds.
My goodness! Is anything the matter?
I think so, Rachel. Here's my friend, Miss Dingle. Mr. Pickwick's friend. Miss Dingle has come on a little visit. Ding the bell.
Nothing the matter, ma'am. No cause for alarm. Expected friends, none whatsoever. Christian earth, glorious body. Empty storm, no port. Very good wine, ma'am. Wine. Wine. Oh, good morning. We won't go home till morning. We won't go home till morning. Till daylight does.
Early next morning, Mr. Jingle arose. Since none else in the house was about that hour, he had the honor of breakfasting alone with Mrs. Ward. And what transpired between them, nothing is known, but this much is known, that later that morning, finding the door to the parlor partially open, she peeped in.
No time for ceremony. All stuff.
Sir?
Hush. Large boy, dumpling face, round eyes, Joe, treacherous dog, overheard everything. Told the old lady furious, wild, raving, but kissing and hugging, all that sort of thing, eh, ma'am, eh?
Mr. Dingle, have you come here, sir?
Not at all, by no means. The old lady told you the scrambled eggs came to warn you of your danger. Tender services, grant the love of. Never mind, think it an insult, leave the room.
Oh, dear, what shall I do? My brother will be furious.
Well, well, outrageous.
Oh, Mr. Dingle, what can I say?
Being dreamt it, nothing more easy. Braggart boy, lovely woman, fat boy, horse, whip, you believe, the end of matter, all comfortable.
Mr. Dingle, may I not inquire into the cause?
Unhappy cause, your love for so man, now, but no, my friend, I will not suppose to fight this Wardle there will.
Say, Mr. Jingle, you have made an allusion to Mr. Topman. Explain it.
Never.
Mr. Jingle, I entreat, I implore you, if there is anything dreadful mystery connected with Mr. Topman, reveal it.
Can I see lovely creatures, cactus, shrine, artless avarice? Topman, madam, only wants your money.
Oh, Mr. Waterloo, he's gone.
What are you talking about?
Gone, Master, gone right clean off.
Who's gone? Are you out of your head, boy?
Mr. Jingle is right off the London again.
The scoundrel.
They let him approach him. Went this morning, he did, from Blue Lion, Muggleston. I was there, Mr. Wardle, but I couldn't stop him, so I run off to Teddy.
Good Lord, what shall we do? You? Joe, where's the gate?
The gate.
I'll get a shave for the lion, I'll follow them.
I'll go with you.
You're a good fellow, Pickwick. Are you ready?
I'm ready. All right, here's the gate first, ready to go.
Come on, Pickwick. We'll catch them this side of London, or we'll break our next fight. Hey, Blue Lion! Shave and paw directed. Out with them, hurry!
Right, sir, Mr. Waterloo, now, boys. Gate's going out. Take time for the line there.
How much are they ahead?
Well, about 2 hours.
Which way did they go?
London Road, sir.
London Road. In you get, Pickwick. Off with you, coachman. The 7 mile stage is less than a half an hour, and the guinea's yours. Hey there! Hey, have you seen the shades come in?
I did, sir. Not more than an hour ago.
Ladies and gentlemen?
Yes, sir.
Tall gentlemen, clean coat, long legs, thin body?
Yes, sir.
Elderly ladies, thin face, rather skinny, eh?
Yes, sir. My heaven, Wharton, it's them.
It is, Pickwick. It is, by Jove. Shades and paw instantly. Give me a piece, boys. Give me a piece.
Hey there. Bruce.
This the White Hart Inn?
Yes, yes.
This is a curious old place of yours, my friend.
Yes, where you was a-coming, we'd had it prepared. The fact of the matter is, if you'll stop polishing those boots for a minute and answer our questions, you won't regret it.
Well, we're ready, guys. We want to know who you got stopping here, Fred.
So we got stopping here. Well, there's a wooden leg in number 6, a pair of air seals in 13, a 2 pair of half shoes in the commercial, these here painted tops in the snuggery inside the bar, and 5 more tops in the coffee room.
Nothing more?
Yes, some of it. Yes, the pair of Wellingtons, a good deal worn, and a pair of ladies' shoes in number 5. Come in less than an hour ago.
What sort of shoes?
Country, mate.
Any maker's name?
Brad.
Where else?
Naggleton.
Naggleton? It is them. Pickwick, we found them.
Yeah, the Wellingtons went out half an hour ago, but not his Cummings. Come back with a license.
With a license? Then we're just in time. Come on. Show us the room boots.
There is the name, sir. Sam Berry.
Well, here's the top of it, Weller. See this?
I do, sir.
Show us into that room at once without announcing it, and it's yours. Understand?
Right, in the trivy. This way, gentlemen.
What is it?
It's me. Open the door. Open the door, Rachel. We break it in.
Oh!
You're a nice scoundrel, aren't you, Jingle?
I'll have you prosecuted. Indicted. I'll ruin you. You hear? And you, Rachel, at a time of life when you ought to know better. What do you mean by running away with a vagabond, disgracing your family, and making yourself miserable? Get on your bonnet, quickly. Nothing of the kind, my dear. Nothing of the kind. Leave the room, sir. No business here. Ladies free to act ship-eaters. More than 1 in 20.
More than 1 in 20, more than 1 in 40.
I'm not.
You are. You're 50 if you're an hour.
Oh!
As for you, Jingle, have a good mind to break every bone in your body.
Idle threats, sir. Idle threats. It's treacherous nature. Mr. Wardle, you and I, men of the world, one thing another. Do sit down, sir. Humble lodging. Talk it over. Pro and con. Surely, Mr.
No
Wardle.
compromise with the likes of you, sir.
One moment, Pickwick. Mr. Jingle, how much do you take? 50 pounds?
It won't do. Not half enough.
Think it over. There's a great deal to be done with 50 pounds, my dear sir.
More to be done with 150.
Don't waste time in splitting straws. Say 70.
Won't do. Sorry.
80. I'll write you a check at once.
Won't do.
Will you tell me what will do?
Expensive fare this, sir. Expensive fare. Money on pocket, posting £9, license 3, that's 12, compensation 100, 112. Breach of honor and loss of lady.
Yes, never mind the law. Pay 100. Come.
And 20.
Come, I'll write you a check. I'll make it payable the day after tomorrow. And we can get her away meanwhile. I'm writing you a check for £100.
120.
Very well, then, 120. Here you are. And mind you, strictly, that nothing should have induced me to make this compromise. Not even regard for my family. If I hadn't known that the moment this man gets any money in that pocket of his, he'll go to the devil fast as possible, then he would without it. And now, sir, will you leave this house?
Off directly. Bye-bye, Wardle. Bye-bye, Pickwick. Here's the license. Get the name altered. Take home the lady. Still for Tupman.
CBS and its affiliated stations are presenting Orson Welles and the Mercury Theatre on the air in an original dramatization of Charles Dickens' Pickwick Papers. We pause a moment now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Charles Dickens' Pickwick Papers, brought to you by the Mercury Theatre on the air and starring Orson Welles as Alfred Jingle and Sergeant Buzzfuzz.
Officer 26, 1827. Mr. Pickwick's apartments in Goswell Street, although on a limited scale, were particularly adapted to the residence of a man of our chairman's genius and observation. There were no children in the house, no servants, no fowls. His landlady, Mrs. Bardell, the widow and sole executive of the deceased customs house officer, was a comely woman of bustling manners and agreeable appearance. The infantine sports and gymnastic exercises of Master Bardell, her son, aged 10, who were exclusively confined to the neighboring pavements and gutters. Cleanliness and quiet reigned throughout the house, and in it the will of Mr. Pickwick, our chairman, was law.
Mrs. Bardell? Mrs. Bardell.
Sir?
Your little boy is a very long time going. It's over an hour since I sent him out.
Why, it's a good long way to the White Hart Inn, sir. A good 2 miles.
Ah, very true, so it is. Mrs. Bardell.
Sir?
Mrs. Bardell, do you think it a much greater expense to keep 2 people than to keep 1?
No, Mr. Pickwick, what a question.
Well, but do you, Mrs. Bardell?
That depends. That depends a good deal upon the person, Mr. Pickwick, and whether it's a saving and careful person.
That's very true. But the person I have in my eye, Mrs. Bardell, I think possesses these qualities and has, moreover, a considerable knowledge of the world and a great deal of sharpness. Mrs. Bardell, which may be of material use to me.
No, Mr. Pickwick.
To tell you the truth, Mrs. Bardell, I have made up my mind. You think it very strange now that I ever consulted you about the matter and never even mentioned it till I sent your little boy out this morning, eh? Well, what do you think, Mrs. Bardell?
Oh, Mr. Pickwick, you're very kind, sir.
It will save you a good deal of trouble, won't it?
Oh, I never thought anything of the trouble, sir. And of course I should take more trouble to please you then than ever. But it is so kind of you, Mr. Pickwick, to have so much consideration for my loneliness.
To be sure. I never thought of that. When I'm in town, you'll always have somebody to sit with you. Sure, so you will.
I'm sure I ought to be a very happy woman.
And your little boy.
Mrs. R.
He too will have a companion, a lively one, who'll teach him how to be bound more tricks in a week than he would ever learn in a year.
Oh, you dear. Oh, you kind, good, playful dear.
Mrs. Bardell.
Oh, you darling.
Mrs. Bardell, what are you doing? on your arms. You're choking me.
Dear,
Bless my soul, Mrs. Bardell. My good woman. Oh, dear, please, what a situation. Pray consider. Please, Mrs. Bardell, don't if anybody should come.
Oh, let them come. I'll never leave you, you dear, good, kind
Oh,
soul.
Mr. Bodley, let me go, will you? I hear somebody coming up the stairs. Don't! There's a good creature. Don't!
Well, for heaven's sake. Gentlemen, what's the matter?
I don't know. Stop staring, Snodgrass. Topman Winkle, come here. Help me. Let's lead this woman downstairs.
I'm better now, Mr. Pickwick.
Let me lead you downstairs, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'll go by myself. I'd rather go by myself. Oh, Mr. Pickwick. Dear Mr. Pickwick.
Please, gentlemen. I cannot conceive what has been the matter with that woman. I was merely trying to announce to her my intention of hiring a manservant, and she fell into the extraordinary paroxysm in which we found her. Very extraordinary thing. Very. Placed me in such an extraordinarily awkward situation. Very. Gentlemen, fellow members, surely you don't suspect me.
There's a man at the door now.
It's the man I spoke to you about. A most remarkable fellow. I sent for him up at the White Hart Inn this morning. Come in. Morning, gentlemen. Gentlemen, this is Mr. Weller, Sam Weller. You remember me, I suppose?
From the White Hart? Oh, I should think so. Queer customer, that Jingle. He was one too many for you, wasn't he? Just nothing to think it you over, eh?
Never mind that matter now. I want to speak to you about something else. Sit down.
Thank you, sir. Business first and pleasure afterwards, as King Richard III said when he stabbed Trevor King in the tower afore he smothered the baby.
Now, with regards to the matter on which I sent for you, Mr. Weller.
Dick, the point, sir. Is it? As the father said to the child when he swallowed an iceberg.
We want to know in the first place whether you have any reason to be discontented with your present situation.
Before I answer that there question, gentlemen, I should like to know, in the first place, whether you're going to provide me with a better.
I have half a mind to engage you myself.
Wages?
£12 a year.
So?
2 shillings.
Work?
To attend upon me and travel about with me and these gentlemen here. Do you accept the situation?
The terms is agreed on. I'm left to a strange gentleman. If the crowd sticks me off as well as the place, they'll do. Fight the builders!
And so, before the night had closed in, Mr. Weller was furnished with a grey coat, with our picnic club button, a black hat with a cocktail to it, a pink striped waistcoat, light breeches and gaiters, and a variety of other necessaries were too numerous to recapitulate. Mr. Weller regarded himself in the mirror.
Farmer could see me there. I don't know whether I meant to be a footman or a groom or a gamekeeper or a seedsman. He looks like a sort of compo of everyone on him. Never mind. There's change of air, plenty to see and little to do. And all this suits my complaint and commonweal. So long life to the picnic, says I.
The next morning, led by Mr. Pickwick and accompanied by his new servant, the 3 active members of the illustrious Pickwick Club climbed upon the upper seat of the Bristol coach, little suspecting how thickly the clouds were at that moment gathering about the head of their illustrious chairman. 3 days later, as they sat at breakfast in the tap room of the George and Vulture, the storm broke. Who is it? I say, sir, this is a private room, sir, a private room.
No room's private to His Majesty when the street door's once passed. That's the law. Some people maintain that an Englishman's house is his castle. That's gammon.
Here, young Terry. My opinion is going to come in a great deal too strong. There's a mail coachman set to the snowstorm when it goes that talking.
Quiet, you. Which one of you is Mr. Pickwick?
My name's Pickwick.
My name's Law.
What?
Law, civil power, and executive. Same as me title. There's me authority.
In the name of the peace of our suffering Lord the King, studied on that case, made and provided, and all regular, in pursuance of which I deliver to you, bigwig, this communication.
What do you mean by this insolence? Leave the room, sir.
That I will and gladly, sir. No offense taken, I hope we're none meant. Good day, gentlemen.
Before our chairman lay a paper, he received with a waiter and directed in a round hand. The speaker picked it up and waited.
Oh, monsieur, what's this? It must be a jest. It can't be true. What is it?
Nobody gave it, sir.
Oh, Chaplain, you read it.
Yes. Freeman's Court, Cornhill, August 28, 1830. Bardell against Pickwick, sir. Having been instructed by Mrs. Martha Bardell, landlady of 28 Goswell Street, to commence an action against you for a breach of promise of marriage, for which the plaintiff lays her damages at £1,500, we beg to inform you that the writ has been issued against you in this suit in the Court of Common Pleas. We are, sir, your obedient servants, Dodson and Bond.
It's a plot. Yes, it is a plot, sir. A vile attempt to extort money. A base trick.
Sergeant, vice president.
I'm the stranger.
Who is with you, brother vice president?
Mr. Simpkins, right.
Sergeant Snubbin.
I appeal for the defendant, Allah.
Anybody with you, brother Snubbin?
Mr. Funky, Allah.
Sergeant Buzzfuzz and Mr. Stimpen for the plaintiff. The defendant, Sergeant Snubbin and Mr. Monkey.
Beg your lordship's pardon, Funky.
Oh, very good. Go on. Sergeant Buzzfuzz, you open the case.
Gentlemen of the jury, never from the very first moment of my applying myself to the study and practice of the law, have I approached the case with feelings of such deep emotion, or with such a heavy sense of responsibility imposed upon me, a responsibility which I could never have supported, were it not buoyed up and sustained by a conviction so strong as to amount to a positive certainty. Case of truth and justice must prevail with a high-minded and intelligent dozen of men whom I now see in that box before me. This is an action, gentlemen, for a breach of promise of marriage in which the damages are laid at £1,500. The plaintiff, gentlemen, is a widow. Yes, gentlemen, a widow. Her name is Mrs. Bardell. The late Mr. Bardell, after enjoying for many years the esteem and confidence of his sovereign, as one of the guardians of his royal revenues, glided almost imperceptibly from the world to seek elsewhere that repose and peace which a custom house can never afford. Some time before his death, he had stamped his likeness upon a little boy. With this little boy, the only pledge of her departed excitement, Mrs. Bardell shrunk from the world and courted the retirement and tranquility of Goswell Street. And here, she placed in her front parlor window a written placard bearing the inscription, "Apartments furnished for a single gentleman. Inquire within." I entreat the attention of the story to the wording of this document. Apartments furnished for a single gentleman. Mrs. Bardell's opinions of the opposite sex gentlemen were derived from a long contemplation of the inestimable qualities of her lost husband. She had no fear, she had no distrust, she had no suspicion. All was confidence and reliance. Mr. Bardell, widow. Mr. Bardell was once a single gentleman himself. To single gentlemen, I look for protection, for assistance, for comfort, and for consolation. In single gentlemen, I shall perpetually see something to remind me of what Mr. Bartle was when he first won my young and untried affection. To a single gentleman, then, shall my lodgings be let. Actuated by this beautiful and touching impulse, the lonely and desolate widow dried her tears, furnished her first floor, caught the innocent boy to her maternal bosom, and put the bill up in her parlor window. Did it remain there long? No. No, the serpent was on the watch. The brain was laid. The mind was preparing with separate mind work. Before the bill had been in the parlor window 3 days, gentlemen. A being, erect upon 2 legs, and bearing all the outward semblance of a man, and not a monster, knocked at the door of Mrs. Bardell's house. He inquired within. He took the lodgings, and on the very next day, he entered into possession of them. This man, Pickwick. And of this man, Pickwick, I will say little. The subject presents but a few attractions. And I, gentlemen, am not the man, nor are you, gentlemen, the men, to delight in the contemplation of revolting heartlessness and of systematic villainy. I say systematic villainy, gentlemen. And when I say systematic villainy, let me tell the defendant, Pickwick, if he be in court, as I am informed he is, and that it would have been more decent and in more begotten, in better judgment, and in better taste, if he had stopped away. Let me tell him, gentlemen. Then he gestures of dissent, in which he may indulge in this course. We'll not go down with you. But you will know how to value and how to appreciate. Be his name Pickwick or Notes, or Stokes, or Styles, or Brown, or Thompson. I shall show you, gentlemen, that for 2 years, Pickwick continued to reside constantly and without interruption or intermission at Mrs. Bardell's house. I shall show you that Mrs. Bardell, during the whole of that time, waited on him, attended to his comfort. I shall show you that. And I shall show you that on many occasions he gave halfpence and on some occasions even sixpence to a little boy. I shall prove to you, gentlemen, on August 25th of last year he distinctly and in terms offered a marriage. And I am in a situation to prove to you on the testimony of 3 of his own friends, most unwilling witnesses, gentlemen, most unwilling witnesses, that on that morning he was discovered by them holding the plaintiff in his arms and soothing her agitation by his caresses and his tears. Now, gentlemen, one word. 2 letters apart between these parties. Letters which are admitted to be in the handwriting of the defendant, and which speak volumes indeed. They are not open, fervent, eloquent epistles, reading nothing but the language of affections and attachment. No, they are covered, lying, underhanded communications that were Garaways, 12 o'clock, dear Mrs. B, chops and tomato sauce, yours, Pickwick. Gentlemen, what does this mean? Chops and tomato sauce, yours, Pickwick. Chops! Gracious heavens and tomato sauce! Gentlemen, it is the happiness of the fighting female to be trifled by such shallow arts as these. Next has no date whatever. Dear Mrs. P, I shall not be at home till tomorrow. Slow coach, and then follows this very remarkable expression. Don't trouble yourself about the warming pan. The warming pan! Why, gentlemen, who does trouble himself about a warming pan? when was the peace of mind of man or woman broken or disturbed by a warm intent? Still for harmless and useful, and I will add, gentlemen, a comforting article of furniture. Why is Mrs. Bartle so earnestly entreated not to agitate herself about this warming pan unless that is no doubt the case? It is a mere cover for hidden fire, a mere substitute for some endearing word or promise of clear for a preconcerted system of correspondence artfully contrived by Pickwick with a view to his contemplated desertion, and which I am not in a condition to explain. But this. It is difficult to smile with an aching heart. It is ill jesting when our deepest sympathies are with. My client's hopes and prospects are good. But Pickwick, gentlemen, Pickwick, the ruthless destroyer of this domestic oasis in the desert of God's speaking. Pickwick was soaked up the well and thrown ashes on the sward. Pickwick who comes before you today with his heartless tomato sauce and warming pan. Pickwick still rears his head with unblushing effrontery and gazes without a sigh on the ruin he has made. Damage! Damage! Heavy the only punishment for which you can visit him. The only recompense you can award my client. And for those damages she now appeals a rightful feeling, a conscientious, a dispassionate, a sympathizing, a contemplative jury of a civilized
First witness,
Tracy Tupman.
Tracy Tupman.
Nathaniel Winkle.
Nathaniel Winkle. Now, don't look at me, sir. Look at the jury.
Now, sir, goodness, let his lordship and the jury know what your name is, will you?
Winkle.
What's your Christian name, sir?
Nathaniel, sir.
Daniel? Any other name?
Nathaniel, sir. My lord, I mean.
Nathaniel Daniel or Daniel Nathaniel?
No, my lord, only Nathaniel, not Daniel at all.
What did you tell me it was Daniel for, then, sir?
I didn't, my lord.
You did, sir. How could I put Daniel down on my notes unless you told me so, sir?
I don't know, Your Honor.
You'd better be careful, sir.
Now, Mr. Winkle, attend to me if you please, sir. And let me recommend you, for your own sake, to bear in mind his lordship's injunction to be careful. I believe you are a particular friend of Pickwick, the defendant. Are you not?
I have known Mr. Pickwick now as well as I recollect at this moment.
Pray, Mr. Winkle, do not evade the question. Are you or are you not a particular friend of the defendant?
I was just about
Will
to
you
say...
or will you not answer the question, sir?
If you don't answer the question, you'll be committed, sir.
Come, sir, yes or no, if you please.
Yes, I am.
Yes, you are. Why couldn't you say so at once, sir? Perhaps you know the plaintiff too, eh, Mr. Winkle?
I don't know her. I have seen her.
Oh, you don't know her, but you've seen her. Now have the goodness to tell the gentlemen of the jury what you mean by that, Mr. Winkle.
I mean that I am not intimate with her, but I have seen her when I went to call on Mr. Pickwick in Goswell Street.
Pray, Mr. Winkle, do you remember calling on the defendant Pickwick at these apartments in the plaintiff's house in Goswell Street on one particular morning in the month of August last?
Yes, I do.
Were you accompanied on that occasion by a friend of the name of Tupman and another by the name of Snodgrass?
Yes, I was.
Are they here?
Yes, they
Pray
are.
attend to me, Mr. Winkler, never mind your friends. Now, sir, tell the gentlemen of the jury what you saw on entering the room on this particular morning. Come out with it, sir. We must have it sooner or later.
The defendant, Mr. Pickwick, was holding the plaintiff in his arms with his hands clasping her waist, and the plaintiff appeared to have fainted away.
Did you hear the defendant say anything?
I heard him call Mrs. Bardell a good creature, and I heard him ask her to compose herself. So what a situation it was if anybody could come, or words to that effect.
Now, Mr. Winkle, I have only one more question to ask you, and I beg you to bear in mind his lordship's caution. Will you undertake to swear that Pickwick, the defendant, did not say on the occasion in question, "My dear Mrs. Bardell, you're a good creature. Compose yourself to this situation. report of this situation, you must come, or words to that effect.
I didn't understand him so, certainly. I was on the staircase and couldn't hear distinctly. The impression on my mind
The gentlemen of the jury want none of the impressions on your mind, Mr. Winkle, which I fear would be of little service to honest, straightforward men. You were on the staircase and didn't distinctly hear, but you will not swear that Pickwick did not make use of the expressions I put it? Do I understand that?
No, I will not.
That is all, Your Honor. Call Samuel Weller.
Samuel Weller!
Samuel Weller?
Witness.
Yes, me lord?
What's your name, sir?
Sam Weller, me lord.
Spell it with a V or a W?
It depends upon the taste and fancy of the speller, me lord. I never had occasion to spell it more than once or twice in my life. But I spells it with a V. Why, my two senators, why, put it down a V, me lord, put it down a V.
Who is that? Who dares to address the court? Usher! Usher!
Yes, my lord.
Bring that person here instantly.
Yes, my lord.
Witness, do you know who that was?
I really suspect it was the elder.
Who?
Father, me lord.
Do you see him here now?
No, I don't, me lord.
If you could have pointed him out, I would have committed him instantly. Sergeant Busman, you're with.
Now, Mr. Weller!
Now, sir?
I believe you're in the service of Mr. Pickwick, the defendant in this case. Speak up, if you please, Mr. Weller!
I mean to speak up, sir. I am in the service of that there gentleman, and a very good service it is, too.
Little to do and plenty to get.
Oh, quite enough to get, sir. As the soldier said when they ordered him 350 days.
You must not tell us what the soldier or any other man said, sir. It's not evidence.
Very good, me lord.
Do you recollect anything particular happening on the morning when you first engaged by the defendant? Hey, Mr. Weller?
Yes, I does, sir.
Have the goodness to tell the jury what it was.
I had a regular incident out of crowd that morning, gentlemen of the jury. And that was a very particular and uncommon circumstance with me in them days.
You had better be careful, sir.
So Mr. Pickwick said at the time, me lord. And I was very careful of that there suit of clothes. Very careful indeed, me lord.
Do you mean to tell me, Mr. Weller, that you saw nothing of this fainting on the part of the plaintiff in the arms of the defendant, which you have heard described by the witnesses?
Certainly not. I was in the passage till they called me up, and then the old lady wasn't there.
Now attend, Mr. Weller. We're in the passage, yet saw nothing of what was going forward. Have you a pair of eyes, Mr. Weller?
Yes, I have a pair of eyes, and that's just it. If they was a pair of patent double-million magnifying gas microscopes of extra power, perhaps I might be able to see through a flight of stairs and a veal door. But being only eyes, you see, my vision's limited.
Now, Mr. Weller, I'll ask you a question on another point, please.
If you please, sir.
Do you remember going up to Mrs. Bardell's house one night in August last?
Oh, yes, very well.
Oh, you do remember that, Mr. Weller? I thought we should get at something at last.
I rather thought that too, sir.
Well, I suppose you went up to have a little talk about this trial, eh, Mr. Weller?
I went up to pay the rent, but we did get a talking about the trial.
Oh, you did get talking about the trial. Now, what passed about the trial? Will you have the goodness to tell us, Mr. Weller?
With all the pleasure in life, sir. After a few unimportant observations from the two virtuous females that was there, the ladies get into a very great state of admiration the honourable conduct of Mr. Dobson and Fogg. Them two gentlemen as is sitting near you now.
The attorneys for the plaintiff, my lord. Well, they spoke in high praise of the honourable conduct of Messrs. Dobson and Fogg, the attorneys for the plaintiff, did they?
Oh, yes. They said what a very generous thing it was of them to have taken up the case on spec and to charge nothing at all for cost, unless they got him out of Mr. Pickwick.
My lord, it's perfectly useless attempting to get any evidence to the venerable stupidity of this witness. I will not trouble the court by asking him any more questions. Stand down, sir.
Would any other gentleman like to ask me anything?
You may go down, sir!
Thank you, sir. Good work, Samuel. Good work.
After this, Sergeant Seven addressed the jury on behalf of the defendant, and a very long and very emphatic address he delivered, in which he bestowed the highest possible eulogisms on the conduct and character of Mr. Pickwick. Then Mr. Justice Starley summed up in the old established and most exquisite form. Although the Pickwick were right, it was perfectly clear that Mr. Pickwick, the defendant, was wrong. And if they thought the evidence of Mrs. Bardell, the plaintiff, worthy of credence, they would believe it, and if they didn't, why they wouldn't. The jury then retired to their private room to talk the matter over, and the judge retired to his private room to refresh himself with a mutton chop and a glass of sherry. 30 hours later, the jury came back. The judge was next in.
Is that in the judge? Gentlemen of the jury, are you all agreed upon your verdict? We are. Will you find for the plaintiff or for the defendant? For the plaintiff. With what damages, gentlemen? $750,000. Defendant, have you anything to say?
Mr. Pickwick took off his spectacles, carefully wiped the glasses, folded them into his case, and put them into his pocket. Then, having drawn on his gloves with great tenacity, he rose to his feet.
I wish to say, my lord, that not one farthing of costs or damages will you ever get from me. You may try and try and try again, Messrs. Dodson and Fogg, but not one penny will you get if I spend the rest of my existence in a debtor's prison.
Sad days followed for the Pickwickians. With their leader in jail, the club suffered from internal dissension. Our meetings were rare and melancholy. And then at last there dawned a glorious day. On November the 4th, 1828, Mr. Pickwick and his servant Weller emerged from the fleet. On November the 5th, the members of the Pickwick Club once more gathered together at the feet of their illustrious leader, heard him deliver upon that joyful occasion an oration which has been carefully preserved in the minutes of the society.
Gentlemen,
Cheers.
fellow members,
Loud cheers.
I shall never regret having devoted the greater part of 2 years to mixing with different varieties and shades of human character. Frivolous as my pursuit of novelty may have appeared to many.
I have known.
Nearly the whole of my previous life having been devoted to business and the pursuit of wealth. Numerous scenes of which I had no previous conception have dawned upon me. I hope to the enlargement of my mind and the improvement of my understanding.
Cheers.
If I have done but little good, I trust I have done less harm, and that none of my adventures will be other than a source of amusing and pleasant recollection to me in the decline of life. God bless all.
Loud and long cheers.
Tonight, the Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations have brought you a Mercury Theater on the Air production of The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. The adaptation for radio was made by Orson Welles, who also directed the entire production. This has been the 20th in the weekly CBS series featuring this brilliant Broadway company in dramatized narratives from the world's great literature. In the cast tonight is Samuel Pickwick, played by that unstarred star of the Mercury Theater on the Air, Mr. Ray Collins. Augustus Snodgrass and Mr. Alfred Shirley. Mr. Tracy Tuffman, he of the excruciatingly warm heart, and Mr. Frank Reddick. Nathaniel Winkle, the huntsman, Mr. William Podmore, Mr. Wardle, Mr. William Pringle. Joe, the fat boy, who always slept with Elliot Reed. Rachel, the spinster sister of Mr. Wardle, was Mary Wick. Sam Weller was Mr. Eustace Wyatt. Mrs. Bardell, Brenda Ford. Mr. Fogg, Gregor Gibbs. Sergeant Snubbins, Edgar Berrien. And finally, Sergeant Buzz and Mr. Jingle, whom you probably recognize. The orchestra was directed by Bernard Herrmann, and Davidson Taylor supervised the production for CBS. We invite you to be with us next Sunday at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time for Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air. Dan Seymour speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Columbia Broadcasting System and its associated stations present Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air. Tonight, for the 20th broadcast in this series of great narratives, dramatized, produced, and directed by Orson Welles, we turn again to one of the classics of the last century, The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in The Pickwick Papers, starring Orson Welles as Alfred Jingle and Sergeant Buzzfuzz.
May the 12th, 1827, in special session of the Corresponding Society of the Pickwick Club, Samuel Pickwick, chairman, presiding, unanimously resolved that the first expedition of the Society be devoted to the study of the habits and customs of the landed gentry of southern England, in pursuance of which places are to be reserved on the Commodore coach bound from Golden Cross to Rochester, whence the party will proceed by carriage to the manor of Dingley Dell in the county of Suffolk, England. Signed,
Samuel Pickwick, permanent chairman. Nathaniel Winkle, permanent vice chairman. Tracy Tupman, permanent honorary treasurer.
Augustus Snodgrass, permanent secretary.
Corridor, expresso, starting now. Flower channel, orchestra.
Bright and still was the day, balmy the air, and beautiful the appearance of every object as our illustrious chairman rose from his bedding garter's seat and proceeded to put himself into his clothes, and his clothes into his portmanteau. As he sat down to breakfast, a casual observer might possibly have remarked nothing extraordinary in the bald head and circular spectacles, which were intently turned towards the gill and kidney that lay on the face before him. To those who knew that the gigantic brain of Pickwick was working beneath that forehead, and that the beaming eyes of Pickwick were twinkling behind those glasses, the sight was indeed an interesting one. And how much more interesting did the spectacle become when, starting into full life and animation, he rose from the table, seized his portmanteau, inserted a telescope in his greatcoat pocket and a notebook in his waistcoat, and bade a hearty farewell to Mrs. Bardell, his landlady, and started for the street. 6 minutes later, he reached the Golden Cross.
Bless me, that's our call. This way, Mr. Pickwick, this way. Hurry there, hurry, Mr. Pickwick. Mr. Pickwick, there, my portmanteau, my portmanteau!
Already seated in the coach was a tall, thin young man in a shiny green coat, with his bottom buttoned closely up to his chin, and nose soft without a vestige of shirt ornamented his throat. His face was thin and haggard.
Welcome, gentlemen. Welcome, entirely welcome. Charming company. Pleasant journey. Lots of room. Brown paper parcel here. That's all. Other luggage gone by water. Packing cases nailed up. Big pounders. Heavy. Blasted heavy.
A moment later, he came out onto the low archway which formed the entrance of Hagen Bridge.
That's right. Take care of your head. Terrible places. Dangerous work. Other day, 5 children. Mother called late eating sandwiches. Got the arch. Crash. Knocked. Children look around. Mother's head off. Sandwich in their hand. No mouth. What's it? Head of a family off. Shocking. Shocking. Makes you think, eh, sir? Glad to meet you. Name is Jingle. Alfred Jingle. Yours, sir?
Samuel Pickwick, sir.
Philosopher, sir?
An observer of human nature,
Ah,
sir.
so am I. So am I. Most people are when they've little to do. Let's get poet, sir.
My friend, Mr. Augustus Snodgrass here, has a strong poetic turn.
Ah, so have I. Epic poem, 10,000 lines, Revolution of July, composed on the spot. Mars by day, Apollo by night, bang the field beats, twang the lyre.
You were present at that glorious scene, sir.
Present? Not that. Think I was. Fired a musket, fired with an idea, rushed into wine shop, wrote it down, back again, whiz, bang, another idea, wine shop again, pen and ink, back again, cut and slash, noble dime, sir. Sportsman, Mr. Pickwick?
My friend, Mr. Nathaniel Winkle here, is a famous sportsman.
Fine pursuit, sir, fine pursuit. Dogs, sir?
Not just now.
Ah, you should keep dogs, Winkle. Fine animals, sagacious creatures. Dog of my own once, a point of surprising instinct, out shooting one day, entering enclosure, whistle, dog stopped, whistled again, Ponto? No go. Stock still. Called it again. Ponto? Ponto? Wouldn't move. Dog transfixed. Staring at the board. Looked up, saw an inscription. Gamekeeper has orders to shoot all dogs found in his enclosure. Wouldn't pass it. Wonderful dog. Valuable dog, that, sir. Very.
Singular circumstance, that, Mr. Jingle. Will you allow me to make a note of it?
Certainly, sir, certainly. 100 more anecdotes, same animal. Fine girl in that carriage, sir. Do you, favor the sex, sir?
Mr. Tracy Tupman here.
Oh, Mr. Jingle. Irresistible creatures.
English girls, Tupman, not so fine as Spanish. Noble creatures, Spanish girls. Jet hair, black eyes, lovely form. Sweet creatures, beautiful.
You've been in Spain, sir?
Lived there, ages.
Many conquests, sir?
Conquest, thousands. Don Bellaro Fizgi, grandee, only daughter, Donna Christina, splendid creature, lovely to distraction, jealous father, high-souled daughter, handsome Englishman, Donna Christina in despair, prussic acid, stomach pump in my portmanteau, operation performed, old Bellaro in ecstasies, consent to our union, joined hands and flood of tears. Romantic story, very.
Is the lady in England now, sir?
Dead, sir, dead. Never recovered the stomach pump, undermined constitution, fell a victim.
And her father?
Remorse and misery, sudden disappearance, talk of the whole city, search made everywhere without success, public fountain in the great square suddenly ceased playing, weeks elapsed, still a stoppage, workmen employed to clean it, water drawn off, father-in-law discovered sticking headfirst in the main pipe with full confession in his right boot, took it out, and the fountain faded away again as well as ever.
Will you allow me to note that little romance down?
Certainly, sir, certainly. 50 more if you'd like to hear them. Strange life, sir, mine. Rather curious history. Not extraordinary, but singular. Very singular.
We slept that night at the Bull Inn at Rochester. Next morning, there was no sign of our new acquaintance. After breakfast, Mr. Pickwick called to order a special meeting of the Corresponding Society of the Pickwick Club. Mr. Pickwick rose and slowly mounted into the wing of the chair on which he had been previously seated. What a study for an artist did that moment present. There stood the illustrious Pickwick, with one hand gracefully concealed behind his coat tails, and the other waving in the air to assist his glowing declamation. His elevated position revealed those tights and gaiters, to which, had they clothed an ordinary man, might have passed without observation, but such when Pickwick wore them inspired universal awe and respect.
Fame, gentlemen, is dear to the heart of every man.
Here.
Poetic fame is dear to the heart of my friend Snodgrass. The fame of conquest is equally dear to my friend Tupman, and the desire for earning fame in the sports of the field, the air, and the water is uppermost in the breast of my friend Winkle. I will not deny, gentlemen, that I have been influenced by human passions and human feelings.
Yes.
Possibly by human weaknesses.
Now, Private, no.
I, sir, am an humble individual.
Private, no.
Still, I cannot but feel that in electing me as your leader, you have selected me for a service of great honor and some danger. Traveling is in a troubled state, and the minds of postmen are unsettled. Look abroad, gentlemen, and contemplate the scenes which are enacting around you. Stagecoaches are upsetting in all directions. Horses are bolting, boats are overturning, and boilers are bursting. Will these things daunt us, gentlemen, members of the Pickwick Society? Will these perils deter us from prosecuting to their glorious consummation those researches in the cause of science and learning to which, as members of this club, we stand pledged?
No, nothing.
Gentlemen, I have your answer. I thank you.
Loud cheers, meeting adjourned. It was late in the afternoon when we reached Dingledale. On the doorstep stood our host, Mr. Wardle. Beside him stood an enormous red-faced boy with his eyes closed.
Hey there! Hello! Hey, where have you been? We've been waiting for you all day. Well, you do look tired. Not hurt, I hope, eh? No? Well, I'm glad to hear that. Very, very glad to be sure. Joe! Wake up, Joe! Let down the steps. There's no stage.
Our friend Winkle had a little trouble. Unusually large heart.
Still, day, Mr. Windle, never mind. Common accident, we part. Joe! Blast that boy, he's gone to sleep again. Hey, Joe! Joe! Oh, well, gentlemen, we soon had to put right. This way, welcome to Dingley Hall. Joe! Joe! Well, I'll be blowed if that boy hasn't fallen asleep again.
A number of persons who were assembled in the parlor rose to greet Mr. Pickwick and his friends upon our entrance. 2 young ladies, still in their teens.
My daughters, gentlemen, my gals, these are Isabel and Emily, and that's my sister, Miss Rachel Wardle. She's a miss, she is, and yet she ain't a miss, eh, sir? Eh, Rachel?
Yeah, brother.
My sister, Miss Pickwick.
How do you do?
Mr. Snodgrass, my sister Rachel.
How do you do?
Mr. Winkle.
How do you do?
And Mr. Tupman, my sister Rachel.
How do you do, Mr. Tupman?
Charmed to make your acquaintance, ma'am. In the post of honor in the right-hand corner of the chimney-piece sat a very old lady with an ear trumpet in one hand and an orange in the other.
Mr. Pickwick, mother.
I can't hear you.
Mr. Pickwick, mother.
Oh, well, it don't matter. You don't care for an old woman like me, I dare say.
I assure you, ma'am, that nothing delights me more than to see a lady of your time of life, leading so fine a family and looking so fine and well.
So very fine, I dare say, but I cannot hear. Not a word, not a word.
At the vast dinner table that night, Mrs. Wardle occupied one end of the table. At the other end sat Mr. Wardle and Mr. Winkle, myself between the 2 girls, and on the other side, Miss Rachel Wardle and Mr. Tupman.
You think my niece is pretty, Mr. Tupman?
Oh, I surely Sir Art wasn't here.
You got him, man. But really, if their complexions were a little better, don't you think they'd be nice-looking girls by candlelight?
Oh, yes, I think they would.
Oh, Swiss, I know what you were going to say.
What, ma'am?
You were going to say that Isabel's cute. I know you were. You men are such observers. Well, so she does. It can't be denied. I often tell her that when she gets a little older, she'll be quite frightful. Well, you are a quiz. What a sarcastic smile you have, Mr. Tupman. I declare, I'm quite afraid of you.
Afraid of me, ma'am?
Oh, you can't disguise anything from me. I know what that smile means very well.
What, ma'am?
You mean that you don't think Isabel's stooping is as bad as Emily's boldness. Well, she is bold. You cannot think how wretched it makes me sometimes. I'm sure I cry about it for hours together. Mr. Tupman, I know what you're thinking now.
Joe, wake up, Joe. Oh, Mr. Snodgrass, you're closest to him. Be good enough to teach him, sir. In the legs, if you see. Nothing quite else quite wakes him up. Oh, thank you. Joe, open another bottle of wine and pass it to gentlemen. Joe! Yes. Are you awake? Yes. Blast the boy.
Extraordinary boy, that. Does he always sleep in this way?
Sleep? Pickwick, he's always asleep. Goes on errands asleep, and snores as he seems with silver. Odd indeed. I'm proud of that boy. Wouldn't part with him on any account. He's a natural curiosity. Here, Joe! Wake up, Joe!
Next morning, when our chairman awoke, the rich, sweet smell of the hayricks rose to his chamber window, and all around he heard the birds singing.
Hello! Hey, Pickwick! Hello, how are you?
Walter, is that you?
Hello, little garden. Beautiful morning. Make haste, sit down. Come out.
I say,
Yes?
what's going on? What are you doing with that gun under your arm?
Why, your friend Mr. Winkle and I are going to look for you before breakfast. He's a very good shot, aren't he?
I've heard him say he's a capital one. I admit I never saw him aim at anything.
Now then, all ready, Winkle?
I say, wait a minute. What are those boys doing climbing those trees?
Only to stop the game.
What?
Why, in plain English, Mr. Tupman, to frighten the rook.
Oh, is that all?
Very well. Shall I begin, Mr. Winkle?
If you please.
Stand aside, then. Now for it.
Oh, hey, you got one, sir.
Take him up, Joe. Now, Winkle, your turn. Fire away.
What did my gun misfire?
Odd. I never knew one of my guns to misfire before. Let me see it. Why, I don't see anything of the cap.
Oh, bless my soul. I declare I forgot the cap.
Well, here you are. Here's the cap. Try again. Now ready. All right, boys.
Oh!
What's wrong?
Oh, good heavens.
What happened?
I'm not sure, Mr. Waters, but I think I've just killed Mr. Tupman. The surgeon came. Mr. Tupman's arm was examined, the wound's left, and pronounced to be a very slight one. And now it is evening at Dingley leaving Mr. Tupman to the care of the ladies. Mr. Wardle, Mr. Pickwick, and the rest of us had gone to the cricket match at Muggerston. Isabel and Emily had strolled out. There was a heat from her chair, and the little kitchen penetrated the low and monotonous sound of the front door.
Tupman.
Miss Wardle, you are an angel.
Tupman.
Nay, I know it but too well.
All women are angels, they say.
Then what can you be? Or to walk without presumption, can I compare you, Miss Wardle? There was a woman I ever seen who resembled you. Where else could I hope to find so rare a combination of excellence and beauty? Where else could I see?
Men are such deceivers.
Oh, they are. But not all men. There lives at least one being who can never change. One being who would be content to devote his whole existence to your happiness. Who lives but in your eyes. Who breathes but in your smile. Who bears the heavy burden of life itself. Only for you, Miss Wardle.
Could such an individual be found?
Ah, but he can be found. He is found. He is here, Miss Wardle. On his knees at your feet.
Right.
Never. Oh, Rachel. Rachel. Oh, Rachel. Say you love me.
Tupman, I can hardly speak the words, but you are not entirely indifferent to me.
Rachel.
Is it Wardle? Is it Wardle?
What is it, Joe?
Oh, Mrs.
I'm sure I've always been a good mistress to you, Joe. You've invariably been treated very kindly. You've never had too much to do, and you've always had enough to eat.
I know it has. No, Mrs.
What do you do now?
I want to make your flesh creep. What do you think I see in the arbor just now?
That's what?
The strange gentleman. Him as in his armor, a kissing and a hugging.
Oh, Joe. None of the servants, I hope.
Worse than that.
Look, one of my granddaughters.
Worse than that.
Worse than that. What is Joe?
Miss Rachel.
What? Speak louder.
Miss Rachel.
My daughter? Already?
Yes, ma'am, and what's more, I see her.
Oh!
Further talk had struck, and the gentleman had not returned from the cricket match. Consternation reigned at Dingley.
My goodness! Is anything the matter?
You're all right. I say, Warden, you're all right, aren't we? I think so. Rachel, here's my friend, Miss Dingle. Miss Pickwick's friend. Miss Dingle has come on a little visit. Ding tell. Nothing the matter, man. No cause for alarm except the stress, not whatsoever. Written dinner, glorious body, empty storm, no port, very good wine, man. Wine! Wine! Oh, good morning. We won't go home till morning. We won't go home till morning. Till daylight does
Early next morning, Mr. Jingle arose. Since none else in the house was about at the hour, he had the honor of breakfasting alone with Mrs. Ward. What transpired between them, nothing is known, but this much is known, that later that morning, finding the door to the parlor partially open, he peeped in.
Rachel, getting Susan, short acquaintance, no time for ceremony. All stuff.
Sir?
Hush. Large boy, dumpling face, round eyes, Joe, treacherous dog, overheard everything. Told the old lady furious, wild, raving, but kissing and hugging, all that sort of thing, eh, ma'am, eh?
Mr. Dingle, if you have come here, sir,
Not
please
at all,
don't
not at all, by no means. The old lady told me on the scrambled eggs came to warn you of your danger, send the services, prevent the hubbub. Never mind, think it an insult, leave the room.
Oh, dear, what shall I do? My brother will be
Of
furious.
course he will, outrageous.
Oh, Mr. Dingle, what can I say?
Things dreamt it, not a Maurice, blackguard boy, lovely woman, fat boy, horsewhip, who believes, end of matter, all comfortable.
Mr. Dingle, may I have inquired into the cause?
Unhappy cause, your love is built upon a man who is especially even now, but no, my friend, I will not suppose the vices, Miss Wardle, farewell.
Say, Mr. Dingle, you have made an allusion to Mr. Topman. Explain it.
Never.
Mr. Dingle, I entreat, I implore you, if there is anything dreadful mystery connected with Mr. Topman, reveal it.
Can I see lovely creature, sexless at the shrine, heartless avarice? Tupman, madam, only want your money.
Oh, Mr. Wardle, he's gone.
What are you talking about?
He's gone, master, gone right clean off.
Who's gone? Are you out of your head, boy?
Mr. Jingle in his right. Off to London.
The scoundrel.
They let in a post. Went this morning, they did, from Blue Line, Muggleton. I was there, Mr. Wardle, but I couldn't stop them, so I ran off to Teddy.
Good Lord, what should we do? You? Joe, where's the gate?
The gate.
I'll get a change to the lion, and I'll follow them.
I'll go with you.
You're a good fellow, Pickwick. Are you ready?
I'm ready. All right, here's the gate, sir. Ready to go.
Come on, Pickwick. We'll catch them this side of London, or we'll break our necks trying. Hey, Blue Lion! Seize and fall directly. Out with them, hurry!
All right, Mr. Wardle, now, boys. Gate's going out. Next time, from the line there.
How much are they hit? How about 2 hours? Which way did they go?
London Road, sir.
London Road. In you get, Pickwick. Off with you, coachman. The 7-mile stage is less than a half an hour, and the guinea's yours. Hey there! Hey, have you seen the shades come in?
I did, sir. Not more than an hour ago.
Ladies and gentlemen?
Yes, sir.
Tall gentlemen, clean coat, long legs, thin body?
Yes, sir.
Elderly ladies, thin face, rather skinny, eh?
Yes, sir. By heaven, Wardle, it's them.
It is, Pickwick. It is, by Jove. Shades and paw into the thing. Give me a piece, boys. Give me a piece.
Hey there.
Bruce! This is the White Hart Inn. This is a curious old place of yours, my friend.
Just where you was a-coming, we'd had it prepared. The fact of the matter is that if you stop polishing those boots for a minute and answer our questions, you won't regret it.
Won't regret it, eh? We want to know who you got stopping here, Fred.
Who we got stopping here? Well, there's a wooden leg in number 6, there's a pair of Essens in 13, there's 2 pair of half-shoes in the commercial, there's these here painted tops in the snuggery inside the bar, and 5 more tops in the coffee room.
Nothing more.
Hey, stop a bit. Yes, there's a pair of Wellingtons, a good deal worn, and a pair of ladies' shoes in number 5.
Came in less than an hour ago.
What sort of shoes?
Country, mate.
Any maker's name?
Brand.
Where out?
Tackleton.
Muggleton? It is then. Quick, quick, we've found them.
Yeah, the Wellingtons went out half hour ago. They got Kit Cummings. Come back with a license.
With a license? Then we're just in time. Come on. Show us the room boot.
Vella's the name, sir. Sam Vella.
Well, here's the sovereign, Weller. You see this?
I do, sir.
Show us into that room at once without announcing it, and it's yours. Understand?
Right to the trivia. This way, gentlemen.
What is it?
It's me. Open the door. Open the door, Rachel. We break it in.
Oh! You're a nice scoundrel, aren't you, Jingle?
I'll have you prosecuted. Indicted. I'll ruin you. You hear? And you, Rachel, at a time of life when you ought to know better. What do you mean by running away with a vagabond, disgracing your family, and making yourself miserable? Get on your bonnet, quickly.
Do nothing of the kind, my dear, nothing of the kind. Leave the room, sir. No business here. Lady Frida Shippeases. More than 1 in 20.
More than 1 in 20, more than 1 in 40.
I'm not.
You are. You're 50 as you're now.
As for you, Jingle, I've a good mind to break every bone in your body.
Idle threats, sir. Idle threats. Impetuous nature. Mr. Wardle, you and I, men of the world. One thing another. Do sit down, sir. Humble lodging. Talk it over. Pro and con. Surely, Mr.
No
Wardle.
compromise with the likes of you, sir.
One moment, quickly. Mr. Jingle, how much will you take? 50 pounds?
It won't do. Not half enough.
Think it over. There's a great deal to be done with 50 pounds, my dear sir.
More to be done with 150.
Won't waste time in splitting straws. Say 70.
Won't do. Sorry.
80. I'll write you a check at once.
Won't do.
Will you tell me what will do?
Expensive fare, this, sir. Expensive fare. Money out of pocket. Posting, £9. License, 3. That's 12. Compensation, 100. 112. Breach of honor and loss of lady.
Yes. Never mind the lot. Say 100. Come.
And 20.
Come. I'll write you a check. I'll make it payable the day after tomorrow. And we can get her away meanwhile. I'm writing you a check for 100 pounds.
120.
Very well, then, 120. Here you are. And mind you, Vicky, that nothing should have induced me to make this compromise. Not even regard for my family. If I hadn't known that the moment this man gets any money in that pocket of his, he'll go to the devil fast as possible than he would without it. And now, sir, will you leave this house?
Off directly. Bye-bye, Wardle. Bye-bye, Pickwick. Here's the license. Get the name altered. Take home the lady. Do for Tupman.
CBS and its affiliated stations are presenting Orson Welles and the Mercury Theatre on the air in an original dramatization of Charles Dickens' Pickwick Papers. We'll pause a moment now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Charles Dickens' Pickwick Papers, brought to you by the Mercury Theatre on the air and starring Orson Welles as Alfred Jingle and Sergeant Buzzfuzz.
August the 25th, 1827. Mr. Pickwick's apartments in Goswell Street, although on a limited scale, were particularly adapted to the residence of a man of our chairman's genius and observation. There were no children in the house, no servants, no fowls. His landlady, Mrs. Bardell, the widow and sole executrix of a deceased customs house officer, was a comely woman of bustling manners and agreeable appearance. The infantine sports and gymnastic exercises of Master Bardell, her son, aged 10, were exclusively confined to the neighboring pavements and gutters. Cleanliness and quiet reigned throughout the house, and in it the will of Mr. Pickwick, our chairman, was law. Mrs. Bardell? Mrs. Bardell.
Sir?
Your little boy is a very long time going. It's over an hour since I sent him out.
Why, it's a good long way to the White Hart Inn, sir. A good 2 miles.
Ah, very true, so it is. Mrs. Bardell.
Sir?
Mrs. Bardell, do you think it a much better expense to keep 2 people than to keep 1?
Now, Mr. Pickwick, what a question.
Well, but do you, Mrs. Bond?
That depends. That depends a good deal upon the person, you know, Mr. Pickwick. And whether it's a saving and careful person.
That's very true. But the person I have in my eye, Mrs. Bardell, I think possesses these qualities and has, moreover, a considerable knowledge of the world and a great deal of sharpness. Mrs. Bardell, which may be of material use to me.
Ah, Mr. Pickwick.
To tell you the truth, Mrs. Bardell, I have made up my mind. You think it very strange now that I ever consulted you about the matter and never even mentioned it till I sent your little boy out this morning, eh? Well, what do you think, Mrs. Bardell?
Mr. Pickwick, you're very kind, sir.
It will save you a good deal of trouble, won't it?
Oh, I never thought anything of the trouble, sir. And of course I should take more trouble to please you then than ever. But it is so kind of you, Mr. Pickwick, to have so much consideration for my loneliness.
Oh, to be sure. I never thought of that. When I'm in town, you'll always have somebody to sit with you. To be sure, so you will.
I'm sure I ought to be a very happy woman.
And your little boy.
Mrs. R.
He, too, will have a companion, a lively one, who'll teach him how to be bound more tricks in a week than he would ever learn in a year.
Oh, you dear. Oh, you kind, good, playful dear.
Mrs. Bardell.
Oh, you darling.
Mrs. Bardell, what are you doing? Bardell, your arms. You're
Oh,
choking
you
me.
dear,
Bless my soul, Mrs. Bardell. My good woman. Oh, dear me, what a situation. Pray consider. Please, Mrs. Bardell, don't if anybody should come.
Oh, let them come. I'll never leave you. You dear, good, kind
Hold on, upon me. Let me go, will you? I hear somebody coming up the stairs. Don't. There's a good creature. Don't.
For heaven's sake.
Gentlemen, why, what's the matter? I don't know. Stop staring, Snodgrass. Tupman Winkle, come here. Help me. Let's lead this woman downstairs.
I'm better now, Mr. Pickwick.
Let me lead you downstairs, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'll go by myself. I'd rather go by myself. Oh, Mr. Pickwick. Dear Mr. Pickwick.
Please, gentlemen. I cannot conceive what has been the matter with that woman. I was merely trying to announce to her my intention of hiring a manservant when she fell into the extraordinary paroxysm in which we found her. Very extraordinary thing. Very. Placed me in such an extraordinarily awkward situation. Very. Gentlemen, fellow members, surely you don't suspect me? There's a man at the door now. It's the man I spoke to you about. A most remarkable fellow. I sent for him up at the White Hart Inn this morning. Come in. Morning, gentlemen. Gentlemen, this is Mr. Weller, Sam Weller. You remember me, I suppose?
From the White Hart? I should think so. Queer customer, Jingle. He was one too many for you, wasn't he? Up to snuffing a pinch or two over, eh?
Never mind that matter now. I want to speak to you about something else. Sit down.
Thank you, sir. Business first and pleasure always, says King Richard the Third said when he stabbed Terror King in the tower afore he smothered the baby.
Now, with regards to the matter on which I sent for you, Mr. Weller.
Yes, the price, sir. Is it? It's the father said to the child when he swallowed a nightmare.
We want to know in the first place whether you have any reason to be discontented with your present situation.
Before I answer that there question, gentlemen, I should like to know, in the first place, whether you're going to provide me with a better.
I have half a mind to engage you myself.
Have you know? Wages?
£12 a year.
So?
To suit.
Work?
To attend upon me and travel about with me and these gentlemen here. Do you accept the situation?
The terms is agreed on. I'm rich to a strange gentleman. Mr. Crow sticks me off as well as the place they'll do. Fight the builders!
And so, before the night had closed in, Mr. Weller was furnished with a grey coat, with our Pickwick Club button, a black hat with a cockade to it, a pink striped waistcoat, Light breeches and gaiters and a variety of other necessaries were too numerous to recapitulate. Mr. Weller regarded himself in the mirror.
Farmer could see me there. I don't know whether I meant to be a footman or a groom or a gamekeeper or a seedsman. It looks like a sort of combo of everyone on him. Never mind. There's change of air, plenty to see and little to do. And all this suits my complaint and commonwealth. So long life to the picnic, is I.
The next morning, led by Mr. Pickwick and accompanied by his new servants, the three active members of the illustrious Pickwick Club climbed upon the upper seat of the Bristol coach, little suspecting how thickly the clouds were at that moment gathering about the head of their illustrious chairman. 3 days later, as they sat at breakfast in the tap room of the George and Vulture, the storm broke.
Who is it?
I say, sir, this is a private room, sir, a private room.
No room's private to His Majesty when the street doors once passed. That's the law. Some people maintain that an Englishman's house is his castle. That's gammon.
Here, Yankee. It's my opinion that you're coming in a great deal too strong. There's a mail coachman checking the snowstorm when he's out at the...
Quiet, you. Which one of you is Mr. Pickwick?
My name's Pickwick.
My name's Law.
What?
Law, civil power, and executive. Them's me title. There's me authority. In the name of the peace of our suffering Lord the King, studied on that case, made and provided, and all regular. In pursuance of which I deliver to you, Pickwick, this communication.
What do you mean by this insolence? Leave the room, sir.
That I will, and gladly, sir. No offense taken, I hope, where none meant. Good day, gentlemen.
On the table before our chairman lay a paper, used to see with a wafer, and directed in a round hand. Mr. Pickwick picked it up and opened it.
Oh, mercy on us. What's this? It must be a jest. It can't be true. What is it?
Nobody gave you, sir.
Oh, Captain, you read it.
Yes. Famous Court, Cornhill, August 28, 1830. Bardell against Pickwick, sir. Having been instructed by Mrs. Martha Bardell, landlady of 28 Goswell Street, to commence an action against you for a breach of promise of marriage, for which the plaintiff lays her damages at £1,500, we beg to inform you that the writ has been issued against you in this suit in the Court of Common Pleas. We are, sir, your obedient servants, Dodson and Bond.
It's a plot. Yes, it is a plot, gentlemen. A vile attempt to extort money. A base spirit.
Sergeant, first place. I'm the plaintiff.
Who is with you, brother Bushman?
Mr. Simpkins, rise, Mr. Simpkins.
Sergeant Snubbin.
I appear for the defendant, my lord.
Anybody with you, brother Snubbin?
Mr. Funky, my lord.
Sergeant Buzzfuzz and Mr. Simpkins for the plaintiff. The defendant, Sergeant Snubbin and Mr. Monkey.
Beg your lordship's pardon, Funky.
Oh, very good. Go on. Sergeant Buzzfuzz, you open the case.
Gentlemen of the jury, never from the very first moment of my applying myself to the study and practice of the law, have I approached the case with feelings of such deep emotion, or with such a heavy sense of responsibility imposed upon me, a responsibility which I could never have supported, were it not buoyed up and sustained by a conviction so strong as to amount to a positive certainty. The case of truth and justice must prevail with a high-minded and intelligent dozen of men whom I now see in that box of Washington. This is an action, gentlemen, for a breach of promise of marriage in which the damages are laid at £1,500. The plaintiff, gentlemen, is a widow. Yes, gentlemen, a widow. Her name is Mrs. Bardell. The late Mr. Bardell, after enjoying for many years the esteem and confidence of his sovereign, has
one of the guardians of its royal revenues, glided almost imperceptibly from the world to seek elsewhere for that repose and peace which a custom house can never afford. Sometime before his death, he had stamped his likeness upon a little boy. With this little boy, the only pledge of her departed excitement, Mrs. Bardell shrunk from the world and courted the retirement and tranquility of Garfield Street. And here, she placed in her front parlor window a written placard bearing the inscription, "Apartments furnished for a single gentleman. Inquire within." I entreat the attention of the jury to the worthy instruction. Apartments furnished for a single gentleman. Mrs. Bardell's opinions of the opposite sex gentlemen were derived from a long contemplation of the inestimable qualities of her lost husband. She had no fear, she had no distrust, she had no suspicion. All was confidence and science. Mr. Bardell, the widow. Mr. Bardell was once a single gentleman himself. To single gentlemen, I look for protection, for assistance, for comfort, and for consolation. In single gentlemen, I shall perpetually see something to remind me of what Mr. Bardell was when he first won my young and untried affections. To a single gentleman, then, shall my lodgings be let. Actuated by this beautiful and touching impulse, the lonely and desolate widow dried her tears, furnished her first floor, caught the innocent boy to her maternal bosom, and put the bill up in her parlor window. Did it remain there long? No. No, the serpent was on the watch. Train was laid. The mine was preparing the chapter minor of work. Or the bill had been in the parlor window 3 days, gentlemen. A being, erect upon 2 legs, and bearing all the outward semblance of a man, and not a monster, knocked at the door of Mrs. Bardell's house. He inquired within. He took the lodgings. On the very next day, he entered into possession of them. This man, Pickwick. And of this man, Pickwick, I will say little. The subject presents but a few attractions. And I, gentlemen, am not the man, nor are you, gentlemen, the men, to delight in the contemplation of revolting heartlessness and of systematic villainy. I say systematic villainy, gentlemen. And when I say systematic villainy, let me tell the defendant, Pickwick, if he be in court, as I am informed he is, and that it would have been more decent and in more becoming, in better judgment, and in better taste, if he had stopped away. Let me tell him, gentlemen, then he gestures of his hand in which he may indulge in his thoughts. We'll not go down with you. But you will know how to value and how to appreciate. Be his name Pickwick or notes, or strokes, or styles, or Brown, or Thompson. I shall show you, gentlemen, that for 2 years, Pickwick continued to reside constantly and without interruption or intermission at Mrs. Bardell's house. I shall show you that Mrs. Bardell, during the whole of that time, waited on him, attended with comfort. I shall show you that. And I shall show you that on many occasions he gave eightpence and on some occasions even sixpence to a little boy. I shall prove to you, gentlemen, on August 25th of last year he distinctly and in terms offered a marriage. And I am in a situation to prove to you on the testimony of 3 of his own friends, most unwilling witnesses, gentlemen, most unwilling witnesses, that on that morning he was discovered by them holding the plaintiff in his arms and soothing her agitation by his caresses and his gifts. Now, gentlemen, one word. 2 letters passed between these parties. Letters which are admitted to be in the handwriting of the defendant, and which speak volumes indeed. They are not open, fervent, eloquent epistles, breathing nothing but the language of affection of attachment. No, they are covered, lying, underhanded communications. Garaways, 12 o'clock, dear Mrs. B, chops and tomato sauce, yours, Pickwick. Gentlemen, what does this mean? Chops, tomatoes, yours, Pickwick. Chops, gracious heavens, and tomatoes. Gentlemen, it is the happiness of the sensitive and confiding female to be trifled by such shallow artists as these. Next has no date whatever which is accepted. Dear Mrs. B, I shall not be at home till tomorrow. Slow coach, and then follows this very remarkable expression. Don't trouble yourself about the warming pan. The warming pan. Why, gentlemen, who does trouble himself about a warming pan? When was the peace of mind of man or woman broken or disturbed by a warming pan? It's still a harmless useful, and I will add, gentlemen, a comforting article of furniture. Why is Mrs. Bardell so earnestly entreated not to agitate herself about this warming pan unless, as is no doubt the case, it is a mere cover for hidden fire, a mere substitute for some endearing word or promise previous to a preconcerted system of correspondence artfully contrived by Pickwick with a view to his contemplated desertion, and which I am not in a condition to explain. But it is difficult to smile with an aching heart. It is ill-jesting when our deepest sympathies are weak. My client's hopes and prospects are ruined. But Pickwick, gentlemen, Pickwick, the ruthless destroyer of this domestic oasis in the desert of Glasgow Street, Pickwick was soaked up the well and thrown ashes on the sward. Pickwick comes before you today with his heartless tomato sauce and warming pan. Pickwick still rears his head with unblushing effrontery and gazes without a sigh on the ruin he has made. Damage! Damage! Heavy the only punishment of which he is visited, the only recompense you can award to my client, and for those damages she now feels within right. A rightful feeling, a conscientious, a dispassionate, a sympathizing, a contemplative jury of a civilized
First witness,
Tracy Tupman.
Tracy Tupman.
Nathaniel Winkle.
Nathaniel Winkle, Nathaniel Winkle. Now, don't look at me, sir. Look at the jury.
Now, sir, couldn't let his lordship and the jury know what your name is, will you?
Winkle.
What's your Christian name, sir?
Nathaniel, sir.
Daniel? Any other name?
Nathaniel, sir. My lord, I mean.
Nathaniel Daniel or Daniel Nathaniel?
No, my lord, only Nathaniel, not Daniel at all.
What did you tell me it was Daniel for, then, sir?
I didn't, my lord.
You did, sir. How could I put Daniel down on my notes unless you told me so, sir?
Oh, I don't know, Your Honor.
You'd better be careful.
Now, Mr. Winkler, attend to me if you please, sir. Let me recommend you, for your own sake, to bear in mind his lordship's injunction to be careful. I believe you are a particular friend of Pickwick, the defendant. Are you not?
I have known Mr. Pickwick now as well as I recollect at this moment.
Pray, Mr. Winkle, do not evade the question. Are you or are you not a particular friend of the defendant?
I just about...
Will you or will you not answer the question, sir?
If you don't answer the question, you'll be committed, sir.
Come, sir, yes or no, if you please.
Yes, I am.
Yes, you are. Why couldn't you say so at once, sir? Perhaps you know the plaintiff, too, eh, Mr. Winkle?
I don't know her. I have seen her.
Oh, you don't know her, but you've seen her. Now have the goodness to tell the gentlemen of the jury what you mean by that, Mr. Winkle.
I mean that I am not intimate with her, but I have seen her when I went to call on Mr. Pickwick in Goswell Street.
Pray, Mr. Winkle, do you remember calling on the defendant Pickwick at these apartments in the plaintiff's house in Goswell Street on one particular morning in the month of August last?
Yes, I do.
Were you accompanied on that occasion by a friend of the name of Tupman and another by the name of Snodgrass?
Yes, I was.
Are they here?
Yes, they
Pray
are.
attend to me, Mr. Winkle, and never mind your friends. Now, sir, tell the gentlemen of the jury what you saw on incident in Coombe on this particular morning. Come out with it, sir. We must have it sooner or later.
The defendant, Mr. Pickwick, was holding the plaintiff in his arms with his hands clasping her waist, and the plaintiff appeared to have fainted away.
Did you hear the defendant say anything?
I heard him call Mrs. Bardell a good creature, and I heard him ask her to compose herself. So what a situation it was if anybody could come, or words to that effect.
Now, Mr. Winkle, I have only one more question to ask you, and I beg you to bear in mind his lordship's caution. Will you undertake to swear that Pickwick, the defendant, did not say on the occasion in question, "My dear Mrs. Bardell, you're a good creature. Compose yourself to this situation, for in this situation you must come," or words to that effect?
I didn't understand him so, certainly. I was on the staircase and couldn't hear distinctly. The impression on my mind
The gentlemen of the jury want none of the impressions on your mind, Mr. Winkle, which I fear would be of little service to honest, straightforward men. You were on the staircase and didn't distinctly hear, but you will not swear that Pickwick did not make use of the expressions I put it? Do I understand that?
No, I will not.
That is all, Your Honor. Call Samuel Weller.
Samuel Weller!
Samuel Weller?
Witness.
Yes, my lord?
What's your name, sir?
Sam Weller, my lord.
You spell it with a V or a W?
It depends upon the taste and fancy of the speller, my lord. I never had occasion to spell it more than once or twice in my life. But I spells it with a V. Quite right, too, Sandy Bill. Quite right. Put it down a V, my lord. Put it down a V.
Who is that? Who dares to address the court? Usher! Usher!
Yes, my lord.
Bring that person here instantly.
Yes, my lord.
Witness, do you know who that was?
I rather suspect it was the elder.
Who?
The father, my lord.
Do you see him here now?
No, I don't, my lord.
If you could have pointed him out, I would have committed him instantly. Sergeant Busbud, you're witness.
Now, Mr. Weller!
Now, sir?
I believe you're in the service of Mr. Pickwick, the defendant in this case. Speak up, if you please, Mr. Weller!
I mean to speak up, sir. I am in the service of that there gentleman, and a very good service it is, too.
Little to do and plenty to get.
Oh, quite enough to get, sir. As the soldier said when they ordered him 360 days.
You must not tell us what the soldier or any other man said, sir. It's not evidence.
Very good, my lord.
Do you recollect anything particular happening on the morning when you first engaged by the defendant? Eh, Mr. Weller?
Yes, I does, sir.
Have the goodness to tell the jury what it was.
I had a regular new fill out of clothes that morning, gentlemen of the jury. And that was a very particular and uncommon circumstance with me in them days.
You had better be careful, sir.
So Mr. Pickwick said at the time, my lord. And I was very careful of that there suit of clothes. Very careful indeed, my lord.
You mean to tell me, Mr. Weller, that you saw nothing of this fainting on the part of the plaintiff in the arms of the defendant, which you have heard described by the witnesses?
Certainly not. I was in the passage till they called me up, and then the old lady wasn't there.
Now attend, Mr. Weller. We're in the passage. Yet saw nothing of what was going forward. Have you a pair of eyes, Mr. Weller?
Yes, I have a pair of eyes. And that's just it. If they was a pair of patent double-million magnifying gas microscopes of extra power, perhaps I might be able to see through a flight of stairs and a deal door. But being only eyes, you see, my vision's limited.
Now, Mr. Weller, I'll ask you a question on another point, please.
If you please, sir.
Do you remember going up to Mrs. Bardell's house one night in August last?
Oh, yes, very well.
Oh, you do remember that, Mr. Weller. I thought we should get at something at last.
I rather thought that too, sir.
Well, I suppose you went up to have a little talk about this trial, eh, Mr. Weller?
I went up to pay the rent. But we did get a talking about the trial.
Oh, you did get talking about the trial. Now, what passed about the trial? Will you have the goodness to tell us, Mr. Weller?
With all the pleasure in life, sir. After a few unimportant observations from the two virtuous females as was there, the ladies get into a very great state of admiration at the honourable conduct of Mr. Dobson and Fogg. Them two gentlemen as is sitting near you now.
The attorneys for the plaintiff, Lord. Well, they spoke in high praise of the honourable conduct of Messrs. Dobson and Fogg, the attorneys for the plaintiff, did they?
Oh, yes. They said what a very generous thing it was of them to have taken up the case on spec and to charge nothing at all for cost, unless they got him out of Mr. Pickwick.
My lord, it's perfectly useless attempting to get any evidence from the venerable stupidity of this witness. I will not trouble the court by asking many more questions. Stand down, sir.
Would any other gentleman like to ask me anything?
You may go down, sir!
Thank you, sir. Good work, Hannibal. Good work.
After this, Sergeant Seven addressed the jury on behalf of the defendant, and a very long and very emphatic address he delivered, in which he bestowed the highest possible eulogisms on the conduct and character of Mr. Pickwick. Then Mr. Justice Starley, summed up in the old established and most expedient form, Bardell the Pickwick were right, it was perfectly clear that Mr. Pickwick, the defendant, was wrong. And if they thought the evidence of Mrs. Bardell, the plaintiff, worthy of credence, they would believe it, and if they didn't, why they wouldn't. The jury then retired to their private room to talk the matter over, and the judge retired to his private room to refresh himself with a mutton chop and a glass of sherry. A quarter of an hour later, the jury came back. The judge was fetched in.
His Honor the Judge! Gentlemen of the jury, are you all agreed upon your verdict? We are. Do you find for the plaintiff or for the defendant? For the plaintiff. With what damages, gentlemen? £750. Defendant, have you anything to say?
Mr. Pickwick took off his spectacles, carefully wiped the glasses, folded them into his case, and put them into his pocket. Then, having drawn on his gloves with great nicety, he rose to his feet.
I wish to say, my lord, that not one farthing of cost for damages will you ever get from me. You may try and try and try again, Messrs. Dodson and Fogg, but not one penny will you get if I spend the rest of my existence in a debtor's prison.
Sad days followed for the Pickwickians. With their leader in jail, the club suffered from internal dissensions. Our meetings were rare and melancholy. And then at last there dawned a glorious day. On November the 4th, 1828, Mr. Pickwick and his servant Weller emerged from the fleet. On November the 5th, the members of the Pickwick Club once more gathered together at the feet of their illustrious leader, heard him deliver upon that joyful occasion an oration which has been carefully preserved in the minutes of the society.
Gentlemen,
Cheers.
fellow members,
Loud cheers.
I shall never regret having devoted the greater part of 2 years to mixing with different varieties and shades of human character. Frivolous as my pursuit of novelty may have appeared to many.
Private nose.
Nearly the whole of my previous life having been devoted to business and the pursuit of wealth, numerous scenes of which I had no previous conceptions have dawned upon me. I hope to the enlargement of my mind and the improvement of my understanding.
Cheers.
If I have done but little good, I trust I have done less harm, and that none of my adventures will be other than a source of amusing and pleasant recollection to me in the decline of life. God bless all.
Loud and prolonged cheers.
Tonight, the Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations have brought you a Mercury Theater on the Air production of The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens.